music go on. Wants to play it aggressive. 2 rounds. Tries to go for the reload. He's completely out. He's having to run away. He's taking a lot of damage. But now it's a reload on the other side of it. Goes about 3rd life, left back over, leaning back between, face to face, going for some shots between, and it is going to be Duck Juice that takes it. And he is the better man at the end of the day. There we go. Duck Juice as our Victor Calori, as you can see, not feeling the best about it. That is an amazing 1v1. We'll get ourselves set up, get some more going, and yeah. Love to see it, love to see it.
End the game, bro. Hi guys, it's Bella. I am here with DN Freaks, Heaven and Gyumin. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
We're gonna do a little PUBG quiz moment, and I will ask you 5 PUBG questions in total. And if you know the answer, if you want to answer, you hit the buzzer. If you don't answer in 5 seconds, then you fail to answer the question. So your opponent, your teammate on your either side will get the point. Alright, 준비되셨나요?
네.
Why don't you name 3 weapons that use a 9mm ammo? 두둥.
됐나요?
고! 3.
포미건, MP5K, 우지.
Okay. Oh, Heaven gets the first point. Gyumin, next question. Maybe you hit the buzzer. All right. Well, why don't we go with an easy one? Name 3 weapons that could drop in an airdrop.
290, 그로자, AW.
Oh, nice. Okay. 1-1. All right. The competition is fierce with DN Freaks. Okay. Number 3. Name 3 of the top 4 teams from EWC 2024. 1, 2, 3, 4위 중 3팀만.
기억 안 난다.
Guys, this must be the hardest one.
나
Top
한
4
팀이 기억 안 나.
teams.
3등 아니요?
아, 4등.
4등아?
Out of the top 4 teams, only 3.
Sonics, Hero, Face Clay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh,
All right. Gyumin 2, Heaven 1. All right. Name 3 melee weapons.
마체테, 후라이팬, 낫.
Oh, nice. Okay. 2-2. Who gets the last point? 아주 좋아요. All right. How long does it take to use a first aid kit?
7초.
땡.
6초.
맞아요. 심지어 맞았는데 혜민 선수가 틀려서 규민 선수가 원래 가져가는 시스템이에요. Nice. All right. Well, Gyumin takes the win against his battle with Heaven. Thank you guys. What is this? Get on my level. Thank you guys for joining me, and best of luck to you here at EWC 2025. Let's say bye. 안녕.
I think it was something like 2019 when I qualified to PEL Contenders. It was a tournament to players who want to be professionals. And we qualified. For me, it was the moment that I realized that I can be a pro player.
I was former pro player at World of Tanks, and we just played PUBG like before or after the scrims. And then after like a lot of hours, 1,000 hours, I started to play good, and like we made a team. Just played some tournaments and finally went to the first LAN. And then I understood I can play like PUBG Pro.
当时我记得上高中的时候，然后非常热爱喜欢打游戏，然后当时我记得我是全校里面打 PUBG 玩得最好的，然后我就想努力成为一名职业选手。
During a mid-season tournament in 2019, they kind of did this for fun, like bring all the best teams and then the lower tier teams together. And I performed pretty well at that event, and I got a call from a tier 1 team, and they gave me like my first big opportunity. And then I went and like played with them, and I was super nervous because they were just like, they need someone to fill in for a little bit. So I did that, and I just performed well, and they liked me. So I think that was the first time I really realized that I could do it professionally.
배그 그 연습 경기 스크림에서 제가 잘하고 난 이후에 그때 딱 느낀 것 같습니다.
ก็ตั้งแต่เข้าลีกแรกครับ เพราะว่าพอเข้าลีกของประเทศไทยได้ก็มีความพยายามมากขึ้นแล้วแบบมีความใฝ่ฝันที่จะเป็นแชมป์โลกแล้วก็มีอยากฝันที่จะเป็นแชมป์ในทุกๆโซนครับน่าจะเป็นช่วงที่เล่นเกมนี้ได้ประมาณสักปีหนึ่งครับเลยรู้สึกว่าอยากลองแข่งดูครับ
Okay, 3, 2.
Well, I guess this is a reason why I'm not a table tennis player, but here I am at the player lounge because I found it very, very exciting and wanted to share with you guys and give you a whole tour. And as I'm walking away from the table tennis that hurt my soul, I am standing in front of this golden photo booth. Players can come here and take their photos. And dude, look at this. This is heavy. It's the weight of the Champions Trophy, but I'm getting my workout in here as well. Oh, and look what we have here. Look. Oh, I think it's the back way, but hey, you could even add a little bit of cuteness to your photo as well. And wow, look at this. They even have the Aramas performance. It's playing or training. Oh, I think this is how you train your reflexes. Another reason why I'm not a pro gamer. Bam. I'm actually killing it, aren't I? Okay, enough. You gotta save some Bella for the mystery. But here is the area where players can chill and watch what's happening. The game's not playing right now, but you know, what's better than to sit on a nice couch and watch the game? And wow, the lounge is full. And this is my favorite part of the player lounge. Guess what it is? And just when you're getting thirsty, you can stop by for a nice quench. We have a full barista bar, coffees, juices, mocktails, drinks. This is nice. This is what heaven looks like, my opinion. And if you take a little bit of a step further, we are in front of the Heroes Club. This is where the defending champions get their own private lounge and no one else is allowed to enter. So here I must say my goodbyes and I'm actually gonna go grab a drink.
Hello and welcome to EWC PUBG Battlegrounds 2025. What can I get you?
I'm thinking something from Group C today.
Ooh, that is a great choice because we got ourselves adding in some Team Liquid who are in the hunt for the club championship.
Team Liquid, not a bad choice, but I was thinking maybe DN Freaks. They got second at both PGSs, or Petrichor Road, who got second at EWC last year.
How about I take both of those, toss in a little bit of Twisted Minds on top, give you a bit of extra spice, make it really, really good for today. No Falcons. We've got groups A and C, so we're going to be diving into the action. Let's go ahead and get it on.
Hello guys, Toby and Poro here live from the Golden Box in the Player Lounge. We're here to talk to you about what went down on day one between Group A and B in the PUBG Battlegrounds EWC tournament yesterday. Poro, what happened to begin, please?
Absolutely, it started off hot on Erangel with Team 17 winning a clutch fight just north of Milta. But they weren't able to secure a second win as Falcons managed to eke one out, just barely beating the P90 of Shaolin.
Incredibly close on that one. As we headed on over to Rondo, it was all about Rock down towards that southwestern side. They played it safe initially, but were able to clutch out the win in the end. And then over in Tago, T1 got themselves an insane 16-kill chicken dinner to round off the wildcard maps heading into Miramar.
That was pretty tasty.
Definitely was.
What else was tasty was Gen.G on Miramar. They found their footing finally once they arrived in the Dusty Dunes. Now they are right up at the top of the leaderboard with a shot at first, but that was about how day one ended. It wasn't all roses and gold for everybody.
No, exactly. As we can see on the leaderboard, despite the fact that Rock only netted themselves the one win, they were consistent throughout and got themselves a first place overall. But as you're saying, some of the teams not quite performing to expectations.
Yeah, no, All Gamers Global was pretty rough. It was a bad day for BB Team and GK, but they still have plenty of time to turn things around here on day number 2.
Definitely do. So that's it for us. Let's hop back to you guys on the show. Get this game rolling. Whoop.
Day number 2 of the group stage, and Group A gets off to a brilliant start. However, for day 2, some of the gods of the pantheon in PUBG now make it to the battlegrounds. How are they going to contest with these titans at the top of the tables? We're about to find out. Stay tuned for more. My name is Kalaris, your host throughout all of what's going on, and joining me to my left-hand side, it is, of course, Avenger, it's Toffees, and the man. No, I'm not going to do it again. It's Godspeed as well.
You're done.
I got to get it in there as quickly as possible. Avenger, though, coming into today, it's fair to say we have some huge names coming in for day 2.
Yeah, I mean, some of the biggest expectations is coming in from Group C is like, you know, Liquid, obviously, big name. Freaks, big name. There's some guys coming in here that could be our winners once we're done with the finals.
I mean, that's a big part. Freaks coming in is crazy, right? Yesterday, we saw Rock come out on first. I'm already throwing books because of how
that
crazy.
was quick, actually.
Well, because Freaks, I think Freaks are going to be quick. I think Freaks are going to come in and just disrupt this lobby right out of the gate. I think we got teams like VP that have been made some changes that could be very interesting. So I think this is going to be kind of like a fire alarm day for some teams.
I'm honestly really just curious to see how Twisted is going to play, because they didn't play in the last 2 majors, and now coming into this one, knowing that they missed it, I mean, this is a big statement for them to make.
For sure. Which Twisted is coming into EWC? It's a huge, important question that we're going to be asking. Let's focus back on day 1, though, actually what happened throughout of it, with the Gadir top plays of the day for day number 1. We had surprises abound here, Avenger, fair to say, with teams taking those top spots we didn't necessarily think were going to be able to do so.
And some teams, you know, had 2 really good games and then kind of silent off a little bit. We talked about 17 Game Herd, Bora and Toby talked about it as well. Like Falcons obviously had some good performance throughout. We heard from Shrimpsy saying, you know, we are focused on just getting the points when we can win games. Make sure we go out, you know, 3, 4, maybe 6, 8 kills in that game, so we don't have those 0 and 1 point games, which is extremely important.
Yeah, and, you know, looking at a team like Rock, who I think surprised absolutely everybody, they were just super consistent. But more importantly, after they had their, you know, first couple, I think the first game they had 9 points, second game they really didn't kind of put it together, but then they really started to play with a lot of confidence, which was nice to see, because a team like that coming to a stage like this, you would think maybe they don't have as much confidence, especially after the PGS.
I think what's the scary thing, Toffees, is you would think about, yeah, okay, this tournament's wide open. Right. We have so many good teams across the board. It felt like yesterday opened it up even further.
Yes, but here's the caveat to that. I think when you look at this, so this is that comparison of how our teams did yesterday, sort of our big performers or surprises, and the points they collected along the way. Obviously, you get more points as you go along, right?
I could tell you were trying to pull this apart here, seeing where's the colors. I can't see the colors, but yeah, Rock obviously having a first and 2 second places, 3 double-digit games here was obviously massive for them. But also, I was really impressed with Gen.G, especially on the Miramar games. They managed to get 32 points on their 2 Miramar games, which is insane.
I think the big one, is where you saw that spike for T1 pushing there at the end. Rock relatively consistent. But I kind of want to go back to what we talked about with Rock in the lobby. I think one of the issues that they're going to run into as they go forward here is yesterday, while all the lobbies I think are even, there were about 4 teams that just struggled yesterday. And I think by game 2, Rock went, we're not getting punished for these sort of late game sends that we like to do. And they got away with it at least twice. And I don't know if they go to the finals, which they will, that's going to be available to them.
It's that and the amount of space they were, amount of control. I highly doubt they're going to be able to replicate that today.
Let's take a look at the Bravia top reactions as well from yesterday, because we had all of these teams popping off. We started it off, Avenger, with 17, ecstatic about their victory. Falcons was looking calm and collected, though.
Yeah, they were 17 gaming, 32 points in 2 games on their Wrangle games. Obviously huge for them. Silent off a little bit, but the facts are half of the games yesterday, half of them were extreme hardships, difficult to predict, difficult to play. And we had a lot of teams that are, you know, in the early stages of Wrangle, they're dead center, you know, especially our first game, dead center, 2 hardships down to multi, extremely difficult to kind of predict around that. That's also why we saw some of the teams, you know, trying to go on these huge rotations on the other sides, trying to predict if there's going to be open space. Then they get another shift to that direction. Then they just have like, okay, guys, we have everything ahead of us. Rondo is difficult to play as well. Like, it's going to be some insane games today. Miramar was the only thing that was stable, but it was stable in the 2 same locations, making it difficult for our Western teams to try to get in there.
Well, gentlemen, that is day 1. Now let's focus on what we've got for day 2. Here's the Jamil Motorsports arrival of the day. Again, we have some big, heavy hitters making their way to the stadium to see how they are going to land on the battle Battlegrounds, and I think a lot of people should be scared coming into today here, Toffees.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of big shakeups. Obviously, the Freaks are taking the field. Liquid, something to prove after their PGS non-showing, if you will. VP in a situation, they brought 2 coaches to this bad boy. They got a new player on the roster. They're out here to sort of make a statement. And the thing that blows my mind, Martin, is the fact that multiple times we've mentioned these teams, we keep mentioning Twisted Minds last. And when's the last time we did that, right?
I have my eyes on Freaks, I gotta say. Like, I actually had the pleasure of speaking a little bit with Salute, the English that he can do. He always have fun with it. My first question is always like, guys, are you going to be coming in here dominating? No,
Sure.
it's just we're going to be chilling.
We're going to get a chance to talk about Freaks, but looking at A versus C here, Godspeed, I want to talk to you about this because Toffees brings up a good point. Anytime we come into a tournament in the last 3 years, Twisted Minds will be the first team we talk about. This time, that's not the case. Talk to me about Twisted Minds here.
Honestly, I mean, failing to qualify for just the last 2 PGSs, I think, is a big one, right? And then we saw even when they played at PGC, generally they have pretty good results, but they didn't have it this time either. And so when you come into a fresh year, again, not qualifying after a disappointing PGC, where does that leave them when we come into EWC, which is essentially one of the biggest tournaments of the year?
Yeah. My biggest issue with Twisted Minds, and this might just be a hot take you guys get mad at, is that, yes, Batulin was once considered the best IQ in PUBG, and then the patches began, where we started to see new things thrown in constantly. Panzerfaust, BRDMs, E-pickups, gliders, and since that shift happened, they have been kind of on a decline in my mind.
And again, it's easy to try and catch up to a team that's got a target on the back. It's hard to be number one and constantly innovate and be the one pushing the envelope, Avenger, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a team where, the constant of them being so stable was because there's not too many changes last year.
Yeah.
Here, we're getting in an insane amount of changes this year. Like, you're having too many curveballs thrown at them.
Of course, though, let's shift over to one of the big heavy hitters coming in from Group C, a team that a lot of people are looking at as one of the potential favorites for the whole thing. Let's take a look at DN Freaks.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm here with DN Freaks, Heaven, and Gumin for a little chit-chat time here at EWC 2025. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. All right, well, Freaks, you have had an amazing start to 2025. You're either placing first or second in almost every tournament you enter. Well, how is that going to carry on to 2025 EWC? I want to know.
일단 저희가 지금 이제 계속 성적을 잘 내고 있기도 하고 어느 정도 이제 더 합이 맞아간다고 생각해서 저희가 지금 이제 느끼는 그 좀 1도 좀 다 좋다고 느끼고 있어가지고 이번에도 1 낼 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
자신감도 있는 상태고 좀 이제 다른 팀들이 저희 팀을 무서워하지 않을까 싶습니다.
좋습니다. 좋습니다. 그리고 이제 제가 또 궁금했던 게 워낙 이렇게 합을 오래 맞춰왔던 뭐 혜빈 선수, 김민 선수, 살루트 선수가 있는데 DL 선수 합류하고도 폼이 꾸준하면서 이 케미스트리가 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 좀 DL 선수가 합류하게 되면서 좀 어떤 역할을 해주고 있는지 좀 듣고 싶은데.
제가 느끼기에는 이제 저희 규민이랑 살루트 선수가 오더를 같이 규민 선수가 메인 오더고 살루트 선수가 서브 오더다 보니까 좀 그 부분들을 최대한 채워주려고 하는 것 같고
그리고 이제 또 곧 경기가 시작이 되잖아요. EWC를 앞두고 개인적인 목표가 있는지 아니면 뭐 팀적인 목표는 당연히 우승일 텐데 개인적인 목표 나 이번 대회에선 이 정도는 하고 싶다라고 설정해 두신 게 있을까요?
그래도 팀에서는 제일 잘했다 보다는 그냥 제 역할을 했다? 당연히 우승 생각하고 하고 있습니다.
맞지 그쵸 당연하죠. 규민 선수는요?
저랑 살루트 선수가 저번 세계대회에서 조금 안 좋은 모습을 보여드려서 실망하시는 분들이 많았을 것 같은데 이번 대회를 계기로 다시 저희의 본 실력을 다시 보여드려서 팬분들 다시 기쁘게 해드리는 게 일단 제 개인적인 목표인 것 같고요. 당연히 팀적인 목표는 우승할 수 있다고 생각하고 라고도 생각해서 그 두 개가 복합적인 부분인 것 같습니다.
They come in as one of the scariest prospects. They are unbelievably consistent. And with Salute at the helm, how much can this do, Avenger?
Yeah, they can do massive things. I asked them again, are you guys going to come in dominating here? Are you nervous? It's like, no, I'm relaxed. There's no pressure for me. I've done it all. So I'm just going to come in here, play my game and focus on that. And that's what this team is really about. They're going to play their game, Human obviously at the helm of things. It's going to be awesome to see these guys pop off.
Yeah, especially with Guman and Sloot. I think you were talking about it a lot, Steve, is the fact that Heaven coming into this roster has really kind of changed it for them, and they've really been able to find their consistency, because we've seen a lot of the Korean teams, like when we look at teams that even Seoul has played on, kind of not finding that consistency as far as just qualifying for a lot of events. That's not an issue for the Freaks.
So bringing him onto the team, game changer. You look at the stat changes, huge. But on top of that, Seoul, when he transferred off of Danoa, basically sparked some retirements, and essentially what we saw was just the entire region burn for a minute, right? And Freaks came out of that battle in front. They managed to pillage the region. They got all of these incredible players. They put together a really strong lineup, and this starting to feel very much like their year, maybe even their half decade if they continue to grow in the momentum that they've got.
Well, the Salute situation is no secret to people, right? A superstar player, but clearly there's some friction there sometimes on Salute rosters. Sorry, Seoul rosters, I should say. Anyway, regardless of that, let's move on from Korea for a moment and actually take our focus and attention to Americas, as we now finally have Team Liquid back on land. Sheesh.
Hi guys, I'm with Team Liquid. Good to see you guys. How's everyone doing? How are you, Alo?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic today. Well, all right. Well, let's ask Purdy first. Sparky, if you would.
All right.
So, Purdy, you guys are back with Team Liquid after your run with TSM. You had a little bit of a time where we didn't get to see you in a lot of tournaments, but how did you do? What did you do during that time to make sure you were fully prepared for EWC?
We just practiced when we could, did a lot of review, a lot of analytical work with Nomi, and just a lot of practice as a team and trying to bond as much as we can.
Yeah, shout out to Nomi in the back. Hello, Nomi. Yeah, peace out. Okay, well, Sparking, this win would mean so much for the team, but with the club championship on the line, this is a big one. Can you picture yourself on that stage, putting that key in, what would that feel like?
I mean, it would be a dream coming true, right? And especially winning WC, I think the most important tournament in sports. So we would be part of history, and that win would not only be important for us, but also for the whole Team Liquid, you know? So it would be nice to be part of that history.
Yeah, part of the history. I love that. Well, have fun today. Crush it, everyone. All right. Say bye, Luke.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Off you go.
A deadly roster with deadly potential. 2024 for them was massive. Under the banner of TSM, obviously, there were some issues with them trying to get onto lands, and then obviously the power ranking situation, but they are here, back for EWC, looking good.
Back for EWC with a chip on their shoulder and a club championship to try to help secure. These are the guys who can handle the pressure. They've been playing the game since it came out. They know how to do this thing, and more importantly, they're hungry. This is one of those, if they play the way that I expect them to, the way that TSM, which they were branded before, looked like at PGC last year, they could be the PGC champions. They could very well be the EWC champions here without too much friction.
Yeah, and honestly, the consistency we saw over the last year was just almost second to none. They were one of the best teams in the world, hands down. And then you had, last year at EWC, it was actually Sparking, I believe, who got the MVP as well.
Yes, he did.
So amazing player.
50K.
And I feel like the more that this team marinates, the better that they have become. And I'm hoping to see that consistency continue this year, even though they missed the last two PGS.
I mean, plus I love the step up with having Nomi in there. Like he's a huge addition in terms of everything that comes into from a strategic level. But I mean, I just had a pleasure of like eating with them here for the lunch. Like I have two favorite quotes coming in from Sparking. One is "Be better than yesterday." He has that tattooed, and the number two is, "If you don't see the doctor, there's nothing wrong with you."
Fair.
That's true.
And for now, there's nothing wrong with Team Liquid at #1 for the club championships, right? They are sat there sitting pretty, and I think they're very happy with some of the results that have been filtering in from Team Falcons from some of the other games, because I think a lot of people expected Falcons to have a very strong performance. However, another team that is on the hunt for a #1 position at the club rankings is Virtus.pro. They're also here representing PUBG for EWC here, Toffees, and this roster has got Curexi on board now. This is a powerful one.
So the Curexi add-on, I think, is going to be a big move. I know right now one of the little struggles they're having with the transition is they want Curexi to help in those early game calls with Nixie, and so far he's been a little bit quiet, but I think that's something that they've been focused on, sort of bringing him in as a 1-2 early game call. I think if he turns on, he has the game IQ to get them moving early and then turn over the late game to Luca. And I think that's going to be really important for them if they get Curexi bought in quickly.
Martin, your thoughts on VP?
I mean, I think this roster here is it's kind of meant to be of how everything kind of works. I think it's going to be one of the powerhouses coming out from Europe. Obviously, having worked closely with BME here at Nations Cup, I think he's one of the most underrated players. Even though second most kills at PGC last year, like he's such a good player, but the clutch moments and this kind of level that he has, kill feed tracking, knowledge of where teams come, the timing, everything, he's just like one of the most perfect players.
EMEA in general had a mixed performance yesterday, that's fair to say. Maybe Virtus.pro or even a Twisted Minds can right that ship a little bit. Another team from our region that did all right yesterday, Godspeed, was Na'Vi. They got themselves, 30-some points, I think?
Yeah, I think they've ended up in 6th place overall. And the important thing about Na'Vi is that even in their bad games, they were able to salvage those points. And I think that really matters. We've seen before where teams will drop donuts. I don't really think that was the case for Na'Vi. You see Hakatori also having a good performance for himself. Fairist as well, coming in late in the blue multiple times, acted as that kind of back scout for them, which made sure they didn't get backfilled, and that caused their edge to be much cleaner than some of the other teams.
I agree with that. I think Extends, the jury's still out on how this is fitting in. Fairist said they trust him, they like him putting in calls, and they follow when it comes through. The problem I have a little bit with Na'Vi yesterday is they did make a few calls that felt a little bit slapped together at the last second. They found themselves in some really tough dives and fights that you kind of wonder maybe proactivity or a second of waiting might have been more effective.
Well, we're 2 minutes out, but we've got a few more things to actually cover here. So the Aramco Power Ranking. We've made some changes here and there. We've actually changed the category completely. As got favorites, contenders, but surprises. Avenger, yesterday, we definitely had some of those.
Yeah, we put T1 into contenders now after the performance yesterday and put all gamers global, AGA, all. We had to put them down to surprises. 30 points yesterday was not the level that we expect them to. Also, Rock already basically being qualified. Gen.G, massive performance in terms of surprise.
Right, because not every surprise is good. Sometimes a surprise is bad, right? Rock, pleasant surprise, came out of nowhere. Gen.G, who we've been making fun of for resting on their GPTs, steps up and puts up a huge performance. But again, all gamers global, deeply disappointed.
The main issue that I have looking at it is that Destroy had 4 kills, and I think Haisaki had a single kill. And that's because they also just could not last beyond Circle 2 or 3 in some of those games.
And we looked at those Vietnamese teams in our head-to-head yesterday, but this time for our Saudi National Bank head-to-head, we are going to be taking a look at our South Korean overlords, because we've got T1, who did brilliantly yesterday, but now DN Freaks enters the fray, Martin, and considering the potential of this roster, I think a lot of people are banking on them to potentially win it all.
I mean, you can't go second place at our 2 PGSs and not have huge expectations coming to you, right? And this team, they're just such a good team. Like, I feel like Deal obviously coming into how everything works with them, it's just a perfect roster right now. Like, I've always been saying, I hate that we don't have all the Korean superstars in the same lineup like we did with Danawa, but here it feels like they're really putting it in there.
Agree.
Toughies.
I mean, I think the issue, what I love also about them is they've been getting these seconds and these seconds. They haven't peaked at the wrong time yet, right? They're coming in with this, we keep getting second places, and they're going to come here to EWC ready to make that play, make that run. It's not going to be, hopefully, a Twisted Minds, hey, we just won 3 in a row, and then we get to the big show and don't even make the grand finals.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Here we covered a lot here in this pre-show, and you guys should be excited for what's to come. We have got ourselves Groups A going up against Group C to figure out who is going to be able to walk away with those points. There's only a few more games left for Group A. They've got to do something now.
"32 players fresh from the sidelines will step into the chaos of the Battlegrounds today. Teams who were watching, analysing, strategizing. Their time has now come. Today, Group C enters the mix. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and welcome to day 2 of the group stage for PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Yesterday, we had teams who came out swinging, and we have others who desperately need a good day today. And so, one thing is for certain, is the temperature is going to be dialed up today, because we already have teams who are fighting for survival. So make some noise as they enter the stage, starting with Toyo! They are Capitan, Emi, Benha, and Rivo. Game, start, win. They are CC, Ming, AZ, and Xiao Tong. FN Pochon. They are Star-Lord, Zenith, Rex, and Americano. Petrichor Road. They are Aches Left, Ming Ming, Chewy, and Nan. Buriram United Esports. They are Khan, Rius, Eddie, and Dynasty. The Expendables. They are Clories, Delwyn, Tanvu, and Duck Juice. Sense. They are Tigger, Belmoth, Thanodol, and Flash. TDT Esports. They are Huang F, Jun, Wang Yi, and Ziyu1. Twisted Minds. They are Batulins, Lu, Perfectix, and Example. Gaming. They are Lil Ghost, Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu, and 7-7. DN Freaks. They are Gilvin, Heaven, Salute, and Deal. Theraton 5. They are Rossiter Jr., Pathumpong, Fluky, and Ranger X. Virtus.pro. They are Lucarux, Nixie, Beanie, and Corexi. T1. They are Type, Raining, E-End, and Heather. Team Liquid. They are Alo, Luke, Sparking, and Purdy Curty. Navi. They are Fairist, Sosid, Hakatori, and Extends. This is where the pressure kicks in, because we have one group that needs to make a first impression and another that needs to make a lasting impression. It is time for day 2 of the group stage.
How will it all unfold? Day number 2 for the group stage here. We already set the tone. Barney says it perfectly. One team here only has 6 games remaining. The other side has an opportunity to really set a brilliant pace. Joining me, Avenger, Godspeed, and Toffees for day number 2 of the group stage here. Avenger, the big heavy hitters coming in. They are a terrifying prospect for every other team in this lobby.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, we're coming in saying there's no, like, stage of group, like death. What's it called? Group of death? Group of death, yeah. There's no group of death here, but C is the one that gets close to it, right? It's scary to come in. It's also scary to be the team that comes in having not played any games yet, with the other teams potentially having a lot of points already on the leaderboard.
I think when you say group of death, you can maybe say this combo of groups really is a very difficult one to deal with. You got Falcons and 17 coming in with momentum today. On the other side of that, you've got a couple of heavy hitters, some surprise. I think VP is actually going to shock a lot of people with how they come out of the gate pretty strong. I know they spent 5 days at the headquarters for VP being pampered and training in a camp format right before they flew here, and so they really haven't felt better before. So I think there's a lot of surprises in this group waiting to come out.
Yeah, and to kind of bounce off Martin's point as well, for the teams that did already have some practice, sure, they're going to feel a little warm, but for the teams that are coming in, I'm sure they watched yesterday's games, right? And there's going to be those adjustments when we say, like, oh, I don't think Rock is going to be able to occupy as much space. I feel like they're going to get punished for that.
So my question is, and again, it's a big one for everybody out there, it is, does 2024 Twisted Minds, Twisted Era turn up, Martin, or does 2025 Twisted Minds turn up? Because that is going to be a focal point for so many fans out there.
They just have to make finals, right? And we're going to see
at least
because they're, I mean, huge for Twisted Minds. They are in the run in the club championship too, right? And they're a team that's been signed for this. They're a team that after 3 consecutive PGS wins, they're a team that's expected to do well at globals.
Toffees, you're shaking your head.
You know, the devastating thing for me is on paper, there's no reason for them to not show up. They are still a team of incredible players, but if they don't show up here, the conversations have to start of, do they change the roster? Do people start to retire? Do you take Hakatori from Na'Vi? What is the solution to try to get this team back up and running? Because their brand, their fans expect a top performance, finals every single time, and always in the top 5, and we just haven't had that delivered in 2025.
Can Godspeed be the tiebreaker?
Oh man, I'd have to guess that after not making the last 2 PGSs that they are coming here with a fire. But again, the club championship thing also really has a big play in this lobby because you have VP, Team Liquid, and Twisted Minds. Like we did talk about that earlier, but is that extra pressure added to these players knowing that they have to represent their org to the best of their ability?
It's a good question.
I mean, Twisted Mind is spending money on this team to come to the club championships and put up numbers, right? Like at the end of the day, that's what EWC has created, a ecosystem where clubs are investing. Liquid is investing right now in PUBG because they need those points. And I think that is really cool for the teams, but the pressure that adds is huge because if you don't deliver, if you were, say, maybe Falcons last year who didn't deliver the points required, you're going to get swapped out for someone else.
The same reason why Virtus.pro is grabbing Corexi from FaZe. FaZe not even here. Virtus.pro is building one of the superstar lineups here for PUBG to have big expectations to come in here. Virtus.pro is also in the run. They're one of the only organizations that have players in all of the games that are playing in the next couple of weeks. Here, they're trying to come in to make moves here. So yeah, big expectations on them too.
And something that doesn't get talked about much, actually across a lot of esports, never mind PUBG, is that was a buyout of Corexi. I don't know if I'm like opening Pandora's box there talking about this kind of thing, but that was a buyout. They knew taking him off FaZe needed to be a big thing, a big statement. Godspeed here for Virtus.pro. They are investing heavily to try and get some points on the board here as Virtus.pro. But again, if you bring that back to PUBG for Virtus.pro, this is a devastatingly good lineup that could easily make waves. We saw what they did with a previous lineup at PGC. Never mind here with this roster.
Yeah, they had a great PGC, and then you also kind of look at the situation that's going on with their coach. They technically have 2 coaches.
They have great support staff around.
Yeah, and they have great support staff as well. And so with that addition of Corexi, you also have Beamy, who you did talk about being underrated. I actually agree. I think he's a phenomenal player. I think this is a team that could, not a dark horse, not even a contender. I mean, this should be a team that we're looking at to potentially potentially win this event.
If they get out of the blue, they can do it. I think that's, we go back to PGS.
He doesn't want to be there.
It became a meme for a reason, right? I mean, it salvages you some points, and if you're just looking at getting the ranking to make your way to EWC, I guess whatever. But if this team, with the addition of Curexy, gets out of the blue and plays aggressive, game's over.
I mean, the silent buff to the blue zone damage multiplier that no one has talked about in any patch notes, but is there, is here, it's in these. It's a huge change, and we're going to see way less of blue zone healing. Still, teams are still going to do it when you have that one player just to survive. It's just a way less impact than it was before.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was. We saw someone doing it yesterday. They got, gained a couple extra points out of it. But I think with the new systems and all the things being put into the game, we're not going to see it as often as you're right. I think other things that were put in that we're not seeing used, I feel like the BRDM was trash yesterday. We saw it 3 times, and it was worthless.
People realize that you just got to shoot it.
Exactly. I mean, you just have to shoot it, or again, the Panzers have just been a hard counter. We talk about C4s and how it's much more harder to counter that, especially if you have a bike flying at your compound. I'm not sure if you would have anything to say about that.
I don't have any.
We ripped him yesterday. It was good times.
I have no experience with bikes flying into my compound, wiping my whole lineup.
The BRDM can be countered much easier than a lot of other things in the game.
Well, this is the thing, right? Of course, I think some of these things that people thought were going to be oppressive, like the BRDM, as you're saying, Panzers are almost always on at least one member of a roster. And then even if you get to the late game of some scenarios, sometimes those teams that are found themselves in the late game, they might have a Lynx as well. So if they've got that in their hands, Avenger, that's going to be able to shred it if they need to be.
We just so much, more often now see Panzers in USs. There's going to be all these extra situations where people realize just shoot at it. And it's like if everyone just shoots a little bit at it, it's going to go out. It's not going to have a huge impact. I mean, as much as everyone talked about the revive stations having a huge impact, it's not as much as are. It's more when you have these hot drops, you're able to get people back. But after that, if you do it past, circle 2 or 3, you're going to get too late into the circle, and there's going to be no room left to play.
Yeah.
I think in the classic PUBG, we say the most important thing to master is communication, work as a team. I think you can add flexibility to that now. The amount of things that have been added, whether it's BRDM, C4s, Panzerfaust, gliders, whatever, you have to be flexible as a team. You have to have somebody packing things just in case.
Yes.
And I think that, for me, is what stood out in this season.
And the meta revolves around new changes, new things, and how things go. And initially, people will say, okay, that is a problem that we're going to have to deal with. But how do you solve that puzzle is the question. I mean, even yesterday at Godspeed, when you see as Falcons goes for some blue chip reses on the Miramar, and then they have, Tickleton over on an island because he has nowhere else to go to loot. He comes in completely wounded in terms of loot. He's coming in late. He's away from his teammates. These lobbies are able to deal with these factors so much better than your casual lobby, let's say.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that, right? Falcons is a perfect example because you had Tig all the way off to the east on an island, then you had Huynh trying to come down and meet up with his teammate Trimsy, and Martin is 100% correct. When it comes to those reses, especially when we saw it at PNC, sometimes people were just coming down as free points because if you're coming down on a res super late, you're not going to make an impact. If anything, you're actually feeding other teams that otherwise wouldn't be getting those points.
This is a massive point. I think that idea of teams having to be responsible with those blue chips is something that we don't often talk about, but I think the teams are relatively aware of. There was that premise of, are we just going to use this for scouting? But you can't, because if they scout and land in a bad spot and get taken out, you're just handing points that could be the difference between playing for that 650,000 or nothing.
The earlier the better. When it comes to blue chips, the earlier you res, I think they were made perfect for hot drops. I think that's an amazing application for them, especially if you're not third-party contested. Sure. Otherwise, when you're going in phase 4, phase 5, phase 6, and eventually looking for trouble.
But it's still not worth hot dropping. The time that you lose,
No, I agree.
Have no priority coming into the circle. You're not going to be hot dropping the edge. You're going to be hot dropping the center. The reason why you loot center is just statistically over a set amount of games, you're going to have a higher chance of being closer to the first circle and have higher priority getting into one of the highest priority compounds that we have the most wins from, or the best kind of entry to kind of fight forward towards the next circles.
And speaking of hot drops, we know, or it's very likely, that there are going to be solutions to problems that were on internationals before, right? Say, for example, the Petrichor Twisted Minds hot drop that we had throughout PGS 7, throughout PGS 8 toffees. That caused both teams problems in the long run. But we feel like some of that might have been settled now. We've seen Twisted Minds kind of navigate away from maybe apartments, which is a crazy thing to be talking about on international.
So I think there's two things. A, we've learned again this year that hot drops just are not worth it. It's not worth that battle. There's no pride, especially at an event this big, that is worth risking it.
So much money.
I also think the fact that blue chips are in there, and so now when you do do take that fight, you're like, as long as one person survives, they get back and running. So you're not hurting a team as much as you used to. If you lose the hot drop but make them limp off with 1 or 2, it could have been worth it.
Yes.
Now they're bringing their buys back, and they're right back up to full strength. So I think that discourages them. The only time I see hot drops as valuable is if you are way behind on the last day and you need to find points to qualify, maybe you start hot dropping, because if you can go lose 3 and get your guys back up, that's still 4 points in the hopper.
Or you're so far in the lead that you're going to be able to deny another team to go into the finals, or deny another team that you want their loot spot. Go to the loot spot when they don't have enough points and say, hey, guys, you're not going to the finals because we want that loot spot in the finals.
I mean, that's why Twisted Minds fell last Esports World Cup, right? We had Tycon and the guys heading over to Power Grid over in Miramar. It forces Twisted Minds to go elsewhere, and that stopped Twisted Minds from being able to move on. So it's huge ramifications.
Yeah, and that's actually, talking about Twisted Minds and Petrichor specifically, that's a really good point, because Petrichor, when you look at their results from the last 2 events, of 16th and 20th in PGS 7 and 8, and that is not at all what we expect from a team like Petrichor. So this is really going to be their event to prove. Yes, a lot of it is predicated on hot drops and how they ruin their event, but I mean, they can't be doing that here at EWC, especially with so little games to qualify.
I will say this, though, like, the magnitude of this event for them as well is a whole different mindset, it feels like. IXF comes in here and is like, Esports World Cup is the biggest thing. That's what I want to win as well, you know?
Yes.
Like, they were insane last year here as well. Like, they play differently at big events than they do at their PGS.
That's fair. That's fair.
Just for a moment here, we are just waiting for all of our players to get good to go. So we're not just talking for no reason. We are waiting for them to be ready as well. So, but it gives us a great chance, Toffees, to really kind of break down and see what's going on for this today.
I think like what Martin just brought up, you're right. I mean, we heard Sparking say it when they walked in as Liquid. He said, this is our chance to be part of history. And I think a lot of players see it that way, right? There's 2 ways to make your name in history when it comes to PUBG. You can win PGC, the most powerful honor in the history of our esport, right? To be on that trophy, to be in the Hall of Fame every year. The other option is if you come here to EWC and you walk through the hallways, the winners are immortalized everywhere. The trophies are on the wall. They even have a special section in this facility where only previous winners are allowed to go. Like, it's huge. And winning here, they buy into that, the players.
I have, through my other esports endeavors as well, witnessed an individual win a team like Team Liquid millions of extra dollars because of the club championship. Imagine being that individual to bring that kind of honor. Never mind 4 players here, which could easily do it as well. You know, obviously, Sonic's now becoming Falcons here, Godspeed. That's a huge... No, actually, I will phrase it like that. It's a huge weight on their shoulders to carry. They're trying to carry the Falcons back into a back-to-back club championship.
Exactly, because like you said, they've been club champions before, and this organization has a lot of expectations. You look at just their other teams across esports. I mean, they have some of the best players across esports on their teams.
Yes.
So Falcons is no different in PUBG, right? This is a very storied roster, and again, that pressure we talk about for Team Liquid, for Team VP, for Falcons, you know, teams that are in the running for this club championships, what I think is an awesome idea. It's been amazing to see.
And of course, there with the keys, only 1 will remain at the very end of this tournament. 23 others will fall down into the crusher and will be gone, will be added to potentially to the totem, or the 3 keys that get added to the trophy at the very end of Enja. So if you're a team and you suddenly win PUBG at the Esports World Cup, you get to pick 3 other keys to have in your trophy at the end. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that, and especially coming back as a now Team Falcons guys, having won everything. They say, yeah, there's not too much pressure. We're the best of 12 champions here. Like, we know how to do it. We're gonna do it again, but the facts are, these guys are here just to defend their title, to make sure they get 1,000 points for the club championship.
But that is the scary thing about a best of 12 final. It's that with the quality of our teams across the board, Toffees, I feel like, as we continue our lovely podcast here, brought to you by the Esports World Cup, I believe any of our teams could win that best of 12 at the end. It could be utter chaos.
Any team. Well, I mean, honestly, it's also because one of the things that we know PUBG has is RNG, right? And the idea is controlling those moments. And yesterday we saw 2 circles that were unpredictable or not often played, and teams had to adjust. I think it was Miramar, where it was just a brutal no-cover circle. And with only 12 games to play and this much quality in the lobby, I think it was Fuzzface that said it best a couple of years back. He said a great team wins the games they're not supposed to, not just the ones they should.
You love that quote.
It's a great quote.
DreamHack Austin 2018.
Is that how long ago it was?
That is we're too old. All right, wait.
Quote, though.
One of those teams, of course, here that is looking for redemption from last year coming into this year is Twisted Minds. Let's take a look.
Hey everybody, welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by the Twisted Minds boys. It's Battlegrouunds and Tap. How's it going, guys?
Amazing. Finally.
Amazing with a bit of like...
Yeah. I mean, I just slept like 2 hours, 3 hours, but happily arrived to Riyadh. And hopefully we're gonna do better than previous year.
Tap, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, amazing now, because like I take my flight like yesterday, and so I sleep well. I have 8 hours of my sleep, so yeah.
Oh,
way more better than
All right, we'll get straight into it. Most recent lands, you've had top 10 finishes, but obviously that's not the kind of expectations you guys have your own shoulders. What seems to be missing from getting that top spot, do you feel? Let's start with you, Battlegrouunds.
Well, I could call it like a rough start of the year. We also had like hot drops in China with like Pero, so we took a lot of our time of preparation, of thoughts, and also we didn't play well as a team. So hopefully we made, as I said, good preparation for EWC, and we'll see what we're gonna show this year.
I feel like when a team like you guys don't secure the top spot, even at like regionals, alarm bells start ringing for people, right? Do you feel like your region has kind of like stepped up a bit, or is there like just simple adjustments that you guys need to make?
Well, it's kind of complicated question. Since we won so many tournaments through like all of these years, like 5 years of domination, like pure domination. And at the same time, I want to say that region really looks better than before. Many people kind of prepare for us, like they know how we play for ages already. But at the same time, as a, as a competitor, I always have to say that we have to do better. There's something in the middle, the truth is in the middle.
EWC 2024, obviously not the finish that you wanted. However, you've had a year. What adjustments have been made? Do you feel like that will improve your spot for this year? How excited are you guys, to just be here, like at this major LAN and, to prove everyone that you can, get a higher spot here at EWC 25?
I don't want to say like I can live in the past. Anyway, it's a new story, new chapter, new part. A lot of things was changed, like patch, meta inside the game, some teams, even rosters for this tournament, so it's absolutely new story. We'll see how it's going, because like we are super prepared, we are super confident in our power strength anyway, like we will play from our strong sides, so we'll see.
A confident Twisted Minds here at EWC. PUBG is going to pop off. We'll see you in a bit.
Now that is Twisted Minds, of course. A lot of people consider them the most consistent team of all time. 2025 has been a lapse, though, for this roster. And Avenger, when we look at them regionally, I think it is fair to say that CIS in particular has really ramped up the aggression and power at the top spots to try and challenge Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the depth of skill we have in EMEA has been insane. And but I think the focus for them is just different now. Like now, we heard them say here, we've done it all. We have been dominating for 5 years in the regions they had, through the PCSs, through our PECs. Yeah. It's been for a long time. They've won and won and won, right? And I asked Battlegrouunds before PGC last year, like, you're going to come in here and then what's the next? Are you going to retire? What's up? And he's like, no, I want to win 2 PGCs. I want to be the ultimate champion. I don't want to be disputed in the GOAT talk, like, and that's what it's here for. And this year has crumbled. Last year, PGC, not as like they didn't make it to Esports World Cup finals. They made 18th. PGC 8th. Like the big events just kind of crumble in between their hands, and that's what I'm really hoping to see this year. Is like they're gonna come back and they're gonna define that. Okay, sure, it's been a rough year, but the era is still ours.
Yeah, and something to say as well, we always talk about how easy it is to try to get a lead in a game, but it's hard to hold that lead. I mean, they've been holding the lead in their region, as you stated, for years, and that's really difficult. So not only, I'm sure, as Battlegrouunds was saying, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, where the teams have been getting better, but they've also been getting figured out. Teams are watching them, studying how they play, figuring out exactly what they're doing to be so consistent, and that's difficult to shake when you have that many teams and players on your back.
The truth may lie in the middle, but the truth lies on the battlefield, and we're going to see today exactly if this this magic or this feeling that they've got going on is good. I mean, that interview, I maybe changed my position a little bit on what I think they're going to do today. They seem confident. They seemed relaxed in a way I haven't seen them in a while.
That's the thing. They seemed super confident. So let's find out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get to game number 1 here for Groups A versus Group C. Time to head over to the commentator team for all of the action as we get our games underway.
God, they just give anybody a podcast nowadays. As it is time to get into game number 1. We've got Groups A and C, tons of action, but thank you so much on the analyst desk for giving us such an amazing breakdown of everything that we are looking at going into the day.
They really nailed it, and really love the way that they're breaking down the impact and kind of decision-making process that the blue chip system brings into PUBG Esports this year with its new edition. So really, really good stuff, really informative stuff from our desk. As always, they're the best. As we look to Erangel for our first couple maps of the day, and we got Group C in here now. As we've been talking about all day, heavy hitters in PUBG Esport in Group C. I mean, my goodness, so many good squads.
A lot of up-and-coming faces. Well, I wouldn't say up-and-coming faces. Teams that have high expectations for them, I guess is a better way to say it. Of course, we've got Petrichor Road, fan favorite, and Exlip that's going to be coming through.
You bet.
Not getting a ton of attention just due to their performance and how they've been coming out. But what really draws my attention is what going on with Team Liquid. Whenever we look at the Club Championship, there's a lot of stakes for Team Liquid to perform here, and Team Liquid has just been getting very, very close to getting that first place position at a lot of internationals, but they just can't quite seem to grab it.
Exactly, and I think this is a great moment for them to step up, not just for themselves, you know, for their careers, for their history. Again, none of these players have ever won an international event, right? So you're looking at a squad full of guys who are hungry, who've been so close, you know, going back to PGC last year with that second place finish, just behind the Expendables and a nail-biter coming into that last Erangel. For sure, they have something to prove here, and for sure, if they could close out the Club Championship for Team Liquid for all intents and purposes by getting a win.
Yeah, that could be big for them. Another squad I know you're chomping at the bit to talk about is we're getting a kind of awkward circle. It's going to have a lot of that channel kind of running through the middle of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's leaning a bit more south, but you never know. Circle's been a bit crazy. Team I know you want to talk about, though.
Sure.
The Freaks.
Yeah, I love the Freaks, obviously. But I think the Freaks are really close to breaking through, and they talked about it in their interview with Bella, where they were saying, you know, we feel like we're better in sync now than we were even at PGS when we got second at both 7 and 8. So for sure, you're looking towards them to be a team that can be even better than they were. To win an event would be huge. You know, I was talking to Gumin a little bit before the event started here, and just kind of, you know, saying, hey man, like, how are you feeling? How are things going? And he's like, you know, I'm kind of disappointed because of our results at PNC, actually. That still was weighing on his mind. The fact that, you know, Korea underperformed, and he felt like he kind of dropped the ball a little bit with his IGLing and all that stuff. So, you know, he's had really good moments with the fragging this year. So that's something that he needs to keep up to.
I know we talked about Team Liquid, but can we talk about Sparking's hair for a second?
Sure.
Because,
I'd love to. Because I'm jealous.
I know. Oh,
I can't deny it.
Fairest, you got this. Give him the jukes. I like the fact that the new meta for dealing with this is kind of like ring around the rosy for a second. Looks like, is he getting any assistance? I don't see where anybody would be coming after it. Nope.
I think this is just a full...
Taking up time. He's fine.
We're good. This is another team that's fun to talk about here from Korea, making their debut at the international level is FN Pocheon. This is a team led by Cheese of the former Danawa team that won PGC.
Love Cheese.
Yeah, dude, he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. We all stand Cheese. But with Zenith, Americano, Star-Lord, and Rex coming through here, believe it or not, we're saying Star-Lord in 2025, folks. It's not 2019 anymore. He's still playing. He's still leading teams to success. But this is a team that, you know, is full of veterans who've been around for a while. We're kind of like, you know, scrappy players. They've kind of been on big teams at times and kind of fallen off a little bit, but they're back here again. So really excited to have them here.
Navi is inside the boats. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and set up right along this hillside. Strong hillside. You can kind of look over at the beachhead. Anybody that opts into the cross, you also have a bit of an eye on what's going on with the ferry. Maybe even get a little bit of that Novo in the southern area, gets you some control as well. Most of our teams, of course, not yet inside the circle. Big rotations coming up over into the west. It does look like 17 is holding down a foothold position at gas station near that western bridge. The Expendables are already rotating in over there. I mean, that's about the only real moving factors we've got. We do have a red zone that is going to be going on in the northern section, like on the main island itself. That might be causing a bit of a problem for Petrichor Road. Looks like they're going to skirt on the outside of it, but enough to kind of cause a problem in their rotation. I think that they were wanting to dive a bit deeper.
Yeah, for sure. They're just mostly skirting the edge of it. You can basically guarantee that you're not going to get hit by the red zone if you're on the edge of it. It's basically impossible for them to land on those sides. So that's what they're going to do. Now, I like the early rotation from Navi and Toyo here following in Navi's footsteps. They're going to go up to those cliff sides and do a little bit of scouting. So this is one of those kind of positions where you have to make a decision. Do you leave? You know, most teams will leave a player back here to watch your back as the rest swim across and try to keep you covered. But it looks like Toyo is just doing a little bit of info gathering.
They got forced off because of 17 a second ago, so it looks like they were coming over to look for a boat. And I think that they spotted out Thanadol, who is kind of isolated over here for Full Sense. The other members are over in Primorsk. They're hopping in vehicles. Looks like they're trying to come over and provide some reinforcements, but this is Expendables being expendable. We talked about this. This is the most opportunistic team I think that we have in PUBG. They will take every single point that they can find, and Thanadol seems to be that point right now, so he's got to play this a bit more aggressive. Realizes it, goes for his front top, gets one, gets more damage. Can he get a knock on the other one? Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Is the rest of Full Sense going to make it in time to do anything? It doesn't look like it. He's going to go down, and Belmont is just a second late. Are they coming in? Do they want to provide support to Tanvu? And it does look like they want to.
It looks like they're going to challenge this. This is classic the Expendables. They are very eager to punish teams' early loot locations if they know there's going to be a player on their own, or if they figure it out based on some kind of queue with maybe a door got left open. I don't know. But my guess is that the Expendables were doing their homework on scrims and saw that Full Sense was leaving a player here on their own and decided to try to capitalize on that because of the bad circle. This is their MO.
And they could not get there in time to get that kill onto Tanvu and get that support back over. Spotting out a couple of shots low onto Tigger, so a couple exchanges back and forth between the two, but Tigger does manage to take down Delwyn. Glorious has spotted out Belmont and already flushed him out.
Yeah, that he made short work of him. This is now Tigger got nailed by the grenade as well from Tanvu. So man, oh man, Full Sense coming into this event with some high hopes, and they're going to be dashed early here in this game. This is a team that is in Group A, so this is even more catastrophic for them. They needed points, and they are being denied it.
You can see it on Flash's face right now. It's they're having some problems. This is also going to give them a lot of control over into this area. Sure, it's not inside the circle, but it's going to give them time to look for potentially more loot, go on more of that hunt for the boat that they were looking at. So I have to see T1 what we got going on with
fighting Petrichor Road, but they took two players down.
Down there next to shelter. Yeah, right on the end of Death Road.
That's weird to me because Petrichor Road, we saw them earlier wrapping around the edge of that red zone. They must have stopped up or something. Going for the tires there with the UMP is Duck Jews and not able to really do much. So Flash is going to have to try to solo survive for Full Sense. But Petrichor Road just wiped them out? What happened?
Alrighty, then T1 apparently day number 2 not going like day number 1.
That is bizarre. I mean, Pero they should be able to get the reses here. They have the opportunity to go over to Prison or Milta or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of towers over here.
Yeah, they should be fine. They're actually probably going to get 4 up. Of course.
Okay, Expendables, you got goals. I love it. Flash is just trying to get out. He's got the buggy. It should fare a bit better on these hillsides, and that's why he's got some space, but he's just having to run off. And while this is all going on, we still have Team Liquid that looks like they're heading down to Ferry Pier that might be going for a stop off. So Expendables, they might not want to overextend this too much.
Well, they were trying to see if they could keep up with Flash because Delwyn was going to wrap around the other side of Quarry and try to cut him off. They couldn't get to it, though. It was just too quick. Now they might be running into Liquid.
And you called it. It looks like Chewy is going to go over to Mansion, and he should be able to get his 2 players back in. So Petrichor Road got some kills off the start, full squad wipe, and should be able to get back to full strength. They still need to get back over to their crates, though, to try to get their loot back up.
That's a tough start for T1, and I know that's going to make the coach, Sonic, very unhappy. I was just talking to him before we had the games today, and I said, you guys did great yesterday. And he's like, yeah, but he's like, you remember PGS 5? And I was like, oh, yeah, when you just missed qualifying for the finals by 1 point.
Oh, you mean rotations early being a problem for T1?
Never.
No. They make it late game. Great team. But it feels like Circle 1, Circle 2 just...
I think it's
kryptonite for him.
My guess is that Petrichor Road stopped because of the red zone or something, and it just threw things into chaos. But even then, that looked like a fight they should win because they got the first 2 kills.
There's a new problem because they're trying to regroup around those crates to see if they could get their loot up, and VP is now over there. So while the regroup is trying to happen for Petrichor Road, I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 that just came in might need to land and maybe get a bit further out. This is just an odd little dust-up that happened, and I don't think that anybody was really expecting it. But, you know, kudos to Petrichor Road. They're a team that I don't want to say has been floundering, but hasn't been performing the way that there's a lot of expectations for. Chewy is still back over here where that firefight was happening, and you can see that that's the carryover effect. The dominoes continue to fall.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get back to your original loot. You probably have guns you really like and all that other stuff. Goodness, this circle is a lot of water, a lot of river.
Bridge game.
It could be. I mean, we're lining up for maybe Southern Bridge or something like that, just underneath that that radio tower mountain. But Petrichor Road is going to have to, I think, give up Chewy, and they might even try and have to res again, dude. This is madness.
And that was one of their looted players that actually went down. So that means that there are 3 up, 2 have near on nothing, except for what they've managed to find now. So it's just been damage control from here on. But VP finding some points right off the get-go is going to feel pretty good for them. Start maybe a bit of momentum on their side. And
absolutely.
While Flash is still out in the blue shooting at nothing.
Yeah, Flash is just, he's hoping that somehow he gets deep enough into this game to get placement points. You never know. Sometimes players will find ways in completely unexpected ways. Maybe he has an emergency pickup.
Hey, on this one, all you've got to do is just swim.
Yeah. Get your laps in.
Yeah, get your laps in. You get underneath the bridge. Maybe you can get yourself at halfway decent position on it. So we just did a quick glance at Therathon 5 a second ago. So we have them coming into the lobby as well. Always a group stage terror. So could have some big come-ups for them. Yeah. Looking at the circle itself, we do have Freaks that have gotten control over the southern section of it. FN's going to be pretty close to them just to the north. TDT is holding down the radio tower itself. All the other teams are kind of spattered around it, and that's going to be Toyo, Navi, 17 Gaming over there. I think it's also going to be GSW. Going to be a long pathing. The Expendables are about to come out of the blue zone for the first time in a long time. VP is going to be wrapping over into the west. Long wrap around. Maybe they're going for the western bridge, and TE and VP might bump into.
Yeah, I think VP wants to avoid any more early fighting. They feel like they got stopped up enough. The funny thing is I think they're just going to miss the Expendables in rotation here. So this actually could work out okay for them. You know, they've got some blue zone bags. Everybody else has got the poppers running. So this is totally fine. It's only phase 2 blue. You've got plenty of time to get into a circle for phase 3 and on. So VP, I think, making a wise decision. Meanwhile, the Expendables, I believe, is going for the ferry.
VP is the least comfortable team in the blue zone, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's not like any of their players are known for it or anything.
You can see Greg C is going to listen back on this and be like, no!
yeah.
Leave it alone. Let the meme die.
Skoom and Ibiza are losing their minds in the backside.
Oh, sparking down. That's a problem. And now Jalbei going to be trying to just secure it, though. You can see that kind of the spattering of the hillsides down to the south. Freaks are on the other side of this one, so Team Liquid in a pretty precarious position.
I'm curious about Twisted here. I don't know if, I think FN Pulchon has an angle onto their boat rotation towards Novo. It looks like it's actually, emergency pickup for the Expendables. They're not going to take the ferry, or at least not currently. Maybe they changed their minds or something, but...
Okay, wait, okay. Twisted is in the water right now.
They're stuck.
There's this little island over there, I think. Isn't that what they're on?
I believe you're correct. And if FN Pulchon decides to just hold this, then they have a really hard time getting in. They have to wrap like way further south.
I love you for the spot too, though. I don't know why I love going to that.
I get this. I've done this. Like sometimes you have no other choice because it's too hard to get into Novo.
It's terrible, but it's so fun at the same time. They're not having fun probably with it. Lou's not even with them at the time. New Circle's popped in. Finally, he does lean south.
Yeah, so the problem here for Twisted is if you try to go further south, there's like a sheer cliff. And if there's a team up there, you're in trouble because the team up there can see you. The teams up on the hills by the radio tower can see you. And the teams in Novo can see you. So you have to be really careful with your timing. So they're going to make their move. And it looks like they're going to get here. But FN seemingly in a position to try to punish.
Yeah, Rex's spot is really good for this. I don't know if Twisted is spotted out. Rex gets down one, gets some damage, follow-up. Americano's gonna find it. That's 3 down, and now Lou, the only guy that didn't brave the beachhead, the only one alive for Twisted.
It's a great read and a great setup for FN Pochon. I mean, they've got angles for days. Rex has a great position from that guard tower. Americano there covering with an off angle from the little shacks there. Really nicely handled. Here come the expendables from the air.
Yeah, lots of tracers going after them. Okay, because remember, we have 50 people alive, and they're all just clustered. There's still a lot of water in this, probably I'd say about 40% of it. Everything's stacked up. TDT's right in the thick of everything that's going to be going on over here with GSW. Team Liquid also did kind of breach up here. Up on top of it, GSW now just raining down nades, anything that they can get. That's a dream of a nade, but I don't think it's going to connect with anything.
Doesn't look like it. TDT there. Gonna have to hunker down and pray that some more util doesn't just find its way through these windows and doors.
Oh,
you can lock this down.
Red zone.
Yeah, that is not the best red zone. Petrichor Road up in a chopper right above that red zone as well, so they're gonna have to find some place. Probably gonna try to drop into Novo, but Novo pretty well occupied.
That chopper probably has more loot than they do.
It probably does.
All right, CC. He wants to finish this out, and no surprise, this is a very strong position. It really gives the rest of the squad capabilities to move down from radio tower if they secure it, but taking a bit long. That nade lands right up in front of him. Up on top of that little bit of a box set is about all he can really do with. So, I mean, CC did calm down. They wanted this, but this has just kind of turned into a mess.
Yeah, they tried to punish some of these knocks that they had gotten onto TDT, but TDT, they're able to stand tall. You know, there's just enough room with the octagons that you can kind of hide enough from that high angle position. And you know, I don't fault at all GSW for making that move. I think it's the right play to try to clear that angle out.
AZ had big plays yesterday from high ground. I mean, give it to him again. I like the mindset on it, but there's way too many friends over here now as we've got Team Liquid. They were trying to harass in, but that gave away their position. So now the Freaks are kind of looking like they're encroaching in a 2-2 split onto Team Liquid. Team Liquid can't make a move because they're looking directly into what's going on with this compound. And 17 is now kind of sneaking them from the south, looking in. The red zone up into the top. Most of those people are inside a building, so they should be fine. Terry kind of held out. And look at our boy Flash down into the southwest.
He's making it. This is a great circle for him. Even better, he can hide on the edge of these mountains and actually potentially get some pretty decent placement points. Who knows? I mean, hard to say for sure, but he has a chance. I don't know how many heals he has left. I assume a ton since he knew he'd be sitting in the blue for a while, but just kind of have to kind of wait and see a little bit. Meanwhile, Fluky for Theraton 5 hits a headshot with a bolt onto Hakatori. VP stuck out in the blue. Not much they can do right now, but try to crawl their way forward, see if they can get underneath the Freaks and find a way to sneak underneath them as they're kind of squaring up with 17, and it's Heaven. Gonna find the opening knock.
I like this. Freaks were eyeing into Team Liquid. They were running a bit of a 2-2 split. They're going to regroup. So they focused in on 17, which was in a bit more of a vulnerable position, but that puts the Freaks in their own vulnerable position, and VP is trying to crest this hillside. Once they do, they could bump into each other, but it looks like Freaks realize the vulnerabilities of this, specifically that there could be teams wrapping in down into them from the east, maybe even more from the south, so they're going to stretch out a bit further away from the spot.
This is something that concerns me about the Freaks that I had concerns with at times during PGS, where they're not as aware of their backside as they should be. They assume there's nobody in the blue when there actually is, so I need to see Heaven and Salute being very active watching their southern flank here, and they might get lucky and catch a bit of vision. I see him jump spin and doing a little bit of looking, but you need to keep this flank clear if you're going to be able to work from this southern position, because if VP comes back, gets a few kills onto you, even if you're able to win the fight, it's going to really hamper your chances of trying to win this game.
I'm talking like we're looking at a second or two difference by the time that we see everybody in the Freaks get into their vehicles from whenever VP and that top section is going to crest the hillside. Salute is still over here right now because he's trying to control that angle. He's going to get spotted and he goes down. Nixie makes that one look easy.
Yeah, and this is a problem. I mean, they're trying to get there in time to save Salute, but I don't think they can. He's getting flushed pretty quickly.
Here's the only problem. They've been out in the blue for so long. You can see that VP is very low. Just a couple of bullets hitting their toes can knock them in. So let's listen to VP and hear the strategy that they've got going after this Freaks fight.
Just help correct you. Yeah. Just I can't. I need to heal quickly. One guy needs to be in front of us. I think they popped only one tire.
It was Heaven, by the way, close. So
I can not pro maybe. I have 3 tires still.
Okay.
Can't see him right now.
I'm just taking honest with him.
Yeah. If you attack him a lot, I'm gonna naze him. We have car. We can drive it.
Moving. He's driving.
Where are his teammates are?
I don't know. Can we clear this? Like, can we pick?
There's a US on yellow, so it could be close below. Can you check counter us? You can.
Probably can't.
I can't.
It's probably gonna be somewhere either on yellow on the rock.
Can we just nade yellow?
I don't see that guy.
I can kill blue maybe so.
You need to do it now.
I'm nading
right
yellow.
now.
I'm on HP. He's gonna nade me.
I'm gonna wait on the floor.
Pulling over to it. Low. Green. Very low. Can you nade it? Nice.
I can go in front with the car.
Nice, one active.
Oh, grenade. I'm going in front.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Pulling. On yellow side.
Nice. Still need.
Let's go.
They're fighting on
Nice.
the
You're open to top.
Next drop.
I'm smoking. Be safe to top.
Pro nade. He just dropped it in the middle of nowhere. I love it.
I love the pop over there, and well deserved. That's not an easy fight to win, and they made it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of negatives going into that. Their health situation, catching out Salute early really paid up big for them. There was a fight that was also happening over in the east that was between FN as well as Team Liquid. They got a couple of shots in between each other, but the radio tower is the core component of this new circle, and VP now has an easy path into it, but there's a lot of high ground. But really, the teams in the high ground are caught out looking at the people right below them.
Absolutely. So well played there by VP, keeping their sound cues hidden until they were able to strike as well. I mean, that's something that, a lot of people don't, really think about all the time, but you have to respect that in this level of competition, because there are teams who are very happy to chew through 4 phases of blue before they make their move, because they've kind of realized that they're going to be coming in on a bad edge of the circle in a situation where they're going to be in the blue for a long time.
Lou actually has a radio tower over next to him.
Is he going to res everybody?
I mean, he came in pretty late.
Did he do it and we missed it?
I don't know. He was hanging out right next to it at the time, so that's something to keep an eye on, see if we can get some of the Twisted members back in. Up into the north, we've got Na'Vi and Buriram right on top of each other, but right at the crossroads, so nobody's really wanting to make a move yet. Buriram does have to cross. So this is going to be a continuance of a problem, because as Buriram crosses, they're going to have T5 that's over into the east, and then they're going to have, of course, Na'Vi directly in front of them, and then Toyo that's playing the road leading up to Radio Tower that could have vision on them.
Yeah, FN also in a similar situation to Buriram here, where they're being gate kept by Team Liquid on the other side, outside of this. But if you can get some damage here, so said, that'd be huge. That really, the headshot connects onto Damasty, and things are getting really, really dicey. I mean, you need tons of smokes, you need vehicles here to make any kind of headway in this situation for Buriram, and I'm not sure they have much to work with.
These angles are just so cruel whenever we look at how it's all set up. We do have FN that's trying to send a couple of members in between Team Liquid and TE, so if you see that in the kill feed, it's just trying to cross roughly the exact same thing as what we see going on over here, except in a crossfire situation on top of it. So, said playing back behind this is he's just making sure that nobody can get across. Make sure that they secure these kills, get to a decent position, because Fluky does want to get some kills on this one. He's holding an angle for it, but Binya also now starting to stretch in, realizing that there's some potential for points that could happen over here, but Buriram just can't move. Oh, so said just absolutely stops that one.
Yeah, they're doing a great job on this. I mean, Soset is in the blue now, so he wants to try to make a move. He might go down to this because of Toyo's angle. Yeah, he's going to go get knocked by the blue. No hope for him. But the good news for Na'Vi here is you've cleared most of this northern flank. The bad news is Toyo has control over that mountainside, so we are losing teams left and right. Circle is going to continue to shift in towards this radio tower hill, and a lot of teams already situated up there. You've got Toyo, you've got GSW with their 2 surviving players. You've got 17 Gaming. TDT has their last player that's right next to 17, so a lot could happen here.
Well, my eyes are on TE. They're sitting at 6 kills right now. They're going to have to be fragging, pushing right next to Team Liquid, as well as T5. Looks like T5 is going to be the new focus point for them. They're going to be pushing uphill, so the radio tower is going to get vision on them. 17 potentially as well. Dude, those Doritos are dangerous.
They are, dude.
Those
are spiciest Doritos.
They're like those 80s extreme Doritos.
Extreme. He's their coach, though.
Oh, that's why. All right.
June is going crazy.
What?
He's took down 17. Anyway, he's in trouble here. They're fighting VP as well as T5. So this is tricky. I mean, the good news here for TE is maybe Team Liquid might nope.
Oh, Luca Rux. Yeah, that angle is that's too mean. VP on this flank is just hunting down team upon team. They're going to find more off of it. Team Liquid really can't do too much, but Luke does manage to take down Beamy. So he's on 1 HP pretty much. The expendables now go down as well. So that's a little bit for Team Liquid to work around, but nades are going to roll. This is very hard to hit a nade from. Specifically blind, they don't know exactly where they're going to have to hit it. And you have to cook it perfectly, otherwise it's just going to roll right down that gutter. So VP just going to lean into holding the angle, try to lock him down. Alo does bleed out, so now it's just Luke.
And because it's so sheer on this uphill, you can't get the util to go as far. The nades just aren't going to travel as well. Now on this angle, Luke has some potential here to do some damage. Nope. Nixie, well aware, able to lock that angle down, take Luke 12 out. The T5 losing players there as well, so they're going to go down into 7th place. So still 6 teams alive, 15 players, a lot of teams bruised and battered, but VP, Toyo still have all 4 up. Navi with 3 if they can find a way to get up this hill, but this road, very dangerous to cross.
AZ!
He's still just working magic from the high ground.
I mean, GameStart Win wants this. They yes, they did opt into Radio Tower. They've been chilling here for a while, but you can also see economy is getting really low. They've been shooting at each other, at all the teams down here for pretty much the whole game, and there's near on nothing left. With Toyo right below them, they can't really navigate down and get any more loot to work around. VP, though, they're just feasting. They're getting team kills, managing to get their economy back up, and continuing their run in. And June's little tower that he's got locked down, he's putting in more work. Nixie's going to go down, and he wants it.
Dude, this guy is absolutely frying right now. 4 kills in this game, and he is just gatekeeping VP by himself. If VP can get across this road, get to some level of safety, Crexy has done so, they can make this a little bit easier on themselves, but it's going to be tricky. Capitan going to be the one to kind of put some hurt down onto Na'Vi early, as they now also have to try to get across the road, and things are getting really difficult for the teams that are outside of the mountain.
They say pressure makes diamonds. Well, June and TDT have been under pressure in this spot for a very long time, and he is starting to become one. VP has to shift away from June's angle and instead going to follow along the road. That's going to put them into the same position that Na'Vi was starting to eye. Toyo is going to be on the other side of it. There is that ridge line that's kind of blocking it out, but you can see this dip and the cleft in the hillside. Right off to the right side of what we're looking at on the screen is going to be probably where Na'Vi is going to be eyeing. And Flash is inside the circle.
He's here. I told you.
He's here.
As soon as I saw this circle, I'm like, he's got an angle on this, and he's going to get points for sure. I mean, what a salvage game for Flash, and he could still get he could win this. There are worlds where he wins this because he's got all this space to wrap around the northern side, and he's going to have complete cover from a bunch of these teams. And if GSW doesn't respect that angle, he can get right underneath their noses and do some real damage. So it's going to be tough for her.
But he does have to walk into June sightlines.
Oh, well,
so
then he's dead. Then
that's its own problem, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, Na'Vi, you're going to be the odd team out right now, as there's a lot of high ground in front of you. This is a hard walk, but I mean, you've got yourself some tools. You can see that this is the problem, having to walk up this hill. They've just got armor in tatters. That's one down already. There you go, Na'Vi. Valiant attempt, but it was just nowhere you could really go into the circle. There's just too many strong teams already knowing exactly where you are.
Great work here by VP. They get across this road with only losing 1 player. That's huge for them. 11 kills in this game. They are really on one right now, and if you can get Toyo to lose a player or 2 here to GSW, you're going to have a real shot at winning this game for yourselves. Or if you could do some damage yourself, hard to say, but Toyo knows that they can just hide against this cliff face and just kind of keep themselves obscured from GSW. GSW, if they peek over, they're going to see VP first, most likely. So this is really smart by Toyo, playing this very patient.
VP, don't go near June. Just leave that angle alone. I mean, it's been a literal uphill battle for VP into team upon team, and they have just been taking them down. This is a great start for Virtus.pro.
Oh, June.
Blue zone nades starting to come out, and that's how you just deal with them, right? Just don't even let them out. Now you get the tower, you have access. Life is good as the new circle does pop, and it's just going to move a bit more centered. GSW still gets to hold their high ground, but doesn't have the cleanest vision. There's going to be a couple of trees in the way.
Oh, just have to see what Flash is going to do, what role he has to play in this. Toyo is wrapping around the north side right now. Kind of curious if they're just clearing their flanks or what. Meanwhile, VP just trying to find places of safety, trying to get in towards that wizard tower to make sure that GSW isn't able to find as clean of angles on them. Still a few frags here for GameStart Win. You know, they could potentially find some value out of those. The problem is you got to find your moment, and you want to wait until the end game. Try to play for the win. You've got the high ground. You've got basically the center circle position on you where Ming is. So you got to be really diligent, really patient. Really conservative, frankly.
But I mean, at this point, they just need to like cut up some limbs and try to make some daggers or something. They have near nothing to work with, and VP is coming into this much stronger. Toyo has been quiet, as Toyo does, but it has managed to get them some placement points. Question is, whenever they actually have to move into this, are they ready to fight VP? And is VP even expecting that there could be a flash that might encroach on the exact same angle?
The flash might be the spoiler here for VP.
It really could be.
Yeah, he is the problem. I mean, you see teams win from this southern side of this hill sometimes, and because there's so much terrain to work with, you can find these cheeky spots to hide in, these angles that are unexpected for your opponents, but that is what the problem is for them right now, and they might not even realize it.
But look at the difference between what was going on with the Freaks and VP. VP keeps having somebody eye this angle. They know that there's vulnerabilities, that they know that a snake could probably be hiding over here. They do not want to get backstabbed, so they are just waiting and flash. You have put up a great game, getting some points for your squad that desperately needed it after the start. Can you get anything else? I don't think it's going to happen. Beamy's going to pick that up. Now up to 13 kills. These guys, this is the way you start the day.
What a tremendous awareness there, too, to be really concerned about that angle the whole time. They don't know exactly where the GSW players, sometimes you might drop a player down that backside while you keep a player up top to create some crossfires. But I'm not sure if they read that Flash is over there, probably because they have Beamy on this team, who is the GOAT at kill feed tracking, so they might have just realized that Flash is probably over there. Frankly, I now believe that's what happened.
It would not surprise me. So, Toyo, you're now putting yourself in the pinch position. Capitan leading the way, right below what's going to be going on with Ming in the high ground. Game start win, very focused in on VP, and that could be very beneficial for Toyo, who just managed to get to pounce onto both. Ming starting to get vision on what's happening with Toyo over here. This is all starting to condense down to that center point. We don't have too many more options to work around. It's going to be all onto Toyo and how they navigate being in this oddly pinched spot, but not really.
Capitan is basically center circle.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to end. So the real question is, how much...
to the road.
Oh, no. But how much does that rock face cover the very final end of this circle is my big question, because another problem that GSW has is they don't have a ton of ammo. They don't have a ton of frags. They have a couple. So what they're hoping here is that VP, Toyo beat each other up and they can swoop in and claim the victory. VP would love a clean fight. You can see Ming being very judicious. He's just keeping track of the players, doesn't want to really give away his position, doesn't want to take any damage himself, just wants to wait for his moment. Gets a clean one there. Okay, he needs to be really cautious.
Every bullet has to count, and that's really beneficial for Toyo because they can just kind of hunker down. They know that the shots are going to be coming after them. They finally do get vision, and Ming's managing to take down one for VP, one for Toyo. Is he going to have enough bullets to do more than that, though, is the question. Lukaruk's going to go down. He's going to get fleshed out. Oh, Toyo, you're right in the middle of it. VP wants to push up. They put in such a valiant fight, but they've got another one down. It is just on the Beamy. Game start win on top, and Toyo right in the middle of it, still with 2 members up.
This could come down to something very strange here. Maybe somebody has to jump down a great volley right on top of him. GSW wiping VP out.
Ming up on top. He's got himself 36 bullets looking down at 2 different players. What all can he do from up here? He knows this is going to be super problematic. Look at how vertical it is. AZ drops down. He's trying to feed information over onto the angles so that way he can know exactly where the approach is going to be coming from, but it's so difficult to make it down. Ming's just trying to creep through, can't find anything, and Toyo is going to take it.
Wow, Toyo picking up where they left off yesterday with another chicken dinner, and they are looking to get themselves into that grand finals. So well played there at the end, using that cover of that cliffside magnificently, maneuvering themselves really, really expertly. Hard to do it better than they did right there.
Patience pays off for them. I mean, they locked a GSW into that position because you could see GSW wanted to come down so many times, and while Toyo was very passive in that position, they were doing a very pivotal role of making sure that GSW could not leave that high ground nest, cannot get ammo, cannot get anything else, while VP just tore the lower section of that hillside apart.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a crazy ending. That could have gone a lot of different ways. So really fun to see Toyo doing that. But guys, we are going to take a short break. We'll be right back here with more PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stage 4. This is where teamfight tactics is taking place. And of course, you all know we've got a race for Club Championship points on the line. Team Vitality have already been eliminated. That means no Club Championship points from this game. Virtus.pro are currently in a fight right now, and Twisted Minds will be playing later. So like I said, it's all to play for, but Club Championship points are so crucial. Pocket, my man. How's it going? What's going on?
Well, right now, VP is playing against Mouse. I think this is a big surprise matchup. No one had Mouse getting past Falcons. No one had VP getting past Falcons. Now they're playing for a spot in the top 8.
And of course, whoever wins this match is definitely going to secure 200 Club Championship points. And obviously, we have teams that need them to get into that upper echelon of teams, right?
That's right. So T1 just got their 200 points. That's a 12-way tie now. It looks like at 12th. And VP, they're hoping if they can keep this upset rolling, because if they beat Mouse, that's 2 juggernauts down. You think they can make it 3 and maybe finish top 4 here.
Oh, I like it. Twisted Minds playing later on. Obviously, they desperately need Club Championship points to break into that top 4.
Definitely the most exciting match of all day 1 was Twisted Minds win, but on day 2, they got skunked. So TM, not a lot of hype around the squad right now. They're looking to bounce back, but if you're looking at the series, all of the juggernaut clubs are already taken out. Falcon's gone, Liquid gone, TM might be next.
Wow, a spicy day ahead of us. Thank you so much, Puckett, for all the information. We'll check back in with you later. Really appreciate it. But for now, back to you guys.
Well, a key crush over on another stage here as Team Vitality, looking for all-important Club Championship points, is now eliminated from that tournament. But that now means, for us on this side of things, Virtus.pro already starts off strong. They're going to be one of the contenders to try and push forward into those Club Championship points. But let's not focus on VP just yet, because they were technically not the winners of this game. Let's focus on one of the hopes of the Americas, Toyo. We've got them with another win here, Godspeed. Yes!
Yes.
He's happy about that. Look at him. Look at him. He's happy.
The back-to-back. The first team to win 2 wins here.
Look, technically, yes, it is back-to-back. But again, the lack of action from that team, especially given their position. Look, it's great that they won 2 games. This is not going to work in the finals lobby. I mean, you look at VP, the fact that they still outscored them just based on kills alone. If they're not going to be fighting for those kills, they're not going to win this tournament. It's just plain and simple the fact.
Well, what's not going to work? Is it the speed at which they're playing these final circles? What are they doing?
Just not stretching out. I mean, they have a position to go out and get kills, and they're just not doing it. They're playing so passive. It's crazy.
I mean, he brings up speed, so I'll just say it. Ask any real racer. It doesn't matter if you win by a mile a second, 1 point. Winning is winning.
They didn't win.
That's what they just. That's my point. They got 2 wins. Their placement points are valuable. Do I think their style of play is exciting or interesting? No, not at all. Is it working right now to get to the grand final? I guess. So yeah, I am disappointed as well in the context of the choices they're making. But the fact that they're sitting on the top half of the leaderboard, I can't physically argue with, I guess.
All right. Well, of course, though, on the opposite side, as Godspeed mentions, Virtus.pro will have got more points than Toyo in the end of things. Let's take a look back here at Virtus.pro going up against DM Freaks, because that was an awesome moment, of course, as we take a look at how this. We even got voice comms for this Avenger, which was
yeah, this is great insight here, and also with information that they have, like Corexi had an angle, Nixer was able to step up, like they just completely destroyed them. And then again, like you're not really expecting any team to come in from behind from phase 4 when they've been there the entire time, right? The timing for them to kind of enter that battle versus Pro was just imminent. And that's why they're able to stay Fall Guys strong and take down one of our favorites quite easily.
I mean, yes, they kick back to the wall. Communication perfect. This is a new roster adding Corexi against the Freaks, the best in the world right now, the favorite to win this event, and it was a systematic dismantling. They stayed as 3. Agreed. They rolled through 1 by 1. They had a spotter on the hill the entire time, and their communication was as crisp as I've heard in a very long time. We kind of poked the idea that the Bears might be taking off in this event, and I think after game 1, it's undeniable.
I think when you look at this roster as well, they kept rolling into fight to fight to fight, and if it wasn't for severe terrain disadvantage in those very final moments there, Godspeed, I feel like Virtus.pro could have had this game.
I think they 100% could have won that game with the 3 that they still had left alive.
If they stayed 4 alive, if they didn't lose that one guy,
even if Nixie
I think it was to cross.
I still think they could have won without Nixie. I mean, again,
Yes.
it was a severe disadvantage when it came to the train itself.
Yeah.
But VP, the way they rolled down and just dismantled team after team was very impressive.
Well, let's take a look at the points coming in from that whole game here across the board for our 16 teams, and Virtus.pro should be able to take that number 1 spot with the points garnered. At the same time, Game Start Win did have themselves a radio tower, but it will be Virtus.pro getting 19 points. Toyo gets the win, but it's just a cool 15 here for them.
We gotta say as well, like Toyo, the way they played, they realized that there's a team above, right? You gotta kind of lay low to make sure that you stay 4 guys strong to have the hopes of winning. So win the games you're supposed to win. But then again, as you say, like I'd love to see a little bit more aggression from them coming out and a little more control. But 15 points is 15 points. If you have your
that's fair.
your kind of passive games and you get 15, but still, we know like Capitan, like he's one of the greatest players to come out of South America, right? We want to see great stuff from him too.
2 teams we didn't get to talk about in the start of all of this. TDT and FM Planchon, of course, they got themselves some decent points to start things off. Here's the overall toffees, but that's great for them considering that we didn't pay much lip service to them because we kind of put them by the wayside a little bit, I would say.
I mean, they're not one of the teams that I think is going... They're not 2 teams that I think are going to shake this lobby to its core, right? And I do think when we look at this overall ranking, there is some dictation in here of that was yet another very strange circle to have to play in the end game.
1 game and you're already into the top 16. That's got to feel good for Virtus.pro, no?
It does, but something to know, and especially about FN, is when we talk about Twisted so much before this, they set up a trap for Twisted, and that is why their game was ruined. That was a 0-point start for Twisted, which, after everything we talked about, is not what we thought we'd see.
Very slow start, but a tough circle for them, right, Avenger?
Yeah, extremely difficult circle here. It's 3 big names at the bottom, right? Freaks getting knocked out early, Twisted Minds on their Liquid, just 1 point. Difficult game to get things going, but I gotta say, this circle, one of the most difficult ones to play. Like, you had an insane amount of water in our kind of phase 2, phase 3 going on. There's not a lot of space. You're forced to take fights. Plus, on top of that, we got 2 red zones that was hammering the teams trying to fight each other. They had to stay inside for like 2 or 3 minutes, where that's the time you kind of want to make moves.
So there's 2 things I think that really we need to focus on. Partly it happens at the start of the game. First, Expendables used drop maps and scrims to camp FS. They knew where solo drops were going to be, and they picked up some free points and then tried to camp at later guys. I expect that to continue, so teams need to be aware of it. The second one, Petrichor kept losing people and bringing them back and then dying again. Petrichor was literally throwing points into the pool over and over and over because they felt like just because I can chip, I should. And I think that's what we talked about in the pre-show, and it did nothing for them. They finally got everyone back. They all died instantly.
If this happens and continues to happen, our cutoff is going to be higher. Like, we talked about 60 points cutoff. It's going to be like 65 if this continues.
There's just more kill points in the feed, right, overall here. But for Petrichor Road, you'd expect, with no contesting over toward apartments here, Godspeed, for them to be able to move on what is a military circle, basically, with that 50-50 split. But you'd expect them to be able to move quicker and be able to get there faster. But that wasn't the case, really. They really took like casualties.
And the issue was they immediately ran into T1, right? And we saw that it was actually just Ming and Shui that were left alive, right? Granted, it looked like T1 was going to win that fight, but then they were able to turn around, and then, as Steve was saying, then they ran into another team, then they ran into another team. They just couldn't, they were just limping and rezzing, and that's another thing we didn't really talk about, is when you do res, is the decision, do you wait for your teammates? Do you try to get in the circle? Do you use them to scout? Or do you try to just come in as 4 on the edge?
It's the big disadvantage of it, right? It costs you minutes in a game where we are down to seconds being important, never mind minutes.
Right. So Petrichor, by the time that they got their second group back in, we were phase 3, 15 minutes into the game. 2 Petrichor members were still in the blue, looting to load up the car to bring in gear, perceivably for their returning players. And at that point, with the circle shrink, especially crossing a bridge, there's just no strategically viable way to make sure you get these players back in safely. So you know that no matter what, you're dropping 1 or 2 more points to a competitor, and someone's landing, and you're handing them an Uzi and a level 1 saying, best of luck, buddy. And I think that's where the struggle for me is. Yeah, get out. You got this, bud.
Give him a little slap and go.
Right. And so unless the idea is you don't think you can make the bridge cross, and this is your last-ditch effort to bring someone in for reserve points, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Agreed.
This is the kind of stability I was hoping to come in from Erangel, but they're throwing us curveballs on curveballs with our circles, right? It's extremely difficult. The chaos is just unfolding even faster.
do find there's moments where you get a blue chip res and you're thinking to yourself, as that player, it's like, put me back up in the air, please.
I don't want to be down
Don't feed me to these people. This is ridiculous. Because it does feel like 3 points in some moments.
It is. A lot of times we've seen reses come in. Again, I've mentioned PNC, but we saw it. Korea smartly did play around a blue chip center so they could also camp it. But they also came down as a 3-man and literally just fed points, I believe, it was Argentina, like just free points. And so that's a risk that you have to think. What teams are you dropping in? Right. Is it a team that's close to you on the leaderboard who could be on the cusp of qualifying? And so those are decisions they have to make.
It's also what doors do you open for other teams. Petrichor dropped in on top of that Novo close, and VP was able to sort of slide past after that Freaks fight, because everyone went, oh, parachutes, free kills, and was 100% focused on Petrichor. So I do also value teams who go, okay, this is happening. How do I use that to sort of, when you used to use, oh, there's a sound cue from the red or something like that. Where do I make my move? And I thought VP used that really well. They weren't shooting, they were sliding at that moment.
As you were saying though, Martin, as well, with the red zones where they were on that military island, kind of just south of the bridge, that also costs so many teams minutes, which is something that we haven't really had to deal with in a lot of what has been going on in esports for a while. So there's definitely different dynamics at play that sometimes there's not really good solutions for here.
No, as much as you as a player hate having red zones, like it gives multiple levels of strategy. There's like the timing in terms of, okay, there's a red zone now we could breach one of the compounds, that is because there's not going to be anyone outside trying to defend the compound from the outside. There's sound cover. There's so many things that kind of levels to that, but also the teams that are inside already holding the covers, they're not going to be able to go out and kind of push up some of the hills. They're not going to be able to take space, and it just creates this level of kind of delay for the teams that are inside that is making it rough for everyone in there.
And again, I think it's where flexibility is the new name of this game, right? These teams that have sort of, and maybe that's why APAC and specifically Southeast Asia have emerged so aggressively. We're seeing it coming out of South America as well. These young guns who are very flexible, who are taking every change and saying, okay, I can use this to change my game. They've really been excelling.
Well, of course, we have now Toyo getting themselves effectively a back-to-back, winning the last game yesterday, winning the first game here today. Let's hear from those boys here for the EWC.
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name's Barney Banks and I am joined by Toyo Esports over here. I've got Kapitan and Emmy joining me. How you guys doing?
Hi, we're fine.
Really good?
Yeah.
How was traveling in? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a long trip, but fun.
You're happy to be here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so happy to be here. Second time, so.
I want to know a bit about the lore of the team, the history of the team. How did this roster form?
The roster formed principally with Emmy and Benja. They formed with Toyo, a team. After a few weeks, a few months in another team, like us two in Bestia, we decided to form a Toyo with Pipa, and after a few weeks we changed it with Rivo. So we are like a fresh team with Rivo and qualified to the EWC, our first tournament together, so very amazing.
Exciting times. Emmy, typically you guys have been known as like a contender team, but then you've come into EWC. The improvement over the past year has been amazing. What do you think has been the key thing that has been the source of all of this improvement for your team?
Yeah, I think it's been the hard work. Like we put so much hours into the bot reviews and everything. So the discipline is really good on the team. So I think that's the key.
So now that you're here, you're at EWC, we've got the best teams from around the world, right? So what are your expectations coming into this tournament for yourselves? Like, how are you guys feeling about the competition? Like, Kapitan, what do you think?
Yeah, we think we need to do a step for step. Like our goal now is only qualify to finals. After that, the next goal, who's winning it, obviously. We are a strong team in the game, so we are very confident to this tournament.
And coming into this tournament, Emmy, you know, there's obviously a lot of teams from around the world that I'm sure you've come across a lot of them before as well, but are there any teams in particular that you guys are like, okay, like they're dropping near us, we're kind of like, do we push, do we get aggressive, do we avoid? Like, you know, all of you guys have the ability, but is there always a thing like in the back of your mind, like let's be careful with our approach?
Yeah, I think in the game, we're going to be careful with the Vietnamese team. I think they are the most aggressive ones, so you have to be careful. You have to be like watching at every angle. So I think they are one of the strongest and the most aggressive teams. So
Do you agree, Captain?
Yeah, I agree. Very agree.
They are aggressive, aren't they?
They are aggressive too.
It's going to be an exciting time. Guys, thanks so much for joining me. That's been Toyo Esports. I'm Barney Banks. See you in the next one.
Maybe good old Toyo needs to mix some of that Vietnamese aggression into some of their gameplay. Who knows, to be honest, they could be the complete package if they were able to solve that.
You know, it's a fascinating, to listen to them talk sort of changes their perspective a little bit of how they're playing right now, right? This idea of step by step, all we're focused on is the top 16. And so when you watch them play, they're getting into good spots early. And I think, I could be wrong, but my argument here for why I'm not happy with them is they're not making aggressive moves after they get to that spot. They're giving up high ground. They're allowing a team to close on them. But if their mentality truly is, this spot will net us 7 points average, and that's what we need to get to the top 16, I can't fault them.
I will say this, though, like, they're coming off a 3-man call Rostov just playing with Argentina, right? And in PNC, and at PNC, the way that you play that is you stay 4 guys strong for as long as possible, right? Because if you're 4 guys strong towards the late game, you're coming up against a 2-man or a 3-man, your chances of winning is quite largely higher. Plus, when you have the radio tower kind of harking down on everyone above you, you don't want to expose yourself too much, right? So I'll give them this one. I want to see more aggression kind of playing together as a team and kind of smashing a little bit more, because we know they're capable of playing off shooting, but it would have been lovely to see a double-digit kill plus the win with this one.
I'm so glad you brought up PNC. I really am, because a lot of what the issue that I have is, you know what, they are right. They only have to get 16th. They're well above that. They're going to qualify. But again, this was a 3-man roster, as you brought up, Martin, at PNC, and they still were quite passive. And that's the issue. Coming into this lobby, going into the grand finals, which they will be, they're going to get eaten alive, and that's what I worry about. And again, when you talk about a player like Capitan who's so good, they should be getting more points.
It's a good point, because you talk about PNC and how it kind of evolves, but that's mixed teams. It's not the same level really as this when it comes to these teams having practiced year on year out. But gentlemen, I am getting word that we are ready to head over to the commentary team here. So without further ado, let's head over. It's game number 2 of the grassy pastures. So far, Virtus.pro looking fantastic from Group C.
Thank you so much, guys, as they were hitting on some amazing points. One of the things that really stuck out to me was they were talking about Petrichor Road, you know, dying and rezzing and then just dying again and feeding points over, which is an interesting point we haven't had a chance to really deep dive into, and they were alluding to and talking about a bit themselves, which is that this could actually push up some of the point totals and thresholds, since we do have blue chips, and depending on how many teams come back in, there's more points now on the table for the first time in years in PUBG.
Yeah, exactly. So this is something we saw to a much larger scale at PNC, but you're seeing it here again, that you're going to have a few extra points on the board, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points, maybe even more, that are going to be available to scoop up in these games. So that's something to really be keeping your eyes on, because that means that our point cutoff that used to be usually between like 50 and 60 is going to be higher for sure. And so you really need to make sure that you're popping off in a lot of these games. So teams like T1, who even though they got 2 points in that game, found themselves in a position now where they have to have a solid day the rest of the day to make sure that they're going to get through, even though they had a great day yesterday. Bad starts for 2 of our best teams, the DN Freaks and Twisted Minds, both 0 points in that game. Absolutely brutal.
VP, respect coming in, big game right out the gates, but a lot of favorites going down early. Yesterday's hero team just couldn't find it. We saw so many faces with so many expectations, but VP comes out in such a dominant performance. Let's see how this Erangel is gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, VP's got to be feeling great. I mean, you wipe out the Freaks to start that. I mean, you killed Petrichor Road as well, but yeah, that was like kind of a very different situation. You had a situation, a spot where the Freaks were completely caught off guard, and even with 3 players up, even with your backs against the blue, you were able to fight against them so effectively.
And yes, I know circles were this and that, and early positioning pays off, but TDT's June, very impressive in surviving in a very hard situation for as long as he did. We also saw a game start win, doing very good from their high ground, and this is a squad that had some question marks around them on how they were going to perform, and they've been very middle of the pack so far, but with moments where we can see that maybe they can start striving for a bit higher.
Yeah, I mean, 13 points compared to they got 28 total yesterday. That's a great start for game start win. If they can keep that kind of play up, then they definitely have a shot at maybe getting through into that grand finals, being one of those top 16 teams. So eyes on them, no doubt about it. FN Polchon, I want to give them a shout out. They were doing a good job locking down Novo there for as long as they could, but because they had to fight a couple different teams and they had to shoot TE out of the air, that allowed Team Liquid to make a nice little rotation to trap them into Novo and keep them pinned in the blue. So they ended up faltering, but they proved to be a thorn in the side, particularly for Twisted Minds. Now this is a much more normal Erangel circle. Avenger was wanting it. He was talking about how the circles were so crazy. This one seemingly going to be much more stock standard.
Look, I love chaotic circles because I think it's really fun to see smart teams and smart players navigate them. But whenever we only got 12 games that you can play to qualify, you got to get some bread and butter circles in there. You got to get some normal ones. Let everybody kind of figure out exactly how they're going to navigate it. Especially getting chaotic circles on game number 1 on a day of group stage is so hard because, you know, rotations you don't have them locked in yet. That's where we got that weird situation that was going on with Petrichor Road and T1. It makes everything more chaotic in a fun way, but so much harder for teams that desperately need points, or even teams that are just coming in for their very first game, and you can't really get the momentum going if suddenly you're just out that fast.
This is happening again.
Yeah.
Oh, but this time Americano, he got the run over. Oh no. Does he get out and just give him the fists? Yeah, he gave him the fists.
Give him the gold fisted cuffs, and then...
Oops, my vehicle.
Gotta go get the car. But Rex are like, no. That 1 point coming at a cost of a couple of seconds, which is big sometimes, but in a circle like this, not as big. Last circle, early rotation, getting in position point fast. This one, pretty much everything you could want is on the table.
But that's pretty interesting that still 2 games in a row, Na'Vi and FN Pochan are, trying to get this one vehicle and willing to commit, a player essentially for it. And this time it costs Na'Vi. They need these points bad. I mean, they're on 40 points, so you would think that there's a world where they get 20 plus today, sure, in these last 5 games, but it's not guaranteed. So starting like that on the back foot is even worse. Now, there is, of course, the res potential. There is the mini pier where the ferry boat comes in and out. That does have a res station, so they could get that player back potentially easily, but you don't want to be feeding points.
So one of the things that's really interesting about all of this is how, yes, blue chips are nice, going and getting the res, nice, but we saw it with Petrichor Road. It throws off so much of your timings on what you're wanting to accomplish. It means that you're having to give up like early positioning that you might want to go for. Wanting to get those players back in comes at a cost, and it isn't guaranteed. Just like what we saw with Petrichor. Yeah, you can get the reses back, but really there was never enough time to secure a way to get yourself into the game. And so while they could have a massive impact, they are a double-edged sword. It's not just like a I lost early game fight, res, life good. No, there's in a lobby like this, everything is punishable. A couple of seconds one way or the other is big, and when you've got to drive for 20, 30 seconds to get a res, let those guys get loot back up, let's say for another 20, 30 seconds, a minute in this game, 40 seconds being behind, an eternity. It is so hard.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think, for Petrichor Road and T1 there in that last game, you can kind of chalk that up to just weird circle. You're not, like you were talking about earlier, the timings are going to be off on when you're expecting teams to make their moves, and so you run into each other, but you have to go for the res. Like in a situation like that, you're afforded the opportunity, so you think, all right, well, I think we're going to be okay. Hopefully there's no other teams behind us, but for Petrichor Road, there was VP who was making a very late rotation, as they're wont to do, so that ends up costing you and cost the Freaks later on as VP wrapped so far around that they weren't expecting a team to be able to make that maneuver. So that's something you got to learn here the hard way for a couple different teams. But the blue chips, yeah, they make the calculus a little bit more difficult than we're used to seeing, right? And than what we've been used to, I should say.
And there are going to be some growing pains too as players are trying to navigate it, like which specific spot do we go to? Again, I'm making the reference back to the last game with Petrichor Road. They opted in going to Mansion instead of going down closer to the circle itself, just because they wanted to go for safety. There's a lot of different factors that you have to look at, and it's interesting to see how different teams are going to even try to use those.
Well, this is kind of interesting. Looking to try to punish the crate. Are you going to be able to, Glories?
Yeah.
Rybo, pretty aware of his angles.
Played the right side of it.
He's going to have to use a couple smokes, though, to make sure he's guaranteed that level 3 gear. Okay, it is a Groza. He's going to scoop that up. Should be able to get back, maybe. Glories isn't going to stick around. So, yeah, for sure, he's good to go. Did, again, have to use quite a few smokes. Going to have to snag up some 7.6, but I'm sure there's plenty of that floating around. The real question is, are there going to be enough smokes that you're a little bit comfortable going to the late game? Oh, what is going on here? T5 rolling up right next to VP.
Well, we're in the red zone area, and everybody's wanting to play along the edge of it. VP is over here as well. T1 has some vision on it. So Rexy does hear the cars roaming around in front of him. Should be able to feed that information back up to the guys up on top. So a couple of shots going at Rosted. This is all just kind of turned a bit awkward. Nobody really wants too much more out of that. Nixie, he'll take what he can get. Luka Rux, though, going to follow up. That was a nice 1-2 punch, and now T5 has to go to that gas station. They don't have a choice.
No. Yeah, this is great work, though, by Virtus.pro. They've got a nice angle into this fight from above, and the best side to take a fight into that gas station, and Beamy going to capitalize from that eastern edge. This is really well thought out by VP. They were in a great spot for Teraton 5 to run into him.
I mean, they set it up perfectly. They took the shots. They assumed the fact that since the high ground was going to be the problem, they would rotate around behind it. And they already had multiple members sitting there waiting. T5 just has nothing they can do with this. They're just getting caught out. Every single position that T5 is trying to play is already read by Virtus.pro. And they are keeping the steamroll running after that first game.
So now the question becomes, for Virtus.pro, what do you do with these blue chips? You got Fluky. He's already pieced out. So you have an option here to maybe try to mess with T5 a little bit in some respect, although I see Team Liquid potentially driving into this situation as well. T1 as well wasn't too far off. Raining was kind of eyeing this to see if he maybe could find a freebie, but it's all on to Fluky now.
Okarexy! He's going to get spotted. Trying to regroup back up in that angle, and like you were talking about, Team Liquid just waiting. T1 actually now crossing the bridge as well. They did hear this firefight, so they're going to get pretty close to this on the other side of VP.
Well, Raining is just keeping track of this. If this fight really kicks off between Team Liquid and Virtus.pro, then maybe T1 is going to try to get involved a little bit more. You've got Type on the other side of the Yasnaya bridge, where he could potentially come in to help back up Raining pretty quickly if something is given over to them. But Raining has to be pretty careful. Maybe just going to take this UAS and leave once he sees anything. Does have a bolt in hand. Could be pretty nice in this situation to just find that first knock and then quickly finish it, but isn't really going to have the opportunity, at least for now, because I don't think VP is going to be moving much. They might even be trying to grab a blue chip themselves.
So close to the river and can't put the blue chips in it. Feels bad for VP. At least throw them out in the fields. That's always the jerk move that I find that works best. Just like if you kill a squad, just drop them in different sections of the field so that way somebody has to go stand out in the open. So if you want to get your players back, you're just going to have to sit in the most nerve-wracking of positions.
Exactly. I mean, there is a way to completely eliminate them, and that's to blow up a vehicle that the chips are in, but the other options are you throw it somewhere weird.
No, mind game it. You make them go into the field where you can shoot them.
That's what I do. I usually just throw it in a bush somewhere out, like in the middle of nowhere. Just say, if you guys really want to commit, you can.
In the middle of the open, and then you watch it.
It's
a Wile E. Coyote approach. So that way, while I'm watching that, some squad can come up and kill me from behind.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the problem is like you could see where the blue chips are going, right? So that like kind of makes it a little bit tricky, but I agree with you. Throw it somewhere where it's going to be difficult to get them if you're given the chance. It's kind of hard to do at the pro level, though, because teams are, like you saw with Team Liquid, so aggressive to try to punish fights. Look for those third parties. You have to be super careful if you're going to do stuff like that.
Well, that's also heady from them. They didn't have a good round one, so opportunistic, take what you can get right off the get-go. We did have an emergency pickup that was called by GSW. That's going to be down in the south. Most of our teams are playing the math, leaning it into the more southern direction that the circle is going to pop, but we could still lean into the north. So instead, we're going to keep some of Yasnaya Lake, Yasnaya itself, and then keep pretty much everything else close to the center.
Yeah, so this is looking like it's going to end somewhere, in those crossroads to the east of school or something like that. Maybe even further east towards the Yaz fields. It's still very much in play. Who knows? Maybe we just go southwest. Still a lot of options for this circle. Definitely very unlikely to go north at this point in the grand scheme of things. So Twisted can have a great angle to just set up on the eastern edge and lock that down. So this could be a nice game for them.
I like that Twisted is going ahead and trying to get some control over the field position just in case. Scouting, getting tons of information. Probably the worst circle that we could get out of this would be fields. So trying to get yourself in a preparatory position for that, not the worst of ideas. You have to make the assumption that this is probably going to go to the southeast at some point just due to the water and the way that the river is going to come into play. Not yet. Of course, we're only on circle 2, but you know what I'm saying, mathematically it's going to lean that way. So getting control over that territory early is big.
Yeah, and if it does go more towards school, like there's that flat open field. It's not a field, but it's like just grass. It's a pasture that's east of the school that is difficult for teams to play through. So if you're kind of coming from the backside, you can often just scoop up a lot of kills as teams have to fight their way forward. If you're working on the edge in.
Yes, W, this is a bit ballsy, trying to go right into T1 space. Multiple members managed to make landfall. Couple of shots. Ming can't quite get there. Chewy is going to spot him out Petrichor Road, so Type's going to have to feed that information back. The rest of the team going to come and rally. Looks like, no, they're just going to set up crossfire and be uncomfortable neighbors for a little while.
Listen, Ian. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Drew drove a little close to the sun there. Almost paid the price. Type going to be spotted as well by CC. Oh, he's got to be super careful. Didn't get headshotted, fortunately. Oh, he did there. Oh.
CC shutting this down. Ian now has to roll up. Is T1 still going to keep separated? They're staying committed. Nope, actually looks like finally somebody's going to hop in a vehicle. It's going to be raining, but he's already been spotted out. That vehicle's getting harassed. I don't know if they can like boldly make this push because they still have Team Liquid next to him as well.
Oh, he hit the grenade. Ian was trying to shuttle Type through that door so they could get somewhere safe where that wouldn't happen, and they were too late.
GSW, 7th place right now, eyes higher, but Left is going to spot out CC and catch him as he tries to jump that fence.
Oh, this is disastrous for both of these teams, but primarily for T1. This is not the start they wanted to have after that last game, and Petrichor Road is just watching this from the safety of their compounds going, yeah, you guys fight. We've got angles into this.
Dude, you can see Raining just keeps getting vehicle, tries to look out, and it's like, no, they just have to let it go. So, awkward situation due to an emergency pickup that does come up in GSW's favor, kind of. I mean, they got some kills out of it, but they're not feeling too good right now. Ian's going to make it problematic. I love this. He's leaning back on the side that his teammates should be able to see. So if they are on the balcony to try to flush him, he should, maybe one of his teammates can get a knock.
Oh, what a grenade. Oh. That's just perfect. That is just absolutely perfect. That is so hard to find the right timing and the angle and all that. Oh, so good. Love to see that from CC as full sense. Wrapping pretty close to Americano there out by the memorial here, the Esports Memorial, and emergency pickup for BP, trying to time it with the next circle. Fluky still out in the blue for T5, waiting for his moment. Might have called in the res. I see the station blinking. So we'll have to see. At VP, what do they want to do here? You're going to have to assume that pretty much everything on the other side of the river is taken already anyway. So do you just drop on Potato, try to go downhill? I don't know. There's not great options, actually.
Love it, Navi, VT. Don't cross the streams. We've got emergency pickup coming up from Navi as well. Evan's going to be wrapping it back behind them. T1's going to be wrapping it on the opposing side of Navi. So Navi is going to have a plethora of targets to take shots at, but remember they do have their emergency pickup that they might be contemplating taking as well. I don't know if they're going to take it since they're right along the edge of the zone. This is just kind of turned awkward for everybody. T1's just going to kind of hang out, continue to watch, while TE going to roll right through the thick of it. They're going to get pretty close into what's going to be, I believe, T5's position, no, 17's positioning up on that hillside. Already taking a lot of damage. Delwyn's got to stop off. They are, I was going to say, they look like they were kind of committed. Duck Juice wanted to go for that, and he's got to turn it back around.
It's good he did. There's a Panzer there in the hands of 17 Xiaobei, and he could have made quick work of at least one player. You are going to lose a couple for Toyo there to the Freaks, but it looks like the Freaks had a knock in that situation as well. There you go. Emmy has Heaven down outside, and oh, Benjo with the Groza gets taken down by the grenade from Salute. Tough fight here for both teams.
So they're just going to commit into the res while the smokes are down. Team Liquid kind of scavenging, coyoting around the outside of this thing if they can pick up something of themselves. This is a very interesting and like probably one of the most historic locations whenever you think about firefighting inside of PUBG. Amy gets a good angle, tries to glide it in, but it's going to be Salute that pops it back around. DL is still down. Salute low on life, but now got to start defending from all of the new assaults. It's going to be VP trying to cross. They did, I believe, send one of their members over, if I remember correctly, in an emergency pickup. Don't quote me on that one, though. They're going to stop off. This is just a full-on party. We got Team Liquid on one side of it. Here comes TDT as well. Everybody's crashing this other compound because they heard the firefight on the other one.
This is madness. Everybody wants these points. I liked the initial idea here from Team Liquid, but now maybe there's too many guests have arrived. Oh, what a grenade there from Zhu. And he's got the knock. Oh, Purdy Curdy as well with the blue zone. So well placed here. Great util from him as usual. looking to go for the flush, looking to hold the angle, but June's got the off angle, can't find the knock.
Oh, the smoke's gonna provide enough cover. Nade's now starting to roll out. Purdy's on low on life. He's gotta be careful, and June does connect with it. Sparking trying to get some damage back. Chewy's gonna be the spawn, spots out June. He's gonna go down. So now Luke watching this. Purdy's slowly bleeding out. I don't think that they're gonna be able to res him, and you can see TDT backs up against the wall, quite literally just trying to defend it.
Look at that desperation a little bit here for TDT, trying to cut off some of these angles, even throwing an emergency cover flare out the window to try to get lucky with one of the Doritos to land outside of it. Team Liquid, I feel bad. I think they made a great decision here to try to third-party this, but everybody just wanted a piece of the action. Meanwhile, the Freaks are actually maybe going to benefit from this the most. They get their player up, they're back to 3, and Team Liquid and TDT have done a ton of damage to each other.
This is just turned all around awkward right in the front of all of this. Crexy's going to be still on the bridge to the north. He's going to wait and see if this calms down at all and see if he can cross. Remember, the Freaks are going to be just to the north of this. They're going to be watching that approach yet again, but also watching a bit further down. Sparking gets spotted. This is 2 games in a row where Team Liquid just can't seem to be finding points.
Sparking died to his own C4 there. Not sure what happened, but, oh well. I mean, it's kind of the end of the line potentially here for Team Liquid. Just Luke 12 on his own. I mean, we've seen him do some pretty impressive stuff in a solo position before, but this one's going to be maybe a little more difficult. It's just, can he capitalize on these knocks onto TDT? Can he find any extra points? But the Freaks know that there is a door open, and they're going to try to get in.
More points to be had. June still slowly bleeding out. It's going to be very difficult to make the cross. Looks like they're trying to get over there, but Petrichor Road has some vision. The sneakier approach coming up from DL and Guman right now, trying to see if they can navigate these compounds. They don't know exactly where the solos or the damaged players could be at. Looks like they are going to be leaning more into the TDT side. June still not getting rezzed yet, just due to the harassment at range, denying any form of angle. And that could open up a door for the Freaks, as we see a door opening for the Freaks. Guman looks like he knows exactly where he wants this one to go.
Yeah, that grenade, if it's in the window, should be good. Yeah, there you go. That at least gets the flush. Almost gets the re-knock there. So close onto Hwang F. And TDT is just trying to find a way to avoid any more damage, just trying to scramble to some kind of safety. So it's actually outside of the buildings they go. They're wary of more grenades coming, and we saw that Guman had quite a few extra frags in the bag. So that garage building, not going to be safe. Hwang F just going to say, well, there's a little carport out here. Maybe I can find some safety in there, but maybe the Freaks have read that. Those grenades didn't look like they were going to land in the garage, but I think they came up just short of getting over the fence.
I think that they were expecting him to maybe be hiding in the corner right along the wall. With the vehicle fortifications, this is a nice shift out. That doesn't mean the Petrichor Road's the one that's popping all the tires, seeing if anybody pops up. So Hwang F in pretty much just a safety position. He can't provide any form of support, so that's all we're really going to be able to see come up from TDT. They're 2 solos entirely separated apart from each other. Hwang F gonna hop in the vehicle. Looks like he wants to try to regroup, but yeah, that's gonna be easily punished by Petrichor.
Yeah, he had to try something, because I think eventually Petrichor was just gonna blow those vehicles up, and he was gonna be stuck one way or another, and who knows, if you get unlucky, right? The exploded vehicle just lands on you, and you're like, well, that sucked.
And Freaks are throwing nades right now. They're on the hunt. Whoa! Everything! Flash blows it up big!
He just drove in there, gave his life for the cause. Still a player alive for Buriram though, but man, what a C4 there for full sense.
Dynasty holding it together the best he can. All of his team just disappears in front of him. Okay, what do you do from here? Is the rest of Full Sense still gonna know where he's at? Harassment coming up from T1's Heather. Just a little bit of an angle. Just, I think maybe his feet showing, gets instantly punished.
Yeah, what an angle there for Heather. Heather, they've got problems though, T1. They've got Twisted Minds just to that forest over to their northeast. Tigger letting loose with a grenade, and not going to get in towards Damasty, but he's got some cover in that window. That car's nice and giving him a little bit of extra.
I've never asked for a replay before, but if there's one that I want, it's whatever happened right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so as this is going on, everything's kind of stalled out for a minute. I want to give you guys an update on what's going on in the circle itself. TE's making a quick push around. Well, actually, no. Tigger looks like he is going to play this one a bit more aggressive now, and he feels like he's got the advantage. He's just going to come in with the shotty. Starting to peek around angles. Looks like he already knows the back room, the hardest angle to push. He's just going to go ahead and try to push through the flash. Going to step away from it. More utility going to go down. Dynasty just playing it patient.
Has to be good with the timing on the pre-fire here, because if you give that shotgun a chance to get a shot onto the body, you're dead to rights. Stuns bought him a little bit extra time. However, there's one left here. The frag doesn't connect. Flash through. Is he going to read this? Nope, Tigger's got it. That was really well played.
That's such a hard hallway to push as well. Freaks kind of continuing their roaming destruction. They did manage to take out Luke 12, so Team Liquid is eliminated, still sitting at 3 points for the time being. Circle itself, you can see that right on the edge of the zone, Soset is inside the zone and FN is not. Just to the north of Soset is going to be 17 Gaming. They're kind of eyeing what was going on with Tigger and FS. To the north, it's going to be T1. Twisted's got a ton of control over positions, but the Expendables are going to be right in the thick of everything. Teal runs through. We still have the one TD member that holds it together. Finally finishing out this fight for so long. I say that, Crexy's still over there, but I think he's going to be chilled.
That was another hero play for TDT. Saw June earlier. Now Ziu going to have one of his own. Just shuts down the Freaks. Well positioned behind that car. Using that angle well. Rex finds a good grenade, wipes Navi out, Sosa dead. And FN Pochon trying to sled into this circle. They have just enough room on the edge. I think they can get this res.
The tail end of yesterday was really quiet for 17, but they are presently at 5 kills. They're in a good roaming position, as looks like Corexy is not going to be chill over here. He wants something. He wants any points he can find, and I mean, with the way VP have been playing, they can pick him up. Oh, get that nice bounce on the nade.
Didn't go far enough.
Yeah. He's in a weird spot now because it's going to be very difficult to hold around this wall. So he's going to go for the flash, step around, use that as an opportunity to step in. He just doesn't have any cover. He's standing out in the open, and that is going to be picked up. TDT continues to ring in more kills.
Dude, I mean, it's not the way you want to get points, but you're getting them where you can, and it's off these big plays from their individuals.
I guarantee you Twisted, T5, and Liquid would all love to have that amount of kills.
Yes. Oh, 100%. I mean, this guy, he steps out, salutes so far ahead of the rest of the team. They can't back him up, play for trades, and then they push the corner. He gets that first one so quick. Out in the open, Rex gets the flush onto Lil Ghost. I was thinking the same. This might be okay for 17, but let's hear what they're saying against this fight against FN Pochon.
小心蓝线独狼，蓝线哥独狼，小心点，左下速，小心，后和速都小心。有伞别清一下，
有伞，
先把独狼清了，让他自己管左边。
有看到不？
他可能就在这边。没事，他可能在。回来。
可能在打药。
我看一眼，没死。
完了是吧？
没事。
看一下，没事，确定没事吧？
贴围墙，用烟开车贴围墙。他应该在吃毒打包，7个包，7个盒子，在干拉土里。
牛逼，来看一眼，
看一眼直接顶了，蓝线爆了。
我来开车。我火箭龙一逼大了，兄弟。他大个雷声。
Kills stacking up for 17, now at 8, but they have to walk into the circle. It's going to be defended by T1. GSW is also inside of as well. GSW, though, is caught up looking at Petrichor Road, who just managed to get their feet inside the circle, but with Nero no cover to work with. Up to the north, Twisted still has the high ground, and this is spelling like it could be a good game, but 17 just foot pushed right into the face of T1.
Yeah, this is now a fight that T1, they've been fighting pretty much this whole game. I've been watching this compound, just watching bullet tracers come in and out of it. They have been doing their best to hang on, but 17 Xiaobei loves those Panzers, loves to use them to get that opening knock to break this, break the fight open for him. The grenade there, not going to connect into Heather's room. Heather just trying to be elusive, be evasive, doing a decent job of it. Going to reposition to the other side. It's just a matter of, if Xiaobei, oh no, raining. Did he see him go up the stairs? I think he did.
At least, okay, he spotted out how the nade's going to go out. Twisted does get some vision, a very far angle coming out from Example. Heather up on top, also going to make sure to get the flush out. So, Xiaobei being more bold, realizing, okay, looks like it's all going to be second story. Remember, this is the compound that we saw the nade come out from GSW. So Heather laying on top of Type's crate right now, just trying to defend the top is, Xiaobei, how bold do you want to be?
Yeah, this is a really important fight for both of these teams. You would love to get those extra points to just feel like you can play with a little bit more looseness coming in to those last 4 games. Heather still has a molly available, still has some smokes and a stun, so can play a bit of stall, but now you're going to have to make a move here sooner or later. How do you want to play this? I mean, Xiaobei just being so patient with this Panzer. Isn't trying to rush upstairs just yet. Are they just going to wait for a timing here with the blue?
Oh, the cheeky angle. Maybe the only safety from the Panzerfaust. He has now revealed himself, taking the shots. Looks like he's going to jump down back behind it. Sneaky play comes up, does get the knock on a one. Reinforcements trying to come down with the car. Provides too much cover. Zhao Wu has to hit the shots, but he cannot do it. T1 takes the fight. Should be able to get the res, but now they have to run into either GSW or Twisted Minds.
What a brilliant heads-up play from Heather. That was so nice from T1. And Petrichor Road finally starting to hemorrhage players because they are trying to get into this circle, and it is stretched quite far away from them, and they don't have a ton to work with. The vehicles are blowing up. The emergency cover isn't providing enough. And Nan goes down as well, so 2 left for them. This looks like a great game here, potentially for Twisted Minds to rebound after a rough start. An example, getting the big knock on the CC.
Lots of knocks coming out from Twisted. They have to be pumping out the damage, but it's been hard to secure the kills. There's just so many teams that are closer range. Heather tries to run through. He's got the Panzerfaust as well. Does manage to get the knock onto AZ. Twisted Minds trying to control with Petrichor Road, while T1 trying to shift forward. Do at least manage to get a foothold inside the building, but just with one member in Heather.
Yeah, it was going to be tough for T1, so Heather has to go huge. He's a guy who individually has shown in the PWS. A lot of people are going to remember that Game PT moment, and he's doing well here. Can he find that next one? Had a moment, had an opportunity, is at least going to claim another point.
Deny out any information being fed. He has to play the southern section of this building. He can't reveal to the north, otherwise Twisted is going to come after him. Gotta play it slow, steady. Twisted, though, has its own problems. TE has finally come alive. It was gonna be Twisted that moved closer, realizing that this could be their opportunity. Having done so much work on Petrichor Road, the angles were finally open, but TE doing a good job of holding through as long as they can. But Ming, back behind all of this, he's starting to find something. He wants some more kills of his own, and that's gonna be Petrichor Road trying to secure what kills they can.
Oh, if these grenades are good, it's the end of the expendables. It looks good to me. I think Ming's got him dialed in with the distance. Needed to the guns anyway. Good enough here for Ming, the last player alive, and Heather still kicking, still has Xiaotong underneath him though. Oh my goodness, how did he get upstairs?
I know, he managed to push upstairs, and now it's going to be GSW that's in the low ground. Shotguns prepped, Flash is going to slow that out, and he's still trapped out for Petrichor Roads. Update as well, this is going on. How are you going to play it? You've been pretty cheeky with some of these movements so far. Oh, but no. Gonna run right into it. The door closed. He is going to get revealed. Shotgun chase coming out. He just has to tap it down the hallway. Is he going to spot it in time? Doesn't quite get it. Instead, the cover going to be a bit too much. Doesn't want to be that aggressive at this time. Instead, wait it down. Molotov's going to go ahead and slow down the pacing yet again. This is still right on the edge of the zone, maybe a corner of this building to be played, but Twisted owns everything else.
Xiaotong has been playing that angle really nicely to not give that shotgun the full spread of damage. And in fact, I think he's barely taken any, so he is really playing that about as well as you can in a difficult situation with a gun that's so good in close quarters combat, buying himself a little bit of extra time. The funny part about this is there's a corner of this house that's still going to be in this Phase 8 circle, so this fight may not actually conclude. It may actually just be like both of them dying to the blue, not wanting to give points over to Petrichor Road because they realize that there's not much hope. They'd love to claim one or the other. Like Heather would love to just wipe out Xiaotong and then just be like, okay, we're good. Dust your, wipe your hands clean of it. I've got a ton of points for us this game.
Heather's got plans. You can see throwing out a bit more cover. Twisted, though, they're going to have too many angles on it. I like the opportunistic idea of it, though. Hey, if I can get it, maybe if I can get this fight, it'll be good, but any peek is just going to get punished right now. That does give some more breathing room for Ming to work with right now. It's only Perfectix that's going to be looking at him. Two guys stacked up on top of each other, almost unofficial teammates for right now, even though they both want to get that last kill on each other.
I mean, I'd love to see Heather go for this. Again, I alluded to it earlier. There was a game he had a couple years ago where he had, I think it was 13 kills. Oh, tries to go out the window. Yeah, there was just no hope.
I mean, I respect going for the play to see if you can get on the outside and get later into the stages of it. But now with that second story gone, that means that Twisted can get some more low ground movement. Look, I think that they've got eyes on Ming's position. They've already got control of center dot. They know everything is under their control right now. This is the way Twisted plays, methodical and clean.
The good news here for Xiaotong, he got second place out of that, out of the patience that he found. That, again, huge points for GSW.
And he has cover provided for him by T1. So Perfectix does too is the issue. Here come all of the throwables. Jiaotong can't really do much else except for kind of hide down, use this wall for some cover. Finally gonna get spotted. There you go, Twisted. Just efficiency incarnate.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to talk about them much because they were just being so smart with their positioning. They claimed that eastern edge early on the field, kind of reading the circle situation very nicely. You talked about it early, how they play the percentages well, and then they wrap up into that forest that's west of Yaz and just lock it down.
Well, almost all the fights that we were watching, from where T1 was having to make all of those bold pushes or defenses and everything else like that, Petrichor Road, it was all due to that high ground control that Twisted had just on lock. Nobody could look into the northern section of the circle without being instantly punished. And I know that these guys had to put up just ridiculous damage numbers. While, again, the kills are good at 6. That does not reflect the amount of control that they had in that circle.
Exactly, and this is just a great rebound after a bad first game. Yeah. You know, chalk it up to unlucky or whatever there. This is just the twisted minds that you come to expect with a team that has this much experience. The Death said the most consistent team to ever play the game, and I agree. And they're showing you that they are unflappable.
T1 making it later stages, showing again, hey, game 1, a bit more of a fluke. GSW, though, starting to find some consistency.
Dude, they've got a real shot now to get into that grand finals.
And that's kind of a dark horse for me. I wasn't making this expectation for them. I thought it would be, I didn't think that they were going to be like fodder by any means, but this is a lot headier and a lot more, I guess, frag heavy than I was expecting. A lot more very bold decision makings in their firefighting.
That early maneuver they made to get those grenades onto T1 to knock those 2 players out, that was brilliant and well thought out.
But again, just kudos to Twisted. This is a squad that we know can perform. I mean, last year was just a rampage of them just decimating team upon team, making it into the stages, later stages over and over, and taking first time and time again. So could they finally get that ball rolling yet again? Because this year hasn't felt the same for them yet.
No, not yet, but this is like a sleeping giant. You just expect that at some point they're going to wake up and start taking over lobbies.
Well, we've got ourselves a sit down with Nixie from VP. Barney, take it away.
An absolutely fantastic game number 2, but we're going to cast our minds back to game number 1. I've got Nixie here from Virtus.pro. We're here to talk about it because what a way to pop off on day number 2. But your first day of the group stage, Nixie, you rotated from that north side, huge rotate through the blue to then come in through the south, but you were immediately met with DN Freaks. What a great way to plow your way through them. When you got that full elimination of essentially the top seeded team in this competition, that's got to have felt good.
Yeah, it felt very good. Honestly, we were kind of ready for it because we were talking about this strat before, because it's in EU, we are like often behind the blue. Like a lot of teams are like going behind the blue. So, and we knew like DNF is probably not going to be ready because they're from different regions. So we're like, okay, we get 2 knocks on them, we kill them, insta hyped, everyone is hyped, and we just get the ball rolling.
Speaking of the hype, I've got to say, a lot of the analysts backstage as well were also saying that's probably the most hype listening that we've ever had, because we were listening into your comms when it all happened, and it was amazing. Do you see, like, part of your role in the team, do you see yourself as like one of the motivators because you're a bit more vocal?
Yeah, I mean, my teammates are like, can we put a gain max on this guy because I'm too loud? So I'm like, yeah, I'm just very hyped to play, and yeah, I feel like if you're very hyped and you motivate your team to be more hyped, then of course you get the ball more rolling, you know? So.
Yeah, of course, and you kind of ended up being a domino effect, didn't it? You end up going from team to team, ended up with 14 kills in that game, which was amazing to see. Do you feel like that starting moment with DN Freaks, managing to eliminate them, just got the ball rolling for you guys, and then because you were in a pretty precarious position at the end, it was quite tough to get the win, but what a role you were on.
Yeah, I feel like eliminating DNF, it definitely helped getting the ball rolling. We knew they had a lot of space, so we knew like we're gonna have a good game, and we just kept it calm and we just rolled the teams on.
Finally, I'd like to talk to you about your latest addition to the team as of after PGS 8. You've got Corexi now. What's he bringing to the team? Like, how's the dynamic within the team since he's joined?
Corexi, honestly, insane player. I'm very happy to play with him. Of course, we replaced him with Ibiza, and yeah, I mean, I'm just very happy to play with him. He's insane.
Nice, he is. Love giving props to our fellow teammates. But for now, thank you so much, Nixie, for joining me in this interview. We've got a lot of games to play. It's only day 2 of the group stage, but it's going to get spicier as we go through. Back to you guys.
level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
За контр, за контр.
Контришь?
Да, контра.
Бля.
Он
умер.
Пикать. Один. Не проходит. Я пройду под кубы и закину хаешки.
Я тоже.
Там он справа летит.
Я кидаю хэ, правый смотрю.
Там справа. Даю тоже.
Я?
Под киткатом был.
Вот где хэ взрывается, но мог уже пройти. Я поджимаю под куб. Чтобы он не заднелся.
Хорош, лучше.
Well, that's why they're the best team in the world. No, I mean, they should have probably... They're back. They're back, guys. They're back. They should have won that game here, all things considered, with the circles, with how things played out here. Twisted Minds with some very important points to start things off here for their group stage. We got Avenger, we got Godspeed, we got Toffees here to talk about that one. So, Toffees, Twisted Minds, back on top. Hooray.
Right? And after what we did to Toyo, we have to be a little reticent about throwing too much love right out of the gate.
What do you mean?
Well, so they did play a very stage-by-stage game, right? I love the idea they have Batulin in a glider, sort of scouting the area, making sure they owned their wedge of the pie. They tried a C4 play that was less spectacular than I hoped that they thought it would be. But ultimately, it was a slow burn game. The thing about Twisted Minds is that tends to spark revival with them, right?
I would say this, though, even though I didn't understand much of what they said, I understand a little bit. I can say exactly what happened when they saw 3 Northern shifts back to back. It's like, guys, we're fed. This is our game.
Yes. Yeah. And to Steve's point as well, it was kind of what we're used to seeing with Twisted Minds, right? They took their time. They took control of the north. They took that forest. And even if they didn't have that shift, they would have had a play. Martin and I were talking, it was going to be that pile building. So they had exactly what they needed to kind of make it look like a Twisted Minds game.
One of the biggest kryptonites for me, in my opinion, in terms of these big events, is that they often play kind of slowly in the group stages. They're all about those like little steps at a time.
Yeah.
And when we've seen them knocked out, it's not by extravagant numbers, it's by small numbers, right? Because they're not putting up big points because they don't catch the shifts once or twice. This is their style of play. And so that is the danger, but when you get those 3 shifts in a row and you know how to play cool, calm, and collected, it works out. And you could tell. We see other wins. We've seen comms on wins with players jumping out of their chairs. That sums up Twisted Minds, right? They get the win. They take their headsets off. They go, well, another day at the office. Let's get the next one.
Well, actually, that was the least reaction I think I've seen from a team getting a win almost ever. That was just because they knew that they was going to be going their way, right? And they weren't even really coming out of this game, Godspeed, with that many kills available to them. It's kind of the nature of that area, right? You've got those kind of 3 main compounds or 3 main compound locations from Garden down to the south, down over on the east as well. All of those compounds are normally going to farm the kills there, and you're just coming kind of late to the party.
Well, not only that, but since they controlled the north, there was no one even to rotate for them to kill, right? There really weren't a lot of options. And so, especially like around Volcano, teams are either fighting up there, they didn't really have LOS, so it makes sense.
All right, well, let's take a look at the match rankings then and see how all of the points have worked out here for this game, because I don't think it's going to be too extreme for good old Twisted Minds. 17 points go their way. Petrichor Road with a cool 11, and T1 also with another 11. To the point where now, if T1 continues to just get a few more points here, Martin, they're doing all right. Doing all right.
They're already in the finals, I would say, at this point here. But it's good for good for Freaks to get 8 kills, like on a kind of dirty fight where the zone kind of shifts away from them, right?
Yeah.
They managed to say, okay, guys, we're not winning this game. Let's just kill as many as we can in this compound here. So that's good for them after being backstabbed by Virtus.pro in the last game.
Other great news in this game, 17 put up some good numbers. We learned yesterday they're an Erangel team, and so they need to get those points early on. They're able to do that. I think we also saw Freaks kind of bounce back. Sure, they got knocked out by TDT, but 8 points on the board after that knockout last time around is going to be good for them. So some of our favorite teams stepping up and getting their points in this one.
Even like game start win, I noticed in the last game, even though it was with only 2, they managed to get center circle towards the end game, and the same thing with this game, they managed to get center circle, so they're at least finding the position. Now they haven't been able to get many conversions into kills, but they're finding the position, which again, when you're talking about a top 16 is enough.
They've been more game start wait for the circle to come to me is what I feel like when you watch them.
I mean, 50 points. They're 6th right now in the overalls, right? We're talking 15 more points, and they're going to be in the finals quite certainly with 4 more games to play for them. I mean, that's completely acceptable for me. For a team I had not much expectations for, that's above what I expected.
A game, set, and match. All I need is all of these teams from China to work on team names, all right? Yes, I once cast a team from China called Good Game Gaming, all right? I don't need any more. Anyway, never mind. Let's talk about the overalls. We've got Rock still at number 1. T1, as Martin mentioned, with 62 points, is pretty much shoring themselves up, considering they still have 4 games in hand as well. 17 Gaming with 56 overall. What is your big surprise so far from what we've seen here, Godspeed?
That's a really good question.
One he can't answer right now.
Yeah.
Big
Honestly, it's Liquid. Liquid has to be the biggest surprise.
The biggest surprise.
Not a good start.
8 teams are not playing today. That's the biggest surprise.
Yeah,
but I mean, here, 17 points were Twisted after 2 games. Sure, they had 0 last one, but you got to win the games that you got to win, right? And you could see that with Petullinger. I heard him say in the inning, like, okay, guys, that's it.
But I think you brought up Liquid. You're absolutely right. Freaks in the same boat with only 8 points total for them. 3 points for Liquid. You can see the guys on the screen right now. This is not where they should be. They're actually going to be pretty angry about this, I think. That said, they are elder statesmen. They've been playing this game a long time competitively. They have the mental status to go, you know what, let's just let Erangel go and let's reset for the next one. But they, as much as us and everyone who's watching in the Americas and around the world right now, is frustrated by this start from Liquid. And I don't think it's fault-driven. We saw Alo get sort of picked off. They've been to okay placements. They're just not landing in the right, maybe, timing. I don't know what's not clicking yet.
I'm not necessarily frustrated as I'm not even disappointed. We've seen Liquid in the past, like especially as TSM in some of their more consistent tournaments, kind of not get the best start, right? So I'm not necessarily worried, but again, with only so many games to play in these qualifiers, they can't have too many games where they're only accumulating 3 points across 2-3 games.
No, for sure. I mean, that first game happens. DM Freaks, Twisted Minds, and Liquid get almost nothing off that first game. And you're like, well, okay, it's only 1 game down. But then Twisted Minds straight away fires back with this. Admittedly, they're coming in from the north side of the circle adventure. But at least now they're right. Okay, we're on the horse. We're going to get things going.
I can't take too much away from these 2 games here live. We have a difficult middle game. Then we have another game here where they decide to go Garden, where it's going to be like a scrappy fight with 2 or 3 other teams, where the circle also go away. Like, it's not where it ends even, right? So you're not going to have anything big from it. So let's see what they do for the rest of the game. I mean, they have 10 more games to be played, right? So I'm completely confident in their capabilities.
And let's not forget, the top of the leaderboard's not a runaway yet, right? 40 points is a attainable sequence for any of these teams that are just entering the fray as they sort of get themselves warmed up. And again, with Liquid, they've got the experience. I asked Kurt at lunch, how many jerseys do you have at this point? He said, I've played for 7 different organizations. So, like, that'll look really cool one day to be on the wall, but that tells me he knows systems, he knows how to survive, he knows how to play, and he's going to help this team keep their mind in the right place.
How many times was shoot to kill in that 7?
I think like 4 or 5 different times.
3 or 4 times, I mean, every time they got dropped from a sponsor or they got left. I don't want to say it that way. They went back to SDK, but the experience that Kurt has, specifically that team now has together, is invaluable, especially when you do have bad games, because you're able to reset and actually get back on the horse faster.
I feel like it's actually just one of the teams that is the best at resetting in between every single game. And like, even though I asked him like, how are you guys feeling? I was like, we're always in shambles. We are molded by the shambles, so we're fine with it. So we're just gonna get on with other things. Like, yeah, you mean what you got from last year? You have that foundation to build on and go in further. It's like, yeah, we don't want to get second place again. We are here to win.
We can relate, kind of like this desk, always in shambles. We're just like mulling our way through, doing what we can. Toughies, we're all right at it, I think.
We're good at it. You know, another team that I think had some shambles they recovered well from. Freaks in that last game picked up 8 points. Tough first game. But this is a team that I think, after watching them in that last one, is going to start looking for quick fights early on. I think that they've gone to the headspace of placement's not for us. We're just going to go ahead and look to use our fight superiority to get ourselves to that top 16. And I think maybe we've under-expected how many teams came into the group stages with a 12-game group and said, you know what, our only goal is to make that top 16. We're not over-pushing for points. We're not going to overcommit.
But to Martin's point as well, I think that cutoff is going to be even more contested, right? And I think the point total might be higher, like towards 65 points. You said maybe I think 70 would be crazy high, but again, with the way these teams are playing, I think it's possible.
I mean, it was 60 points last year, right? You also had some teams that ran away with it, and also you have teams now with the revives. I think 65 is reasonable. If you want to feel safe, 70s is like where you want to be at, right? So you're looking at an average per kind of day. You want to go 35 or 40 points to feel comfortable, and that's what these teams are kind of feeling in. Although you can, you know, I've tried having 12 points on a day, and then you come back and have 74 points. That's not what you want to kind of aim for. You want to aim for that consistency, because we're only playing best of 12 in the finals. You gotta have decent games every single game. You've got to.
You've got to. All right, well, of course, Team Liquid here has not necessarily been able to hit the shots on the Battlegrounds just yet for the first 2 games. Still 10 games in hand. Let's see if they can hit some shots off the Battlegrounds.
Hello everyone, it's Bella. I'm here with Team Liquid's Alo and Luke12. Ba-ba-da-bam.
Hello, hello.
Hi guys, I have invited you guys over here on this very couch to play a little PUBG quiz. So I'm gonna give you a total of 5 questions, and whoever wants to answer has to press the buzzer, and you have to answer in 5 seconds. And if you fail to make it in time or fail to answer, your point automatically goes over to the person next to you. Let's get started. Name 3 weapons that could drop in an airdrop. 3.
Groza, Mark 14, and Famous.
Okay, first point goes to Luke. You gotta get speedy, you know?
It's closer to him. It's closer to him.
This is rigged.
I keep it like hovering?
Well, second question's coming up.
Okay.
Okay. How long does it take to use a first aid kit?
Oh, 6 seconds.
Okay, 1-1. It's a 1-all game. Good job. Question 3. Name 3 of the top 4 teams from EWC 2024.
Pero, FaZe, TSM, and Sonics.
Yeah, you only had to say 3, but you gave us all 4. Good job, Luke. Okay, it's 2-1. Yeah.
We're taking turns here. It's
taking
not a race
turns,
anymore. Yeah.
And the last question is what decides.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Name 3 melee weapons.
The crowbar, the sickle, and the pan. Machete as well.
Yes, wow. Luke just gave you an eye, like, hey, take this one.
We gotta leave it. We gotta keep this suspense. Taking turns.
Wow, okay.
The best of 1 now.
The team chemistry that Team Liquid is famous for. Last question. Name 3 weapons that use 9mm ammo. Who pressed it? 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Jason, I got there and be fine.
It's a friendly battle, the last one. Well, you pressed it, right?
Yeah, he pressed it.
And the point goes to Luke. Wow, Luke comes out on top. This is the most friendliest quiz time.
I just wanted him to win.
Wow.
I wanted him to win.
Yeah, I love this. All right, well, thank you guys for joining me for this little PUBG quiz time, and best of luck to you at EWC 2025. Let's say bye.
Bye.
Well, that was interesting.
That was awesome.
We gotta get more of that.
They got
more
Alo in a
quizzes.
content
Dude,
piece.
the fact that Alo was put on a content piece, I've been trying to get an interview with him for years, but it also goes to show like he is a monster in game, but he's such a sweetheart out of it, which is such a stark difference.
Yeah. I always start my lands here with when I see Alo, get a hug.
Dude, he
the
gets
Alo
good
hugs are the
hugs.
best
Yeah,
hugs.
100%.
Awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but you don't like hugs.
Because you
That's
don't.
true. I don't like people.
That's true. I'm here.
Hard-hitting analysis here from the desk. Thank you, guys. Whilst we do a podcast episode 2 here for the moment, we're just waiting for all of these players to get ready and good to go. So yes, obviously Liquid, we expect a big bounce back from these boys. As we mentioned at the very top of the show, Toffees, we know that they are going to be voracious. They're going to be hungry, considering that they did miss out on 7 and 8 PGS.
Yeah, I mean, they took that personally because this, again, as with everything, whether it's the PGC Grand Champion position or the qualifications for PGS, they missed it by so small of a margin that what I really expect from this team and what I hope to see from them, they've added Nomi to the roster. They're adding that little extra touch of analysis, right? It's this idea that we just need to stop being in a position at the end of a tournament where we go, man, we should have made that one move in game 3, and they're doing those moves now.
Well, if you think about it, the last time as TSM, when they missed that event, they came back and they had that insane streak where they got, seconds and thirds at pretty much every event. So this could be, again, another impetus, the start of that. If they miss 7 and 8, is EWC going to be their start? Will they get top 5? Will they win the event and then continue that streak going throughout 2025?
And to further that point, like they're competing for Liquid, who's in the Club Trophy Championship and could potentially win right now. We made the joke about, Kurt's got all of these jerseys. The idea of being able to lock up potentially a stable brand, a stable support system for them going forward over the next couple of years for the first time in a while, I think is also just a really big carrot for these players.
Liquid's always been one of the best organizations for that,
100%.
right? They've always really taken care of their players, regardless of what game it has been in. And we've talked a lot about Liquid here. I do want to move on from them a little bit, Martin, because another team that kind of has question marks around them, especially when it comes to internationals, is Petrichor Road. They did have a decent kind of performance here to get things rolling for themselves in the group stage.
Sure.
And they were second place last year here.
Sure.
The only thing is, internationally, it's a bit wishy-washy, even though this team should be a super team when Ming was able to join.
When we kind of started the conversations, they're just so hungry for the big events, right?
Yeah.
Second last year, they were so close. They got 4th in the last game, while Sonics, now Falcons, got 2nd and as many kills, so they won the whole thing. They were so close. And as you said, with Ming coming in, it should be that big power roster at international level, but it just isn't yet for me. That's why I'm hoping here that this is going to be the motivator for them. They want to show up at the very biggest events and they want to win. The first place is $650,000.
Yeah.
Who would not want to win that?
Yeah, and for me, when we look back and we try to figure out the consistency issues, because you're absolutely right, they have massive consistency issues throughout the globals, because you still have Ixlex on that team, right? You have Chewy, who they brought in, and I mean, Ming did save them in that last game. He was able to salvage that game, but they shouldn't be limping through games like this, and I don't understand why.
It's about motivation. When we went to PGS, we heard Ming say, hey, I'm on the team. My job is to keep Axelef going, to make sure that he gets the best performance he can. And it felt like when you watch that, Axelef just wasn't motivated. Now, I don't know if that's prize pool. I don't know if it's being close to home, but every time I came in, he wasn't there warming up like the other players were. Petrichor was showing up later than the other teams. It's a very different Petrichor that's walking around out there right now. And I think that's what it comes down to. If Axelef showed up and is like, yeah, I'm getting a win here, then they are a totally different team than we saw at PGS. They just felt on their laurels there.
Yeah, they've obviously got to kind of work on that consistency a little bit, but one team that is showing up their consistency when it comes to even internationals is T1, who is currently with Bella.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with T1 reigning. 안녕하세요. Well, you guys came on today ranking tied 3rd with the Falcons, and we were expecting a little bit of a momentum, but as soon as the first Erangel started, we had to say goodbye to you pretty soon. Can you tell us what happened, reigning? 어제 경기력이 너무 좋아서 오늘 공동 3위 팔콘스랑 같이 경기를 이렇게 시작을 하게 됐었는데 첫 번째 맵이 시작했을 때 좀 인사를 빨리 해야 됐거든요. 좀 무슨 일이 있었을까요?
첫 라운드는 좀 저희가 좀 브리핑적으로 좀 실수가 있었어가지고, 그리고 제 실수도 있어가지고 좀 터져서 다음 라운드 좀 더 열심히 하려고 준비했던 것 같습니다.
We had a little bit of a calling mistake. I think I had some errors personally as well. So we, tried to make up for all the mistakes and brought that energy onto our next match. All right, well, you're in Group A. This is the last time you get to play. How are you planning to finish out the matches the rest of the day? 그룹 A라서 오늘 마지막 경기거든요. 남은 경기는 또 어떻게 풀어나가실 예정인가요?
저희는 그냥 하던 대로 할 거고 기회가 온다면 그걸 놓치지 않고 꼭 잡아서 치킨 먹겠습니다.
We're going to do what we've been doing, but we're going to seize that opportunity and get that chicken dinner when we can, if we can. All right, love that. Well, Raining, looking ahead, how high on the leaderboard do you want T1 to finish at the end of the day? 이제 오늘 또 마지막에 리더보드 몇 위로 마무리하고 싶을까요?
당연히 1등으로 마무리하고 싶은데 그게 안 된다면 상위권으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
Of course, I want to finish first, but if not, on the stable, higher ups on the leaderboard. All right, thank you, Raining, and best of luck to T1. 안녕, T1 화이팅!
All right, don't mess with the boss lady Bella in her lovely suit. Jeez Louise. All right, but you've got Group A versus Group C currently going on today. If you're just tuning in right now, we've only had 2 Erangels down. We've still got 4 matches to go. Group C as a whole, those come in relatively decently to start things off. Toffees, what do you make of Group A and C?
I mean, I think that the Group C has been fun to watch. In fact, everything we've talked about in the first 2 games has been high impact from mostly our Group C teams. And I think that's a little stressful for Group A because, Martin, there's only 4 games left to play for these guys, and I don't know. Some of these just haven't shown up today.
For A, you have 4 games left to play. Full Sense, 27 points. Yes. Buriam, 28 points. Oof. Na'Vi, 41 points. Expendables, 44 points. We're talking about a 65 to 70 points cutoff here, right? If you want to be safe. You got to step on the speeder right now if you want to get into that finals. Otherwise, you're going to be left in the dust.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that we may not see Expendables in the finals, right? If they're not able to kind of clean this up and get more points.
Here we see them.
Or even potentially Na'Vi, even though coming into today, we thought Na'Vi had a pretty decent day 1.
It's going to...
I mean, okay.
Miramar's going to change that.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, the thing is that... Let's talk about that for a moment, the Expendables, right? Because, of course, after they set the precedent of we are the world champions, we are PGC champions, right? We go to PGS 7 and PGS 8. I think a lot of us were like, okay, can they continue this on? Because I think even we had question marks around if that was going to continue.
Sure.
Here, still kind of middle of the pack Avenger. Yeah. I don't know whether or not we'll see Expendables reach that high again. What are your thoughts regarding that?
For me, still, sure, 2 of them coming off a Nations Cup win, but it's just not really coming into fruition just yet. 44 points is not a PGC defending champion kind of level right now, and they should be thriving in the chaos that is right now. They are the team that is thriving in this type of chaos here, so I would like to see them way higher up.
Okay, so here's where I'm sitting on Expendables at this point.
Okay.
I think that they thrive because they're chaotic in the order. I think that's why we see them come out in when they get to grand finals, whether it's PNC with their players, whether it's PGC, and they get to a place where all of our top teams are sitting and they can kind of predict what teams are going to do. Yeah. Their unpredictability becomes incredibly strong and viable. I think right now where things are a little bit wonky, they seem to struggle because they're running into things they don't expect. And yes, they're good fighters, but I think chaos, hurts chaos. Chaos only does well when everything else makes sense around it.
True, but I feel like I agree with James in the fact that I don't know if maybe PGC was their peak, right? Because when you even look at PGS and you look at the last 2, sure, it's not as important as you would say an EWC or PGC. They still got 9th, and then after that they got 19th. So their placements have gotten worse and worse since PGC. So I don't know if this is what we're seeing as a symptom of that, but yeah, it's not trending in the right direction.
I think we have to watch the rest of 2025 out to see how that's going to really unfold here. Gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break whilst we solve everything that's going on for our players to get them good and sorted to go into those wildcard maps. So we'll see you in a few here for more PUBG at the Esports World Cup. Well, we are almost ready to get back into those wildcard maps. All of these players getting almost good to go for it. They need a little prep time. They need to compose themselves. A lot is at stake here at the Esports World Cup. And for some of the teams over in Group A, I'm musing, I'm thinking about who could potentially be in danger. And there's a weird scenario, gentlemen, where Toyo, despite 2 wins, might be in danger, Godspeed. That is a concern, I think, for some of these.
I really wish you were on camera there. You're a wizard.
Yeah. His wedding ring made it so magical, too, with the sparkles.
But, you know, again, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was worried about, is the back-to-back wins is great, but then they get crashed by a team. Granted, it is Freaks, but they kind of got rolled over, right? And that's the thing, is like, are they going to actually be able to win team fights rather than just focusing on getting there on points alone? And then once they do get to finals, if they get there, right? Because we're talking, it's possible they don't make that cutoff. Are they going to be able to fight the teams in that lobby?
I completely agree with your assessment of how they're approaching their late games and then their wins, because if it would have been any other terrain, any other scenario, their passive play towards those late games, Avenger, does leave them vulnerable in other circles that weren't those specific 2 circles at the very end for them, right? So they've got to change things.
51 points currently with 4 games to get. They need another decent one, or they need to stop having 1-2 point games. So that's big for them. I mean, imagine having 2 wins and not going. That would be crazy. Also, game start win 50 points, 1 point less than other guys. They have 3 second places and a third.
Yes.
That's good consistency, but they're not getting the kills. They're only getting the placement points. They need to step that up to also make sure they get above that 65-point mark.
And I want to actually ask you, Toffees, about game start win. And game 1 specifically, right, where on their own radio tower, was there any other way they could have potentially approached that scenario versus Toyo, or with this no opportunity against it?
So I mean, I think when you watched the way that end sort of played out with them on the high ground, I think initially when Toyo first sort of found that position, the 2 of them were there could have been a fight, but I think they waited a little too long. And then we had Liquid below, and then we had the follow-up of VP below. And when that happened, there was no real way for GSW to come up over the top and look down.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get the game rolling, and we are rolling into Rondo here for our next match. So without further ado, let's head to the casters.
Rolling into Rondo. Yes, let's go. Okay, guys, it is time to get into game. Rondo is the next one up.
Let's go. I'm ready. I'm always ready to Rondo. Kind of curious to see what this one looks like for this lobby. We're going to get a kind of view of where people want to... Yeah, I mean, that's, that's the dream, but sometimes, dreams don't always come true, Matt. Sadly, the Disney movies lied to us.
Hey, we've been getting a lot of Jadina City finishes in America. I'd be fine with, well, not necessarily Jadina City, close to it. Those are really fun. And that's what sucks about the fact that we get so much test track is there's so many cool areas of this map that are really fun to play in. So.
I agree. I want to see one over by Long Ho. I've never seen one down there.
Who would want to see Long Ho?
Yeah, that's true. We had one.
That's my favorite name out of any location.
We did have one southwest of Tin Long Garden at PNC, and that was pretty sick. That was like no one's ever seen this part of the map ever, except for like those weirdos like me who drive way on the outskirts of the map sometimes. But pretty fair plane path, just down the middle. So all the like big time drop spots like Stadium, Jiao Tin, Test Track, going to be right in play. 17 and Na'Vi looking to split the test track. So that means that Twisted Minds finds themselves on the outside looking in from that usual area that they're dropping in. So they're going to be over to the east, claiming some of that real estate. The Freaks like Stadium if they can get it, so they'll be dropping there. T5's going north of that.
Yeah, I mean, our game yesterday did end around that Stadium area, just to the south of it, which is one of the cooler areas that I do like if we are going to be a bit more centralized. The outskirts of Stadium, I think, is really, really fun. So, ooh, yeah, get us away, get us down south. We got that river hook that's going to curve back around Ringjiang, and that's actually one of my favorite parts of this map whenever we do see put pushes, because there's multiple paths that are available over there, and the way that the river kind of curves back around makes for some really awkward rotations and contained firefights that happen in different areas. Specifically, also, this is so far from plane path.
Yeah, this one is going to be good. A lot of opportunity for a team like Toyo to make a wide early southern wrap to claim some good real estate. Maybe the Expendables try to follow up on that. Things of that nature very much on the cards for these teams. TDT, man, I want to talk about TDT a little bit because, dude, they've been so good. I mean, it's just like Vietnam is just churning out incredible players recently. I mean, obviously you had, Cerberus there last year, and then the Expendables winning PGC, and then they win PNC finally after getting so many top 5 finishes. And now you've got TDT showing their individual skill as well. So this region is just stacked.
And if you guys have not been watching any of the APAC action as it happens regionally, do it. I mean, the casters are phenomenal. Love you guys and super nice. They always bring a ton of energy into the games. So tune in because they're some of the wildest, most fun games I can watch in PUBG.
They always are. They always have a different energy to them, that's for sure. And it's weird because it's gotten a little bit tighter with teams like T5 in there that kind of play a little more quote-unquote standard. But yeah, when you have the Vietnamese teams in there, they're just out there wild. And I mean, the Expendables in particular play such a different style than most teams out in the world these days. So they're super fun to watch. And TDT, it was just the individual brilliance that they're showing that is just so special.
You had a great clutch we saw inside the last game. June also with some clutch plays. VP, who's just been a menace to this whole lobby today and having some big kill games. I love that for them. I am waiting for the sleeping giants at the bottom to start to awaken, though, as we do have ourselves the Freaks, Team Liquid, and T5, all big banger teams that have just not really had the start, but really, I mean, it is Erangel, and if I were to think about those 3 teams, they don't strike me as the Erangeliest of teams.
Yeah, they're happy to get out of old Neon Genesis Erangelion.
Oh, I love you.
Thanks. But it's tough. Like, I always see this with the Freaks. At every international event, they start slow. Like, day one of the group stage, it's like, oh, God, is this like, are they just falling apart? And then they just pick it up, and then they, get to the grand finals, and then they're smashing. But
Tell me about it. As every single time I do fantasy, it's like, I'm going to put Salute on my team day one of group stage. Does nothing.
Yeah, you got to learn.
Day 2, he starts popping off, and you get the temptation for it. I'm like, no, I already had him on day 1. I'm not going to get him on day 3. It's like 5,000 points.
Yep, he's kind of good at that. But my frustration is that the Freaks don't learn their lessons sometimes coming into these international events, like from previous international events quick enough. Like, it's like they want to play their game so bad. Like, when you watch them in PWS, they're a very different team than at internationals. They can claim so much real estate for free. There's not as much weird stuff.
Sorry, I saw Team Liquid. Looks like they were getting pretty close to the split that was happening with T1 making a rotation, but it looks like I think the Team Liquid guys saw that. Desk was talking about how Team Liquid did end up missing out on the PGSs, so they're coming in a bit colder. And I don't know if that's a symptom to what we're looking at with their points, but that's its own problem, given the fact that this is a very short group stage, and we know that this is a team that can perform. They just really need to get their feet underneath of them.
Yeah. Well, this is a problem for T1 because they're going to have to sacrifice a vehicle to this situation. And Team Liquid there knows that they had an opportunity to at least punish that. They don't want to stick around too much longer, it looks like, and I think that's the wise decision here. Getting a fight this early, probably not ideal. Plus, you're taking some shots from range. The other T1 players have lined themselves up into a point where they could cover Type and Raining, so they're driving past 17 as well now, but 17 initially doesn't have the greatest of angles. That's a bugging for Luke, though. That's dangerous.
This is really close to Xiao Wu, but he can't quite get up the hill fast enough. Not even going to be able to take, well, maybe one parting shot. Yeah, not really worth it. So he's going to let that one pass. So Team Liquid sneak by T1, sneak by 17, and are pretty much center right now. The problem is the center has not got all of the best locations for it, but hey, this is open. Take it.
Absolutely. All right, so to finish my point, maybe we have time, about the Freaks real quick. Just the way that they have to adjust their play style versus what works in the PWS versus what doesn't work internationally. They're allowed so much freedom and respect in the PWS because everybody knows how good they are. And they've won so many domestic tournaments that teams just kind of know, okay, well, they're here.
Oh, Liquid spots out Tigger, does get the flush onto him. That was pretty close with FS. The other guys are down the hillside taking some long-range shots, but I don't think it should be much more than that. We do have the emergency pickup that's pathing pretty close to this, where it looks like T5, they're about to hop into it. And TDT, you kind of in a weird neighborhood with the Expendables.
That is not the team you want to be running into. Although the Expendables taking a bunch of damage here from Toyo. Toyo, that team, they took a long time to make their rotation. The Expendables actually got ahead of them in terms of who could maybe move into this circle from some of those teams that were near Jadena City and north of it and things like that. So this is kind of an awkward situation that both teams find themselves in, but Toyo now using this damage that they've done to rotate past the Expendables.
I mean, two different team styles right there. Is the team please do something versus the team please stop doing things for a second. As this is going to be very far down to the south, where Ram's going to be rotating way up in the north, not even inside the circle. VP not inside the circle yet, not making any big moves. Way down to the south, you can see we got a couple of teams, well, at least one team that's thinking about coming in off this. So everything else has gotten pretty calm. Most teams going to be trying to avoid the hook that's coming around for the river. FN and Freak's going to be our furthest northern teams.
All right. Well, the Freaks are going to claim a lot of real estate up there. So they've got kind of into their comfort zone, I suppose I could say, but that's something that has caused them problems because, again, going into the fact that they get wide splits, they don't always watch their backs well at the international tournament. We saw that kill them against BS, and that is something that I've seen this year time and time again. So they got to be just a little bit more cautious, a little bit more thoughtful about how and when teams can make rotations, especially with teams like VP in this lobby who are more than happy to chew through blue for days and days. So you have to be very cautious. As speaking up, they're making a later rotation as expected around that southern edge. TDT very split up. Look at where Huang F is on the map. He's out in Narnia.
We were talking about how great T1 was doing yesterday, where they ended up at, I think it was like 51 points or something like that, if I remember correctly. Look at the fact that we look at VP, 22 points in 2 games. That's a high trending 11 points per game so far. That is a crazy start to this group stage. And this is a very strong lobby, whatever you look at it. So this is, if you're a VP fan right now, you're feeling really good about not just grand finals and getting in, but how they could perform.
For sure. 11 points per game is good enough to often put you in contention to win event. Now this is group stage, so not as important in that regard, but it is still important that you're going to average points of that caliber to get through into that grand finals. And Lil Ghost, look at Khan. He's just tracking Lil Ghost. He's like, guys, he's on his own, maybe, but he's out of there pretty quick. So I think Buriram's going to have to kind of pull back because you don't know what's on the other side of that hill, and we can see it. That Lil Ghost has regrouped with the rest of his team, so this is really good stuff. Khan can probably see it. So this is okay for Buriram, and this is great use of the glider, to be frank.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop because they've got Na'Vi that's going to start getting some vision on them in just a second. Then they've got Flash kind of chilling away from the other members of FS. Petrichor Road's going to be pretty close to that. Does look like T5 is going to take the very tail end of the circle for their emergency pickup. New circle's going to pop and go center.
How much do you want to bet T5 has another emergency pickup?
Ooh, that is...
They have another one.
Could you say that they maybe have 5 of them?
That's bad.
It's such a bad joke.
It's so bad.
I don't even feel bad about it. Okay, circle has popped, but you know what does feel good? It is going to be Team Liquid and 17, both pretty much centered. Looks like 17's getting pretty close to Team Liquid, and Team Liquid's going to have to defend this pretty heavily as they're going to be a focal point for a lot of action. VP also needs to go through TDT to manage to make it inside the... Or, no, sorry, Toyo to make it inside the circle.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward for both of these teams. Toyo's actually pretty split. They've got a 2-on-1 going around this kind of field thing, and that's okay for now, but if VP gets a knock onto them and kind of reads the situation properly, they might just storm through here, knock 2 players of Toyo out. You can see VP kind of checking out what's going on and then also getting information. Nixie doing a good job there as the leader, finding out what's going on around this. So if they can cleanly take this fight, they're going to open up. And oh, it was so close to the knock. I love the patience and the timing. They just couldn't quite get it.
Okay, Toyo, how are you going to respond to this? You got a lot of friends. VP, I think, is just going to be comfortable with their damage. Just at least hitting those shots is going to mean the fact that they're not going to get harassed in rotation. But this puts them more to the south. By doing this movement, they're now going to be, there's Hwang F that's going to be coming in, trying to regroup with TT right through the thick of them, and also going to be near T5. Freak's going to find themselves pretty close to Petrichor Road over here. Petrichor Road trying to creep in back behind them. Shots exchanged does mean the Petrichor Road's going to go back up into the north. T1 just going to be north of that, doesn't have vision, so Petrichor Road should be fine for now.
So this is a bit dangerous for both of these teams because 17 and Team Liquid both have angles into these compounds, so they got to kind of take a pause here, figure things out. Meanwhile, there's a big fight going on with the Expendables and GSW. GSW losing CC and another knock there. In fact, they've got 3 players knocked. They've only got 1 alive. It's just done. Tanbu finishes the job with the Panzer. I love that view. You just see that rocket coming and you just have nothing you can do but watch.
Nom, 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 nom. He just ate that right to the face there. So, I mean, okay, that said, GSW, 6th place. Respect. They're doing good. Yes, that is an early out for them, but if you're a GSW fan, you're still feeling good after those first 2 games. The Expendables starting to be expendably, starting to find all the kills, starting to have some fun with it. 5 already, and we are still on circle number 2.
I like the way you adverb to their name. That's good. I appreciate that. This is like, again, you think back to that first Miramar game yesterday where it's like the Expendables start well, they get that kill, or a couple of kills here, and they just start to like snowball games.
I mean, that's the Expendables, right? Their early game plays either start well or they're the first team out.
Yeah, they just got problems. Like they hamstring themselves so much they can't do anything.
But I love the fact that everybody else is like, okay, we're playing for numbers, we're playing for Circle 2, and the Expendables are like, no, we will just make this work. We will figure out ways, we'll just get cleaner with it and cleaner with it. And it's fun.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's how they win events. I mean, like, because they're so opportunistic and they're willing to take those high percentage risks where a lot of teams wouldn't.
And if you've ever met these guys, like specifically like Duck Juice, you can understand their team dynamic. It's like, yeah, we know everybody else is doing this, but this is what we want to do, and this is the way we think that we can win.
They're just always having fun.
They're having fun, and they would rather take a 0 game and play it the way that they want because they have the upshot of having a 25-point game whenever it works. And that, I love it. I love that mindset because the confidence that it brings.
Absolutely. VP's making a bold move here in the center of the circle. This is very uncharacteristic, I would say, for them. They're usually a team that is happy to try and, play the edge, try to find their way through, even tank some blue, but they're going to see a position because of that glider and take a risk. Petrichor Road as well, making a mad dash to try to regroup. 2 players in this car. Can't find any damage, though, and they're getting shot in the back.
Here's the problem. They ran right at Petrichor, just runs right into Burram. Burram's now getting harassed by FS. Petrichor Road has to just run right through the gauntlet of it. Burram now curves back around up into the north. That's where Team Liquid and 17 are going to have some vision. VP are in the middle of this, just trying to get people to stop shooting at him. It's going to be the Expendables that now get some vision. Burram has to stop off in a ditch because there's no other options. They've got VP that's going to be right next to them. We still have Toyo that needs to get in the circle, as well as Twisted. Twisted's going to come in a bit slower, but this is going to be a replay of what we were watching. Give it to us. Give it to us.
Oh, this was just great from Tom.
Oh, Edie hits a good nade. That's 2 members of VP down.
I was watching that in the bottom right, Pip, and I was like, is he going to hit these grenades? Now VP in a ton of trouble, and they're going to lose a couple players for this, and this is starting to look very dicey for them. They made a gamble, and it is maybe not going to pan out. Of course.
Everybody is going. They're like, my points, and it's nades, mortars, blue. Look at that. That is. VP, there is nothing you could have done to survive there. That could have killed you like 3 times over.
Watching the Michael Bay movie. That's what Virtus.pro is doing, and just hoping that they don't. Akeleft is destroying people with a Dragunov.
Yeah, Burram in the same problem. These dips just not working for anybody. They thought maybe there would be some space, but there's a hill to the northeast, there's a hill to the south, and everybody's got some vision in it. Expendables in the middle of the circle. You know they're not going to let anybody near them. Then 17 as well.
Petrichor, they're driving into this. They're driving into this. Akeleft in a car. He's got a machine gun, wanted to see what he could finish off. Just threw a grenade in there, got a knock, and they drive out, and they're going to try another direction. This is madness.
Do it again. You're not done yet. Glories wants a piece of it too. Nade's gonna bounce a bit far, but look at Akeleft laughing. He's loving this. This is just like a shooting gallery for him.
He wanted those points so badly, but those mortars I think might have been the thing that actually dissuaded them more than anything.
Glories! He says, "Nah, Akeleft, those are mine,"
and it was the right decision to pull off there for Petrichor Road. I mean, that was going to be dicey if they stuck around. Who knows if that mortar misses and hits their car instead.
Dip definitely ain't free.
Nope.
Neither one of them, because, man, the whole lobby turned on those 2 dips. VP still has members alive, so respect. Circle pops, it does go down to the south. So that means that the Expendables are going to be in the middle to everybody's chagrin.
Yeah, that is not the team you want to have there. I mean, they are, in theory, very, very good at defending compounds. FN Polchon making an aggressive maneuver here, trying to find something. There's a little bit of cover in the middle of that circle, but they might take some damage on the way in, not sure. Team Liquid as well, going to be on the move. 17 waiting for the other teams to bypass. Team Twisted Minds on the backside of this, kind of maybe looking to do some third partying.
The vehicle does flip, running through the wreckage. They're going to be running right next to the remnants of VP. VP's going to just try to shoot them away. Kurt does get taken down. Demi gets knocked. Whoa! Luke just pops him in the face with his car. Liquid trying to retaliate back, roaming down, and Sparking goes down. He was trying to go for a drive-by. VP does go down, but the road, I guess the field is just littered with Liquid players right now.
And it's opened up the door here for 17 Gaming to make a maneuver.
Oh, FS!
FS as well is driving in here in the Pico bus. This is going to get spicy. Everybody wants this dip that's on the northeast side because there isn't much else to play.
I mean, the Expendables heard this. They started looking into the north. They wanted a piece of it. FS roaming in back behind 17. This is just a bloodbath. All these teams are in a death funnel over into the northeast. You can see Team Liquid trying to get their feet back underneath them, but trying to get the reses, but 17 just hunting them down, dropping everything they can. Navi now rolling in as well. Twisted has the high ground. They're shooting into this. Liquid is out. Toyo's trying to regroup over here. Petrichor Road's taking shots into the east. There's nowhere to go. Everybody just keeps stopping, trying to pick up and vulture whatever kills they can find.
Oh, and by the way, T1's picked a fight with Twisted Minds on the outside of the news circle. Somehow, some way, Navi's gotten into some relative amount of safety. And here's Twisted Minds. They're actually pulling back a little bit off of this fight, trying to find some new angles to contain T1 as best as they can. But T1 actually finds the opening knock here onto Perfectix. But I think that's a BRDM if my eyes don't deceive me there for Twisted. They're trying to use that to just tank their way literally into this new circle, but they're getting cut down by Petrichor Road.
They're not even in the circle yet. They're right on the edge of it. So they still need to move forward just a bit more. T1, do you want this? Petrichor Road holding back like you were talking about with Twisted. Everything else is now kind of calmed down, but the Expendables still own center. We have an awkward situation going on with T5, Navi, and I guess FS's Flash kind of holding in over here. So they're kind of just holding down these little bit of dips. T1, now it's your time to go, and they're running right next to Twisted. They're going after 17's position, and just crates galore over there. They spin back around, but no, it's going to be 17 from behind that just starts raining in death and destruction. This field is cursed.
I think this was a bit of a miscalculation here by T1. Thought that maybe 17's position would be safe, but they opened themselves up to some angles of the Expendables, plus a great grenade there from, I believe it was Xiao Wu of 17. So E-End, the IGL for T1, played anchor and is going to be the sole survivor trying to stake out points. But again, there just isn't much to work with. We've seen so many teams try to find something in this circle, and other than the compounds that teams already have claimed, mainly the Expendables, there just isn't much to work with.
Okay, quick breathing note as we are going to be going back into this field yet again. We still have Petrichor Road, Twisted, E-End, Freaks, T5, and TDT that all have to go into this exact same no-cover position. At this point, players are wishing that crates on the ground provided cover so that way you could have something to hide behind.
You're going to throw every emergency cover flare you have here because you have to find something somehow, some way. Twisted might just have to, yeah, they just have to go at something somewhere. This is great use of the BDRM. Oh, but Batulin just took a grenade right underneath his car, down to 19 HP, and just you could see him shake his head a little bit there. Gonna have to stop off to heal, and Twisted has to figure this out. They have to recoup, regroup, and 17 trying to put some hurt down, and it's Hanbu and it's the Expendables.
7-7, how much more do you want? He wants to get at least another point or two, something out of it. Lou gonna bring the BDRM right up on top of him and be like, where are you trying to hide, buddy? There's nowhere to go, Xiao Wu. We're just gonna continue to hunt. I mean, it doesn't turn the best, so instead you just gotta look at look at Lou. He's like, what do I even do here? I can't turn, I can't do anything. Xiao Wu can't really do anything back to him. 7-7 finally goes down. Petrichor Road just kind of watching all of this. This is a nutty match.
It is really wild. Xiao Wu here actually doesn't, well, he throws the molly at the bottom of it. I love this. Oh, he's got a C4 though. That forces him out. Lou wins the battle. Well played there by Lou. That got real scary real fast, and he was able to find the timing.
But Tanvu, Delwyn have now left that compound. They're seeing if maybe they can scavenge up some more. Lou still has himself a very defendable mobile unit to work around with. Petrichor Road still has coming. To the south, though, we have TDT as well as T5, both hopping in vehicles roughly the same time, rotating up next to each other. So it's going to be a bit of a skirmish due to happen as there is still a compound that was open. T5 managed to steal it away.
This is going to sound bonkers, but I almost favored TDT. Oh, that's a nice shot there. Oh, Rex has a Mark 14, actually. I thought it was a grenade that was going to get the knock on to June. It's actually Rex from afar. TDT needs to get some util into place. They need to do some damage. Here come the Freaks, though. They're swinging in from the bottom.
Are they coming after this one? Navi is trying to hold out Petrichor Road, and that's the only reason this fight is staying contained for the time being. But Freaks do get vision of what's happening. DL does line in. Zoo is going to go down. TDT in some trouble. Too many people coming after him, and they are going to go down.
Freaks here having a little bit of trouble getting fully into this circle, though. Salute got pinned down momentarily by the Expendables, but it looks like he's found just enough safety. You have FN Pochon still locking down a compound of their own. They're going to be in the next circle, so are the Expendables, so those are going to be very nice. Good grenade here from Axleft, who's got that machine gun again, looking to put it to good use. Going to throw a molly out right into all that cover, trying to see if he can catch Navi hiding.
Okay, Axleft. You're going to have to be just bold. You just have to run through it. Support's coming. Chewy does get the knock onto one. Follow-ups are coming out. Navi wants to try to hold the line, but Axleft just denies it all. Navi goes down. Petrichor Road continuing to push in. Circle stays elusive and moves more west, so they're not in it yet.
Love the way Axleft plays this. He doesn't go for the flushes initially. You would think with a machine gun, you're just going to hold the left trigger down, claim some free points, but he says, okay, you've got 2 knocks. I'm going to find the last 2. You guys keep distracting. I'm just going to push through, get these kills, make sure we wipe them out very cleanly and efficiently. That is really good on-the-fly thinking from the leader of Petrichor Road.
Freaks, Guman looks like he's starting to eye the T5 position. Does manage to kind of squeeze in there, so the rest of the Freaks could be coming up back behind him, but looks like they realize that the threat that could exist over here, so this could be a very hard position for T5 to hold down. Is on the other side of it, Petrichor Road does hear this bit of a firefight that's happening. Petrichor Road, though, has to be careful. They still have Flash. It's going to be next to him. FN is going to be across from the Freaks, so that's going to stall out their positioning for now. The entirety of the North pretty much belongs to the Expendables, which should terrify everybody. This is an extremely strong lobby still alive.
Oh, God, yes. This is such a stacked lobby. Ming Ming actually found the knock on the DL there. So The old player named Bobsonghead previously is going to go out here. DNF, the good news for them is I think T5 expended all their utility, so at least they aren't going to suffer from a nade barrage, but they're kind of trapped in this little dip that they have for now. Meanwhile, FN Pochon just kind of stretching out, just seeing if they can find themselves some kills. Right now, they don't have any in this game.
So the way this plays is TE's position is great, but it's kind of sloped down the hillside, so that's why they keep kind of exploring further up, trying to see if they can get involved in this, because this has been a brutal game with a lot of kills stacking in. They know that there's still a Twisted member up there, and they're trying to hunt that down right now, and that's kind of containing in what's going on with Petrichor Road. They can't move too much. They've got Flash that's right down below them. Lou finally does go down, so that's going to open up some more space for the Expendables to work with. So it's pretty much two contained arenas of battle. Up in the north, we're going to have the Expendables, Petrichor Road, as well as Flash still being alive. Down to the south, it's going to be the Freaks as well as FN, with maybe T5 being involved, but the Freaks are starting to get a bit more mobile. Flash finally goes down, so that's going to open up Petrichor Road a bit more. Freaks do look like they want to go after FN, though.
This is a really nice situation. The Freaks found some good grenades, some good shots. FN was constantly having to go for reses, and they had to place Rex out front to try to slow down the Freaks, but he could not get the job done. They found a good grenade, and now they're looking to finish the job here. Heaven pushing around the smokes, looking for the last alive player. Blue Zone's out as well, right on top of Americano. He's just hunkering down. He's trying to heal through it. He does get the first aid off just in time, but there's more Blue Zones, and he's gone.
All right, and it's going to be Duck Juice that picks that one up, pushing them up to 15 kills for the Expendables. We talked about this squad could be explosive, and they are destroying this lobby right now.
It's exactly what I thought. As soon as they got that first big win, they just heat up. Fluky there. Oh, go for the arc shot, my guy. Do it. Go for that big one. The Freaks took some damage here, and now T5 knows they have an opportunity to scoop up some points, maybe relatively easily.
Everything's converging onto the Freaks. TE also on foot pushing the other side. They don't have the time to go for these reses. Glorious. All right, he gets a knock onto one. Fluky can't find out anybody on the Freaks yet, and the Expendables want it. They know that there's more points to be had, and they want to continue the climb. Duck Juice leading the way on one side of it, using the cover, bouncing between, got some friends with him, and Calores, who's just walking through, does not even care, does go down. Finally, those Guman does knock down him and Duck Juice both.
That's huge, though. Oh, it's Fluky. It's Fluky. Oh, the Panzer hit him. Oh, yes, he got the follow-up with the got the knock here. Now Petrichor Road swinging in to try to finish what other teams started.
Axleft comes in hot and heavy and gets taken down. T5 now in momentum position. Petrichor Road playing up into the north. Delwyn still alive for the Expendables, but he's way up into the northeast. You can see him on the minimap down there. He can't get involved. TE is pretty much done. Now it's going to be T5, Petrichor Road lined up against each other.
Man, that hero play from Guman just ruined the Expendables round. It looked like they were going to rack up like a 20-kill win. Instead, Guman got 2 kills, and that opened the door there for T5 to make a push. Axleft sent it, just seeing if he could find some freebies with all those knocks. He got stopped. Delwyn was trying to contain Petrichor Road, but they found an escape valve right through the center of the circle to try to get over to that fight, and now they're down arguably their best player.
Team presently in first. Delwyn in the Expendables goes for the nade. Is it going to bounce right? No. It's going to hit mostly the car. He's now revealed his position. Petrichor Road has to deal with him. Now Chewy looking over here. It looks like Nan is also going to be going for a flank position. Delwyn reads that, though. He's instead going to be playing more down to the south. Has to be careful because Rosted Jr. might get some vision on him in just 1 second. He's going to be walking right out in the middle of this. Rosted, ooh, he spots Rosted first. Drops down to his belly, but Rosted knows exactly where he is. Neuron, no cover to be had for Delwyn. He's just creeping out, and he is pretty much done unless he manages to hit a shot back. Nope. There, it's all she wrote. T5 at 4, members up. Petrichor Road with 3.
Great read from the veteran for Theraton 5.
17 kills for Expendables.
Dude, that's a phenomenal game. They're going to probably have the most points, unless even if T5 cleans us out, actually it'll be even. But anyway, this is a really nice game for the Expendables, but that's a great read from Rossiter Jr. to shut down that extra angle. That really gives them a great ability to play kind of a contained, play a concave on top of Petrichor Road, just pin them on the bad side of the circle, and they should have full control of this endgame unless there's some kind of heroics here from Petrichor Road, but you never know. Guys like Nan and Ming Ming in the lobby, Chewy as well, they could definitely turned this fight on its head.
3 squads just feasted on everybody in this field. And it was the Expendables presently at 17, Petrichor Road at 8, and T5 sitting at 10. T5 picking up most of their kills at the end of this one. Petrichor Road, Axlift, I guess he was feeling himself, got a bit too much involved in. I mean, you're driving around in a competitive match just trying to shoot people, throw nades. He was having fun with it, but it did come at a cost. So this is a 4v3, and Petrichor Road without Axlift is not as strong. There's no other nice way to say it, but this is still an incredibly strong squad.
Yes.
Issue is that T5 owns most of the circle right now.
There was a time where a lot of us thought Ming Ming might be the best rifler in the world. So this is absolutely doable.
Yeah.
Absolutely doable. But yeah, no, I mean, still though, Axlift is your best player, regardless, for Petrichor Road. And I get why they made that move, because there were so many players knocked over in this little compound. Sure, why not send it, see what you could get done? It's totally fine. And again, Petrichor Road knew they weren't going to have much to work with in this circle anyway. So it's kind of, in my opinion, the okay decision. Now, Nan here, if he can win this battle out on an edge, somehow get a random knock on the Padampong, then all of a sudden it's a very different fight. They could maybe push up towards the edge of this hill a little bit closer. The issue is that it's so flat on the way to Fluky. I mean, T5 just has to play this safe, force Petrichor Road to come up and over that hill, but Padampong is in kind of an awkward position.
The thing about it is T5 has the high ground already secured, but they're kind of separated out. If we see Petrichor Road manage to get a couple of picks here or there, T5 can't really respond back into it too much. It's a lot of isolated control positions that each one of the members for T5 is playing right now. Padampong, you're seeing it right now, isolated, trying to use those smokes to see if he can regroup. Fluky takes some damage. Chewy does reveal himself. This crested position could be big for Petrichor Road. If Chewy can get a knock or 2 here, the entirety of this game changes. That nade, I think, is going to go too far. Padampong, I don't think that T5 realize how close Petrichor Road is to them.
Yeah, it's been really quiet here from Chewy. He got a lot of damage onto Fluky, and now he's trying to just creep his way forward. Their stun doesn't even really connect. Chewy able to turn that well enough. They're throwing out some stuns of their own now. Chewy, not sure if that Panzer has a shot in it or not, but he's trying to play forward, trying to play aggressive, but these stuns, just infinite util that T5 was able to scoop up off of all those dead bodies that were down in that compound.
Versus Petrichor Road, who was kind of trapped off in their own area. They did get a lot of kills over there, but they didn't get really a chance to stop in the same way. Some damage going on to Padampong yet again. All the members of Petrichor Road trying to use those smokes, get something out of it. They just can't secure a knock just quite yet. Big flank looks like it's trying to come out from multiple members of Petrichor Road. They're just trying to encroach in on this low side of the hill. Padampong still low on life. The other members for T5 going to regroup. They're going to use the rock, recover. Big shots coming up. It looks like it was going to be Ranger X trying to fin in. Shield's going to find, but Chewy finds one, turning this into a 3v3.
All these smokes that had come out are a real problem if Fluky gets up on top of that rock. Forgot about him for just a second. Chewy was trying to see if he could sneak underneath his nose, but Fluky, now the smokes are starting to expend, and now T5 has a great opportunity to close this out.
Yeah, there's just nothing left, and that is going to be T5 picking up an amazing win in an absolutely crazy game.
That one was super fun. That is just chaos in that circle. So many teams having to make decisions because of the nature of the terrain that is left to work with. There's only a couple compounds there in those later circles, and you just have to find fights and try to find your timings.
Man, we were joking before, and it's like, man, I really just want a banger to finish out today. We got one. That was an absolutely nuts game where it was like a decision one way or the other. It was just like on a knife's edge all the way through for so many of these squads, and at the end of the day, T5 comes out on top, but Expendables, big kills. Petrichor Road finally finding a big game for themselves as well.
Yeah, that was such a fun game. The Freaks there making a move at the end had a moment where maybe things could have gone a little bit differently. A lot of crazy fights up on the northern side of that circle. When that one pop that shifted away from everybody, they were all just like, oh, there's nothing to work with. We all just have to fight and hope this goes our way.
The moment VP was there and just saw the mortars, the nades, the blue zones, that was an absolutely banger of a game. Let's get going.
future impossible. Lenovo Legion.
เฮ้ยขวาเดินนะขวาเดินนะล็อกซ้ายอยู่ล็อกซ้ายอยู่ล็อกซ้ายอยู่ขวาน้องขวาน้องขวาน้องสวยเหลือซ้ายเหลือซ้ายเหลือซ้ายมองซ้ายหน่อยรออยู่อย่าเปิดซ้ายนะมองซ้ายอยู่พี่ตะบกให้อยู่พี่ตะบกขวาอยู่มันอยู่แค่ใต้เนินตอนเนี้ยพี่ตะบกขวาอยู่มองรีบขวาเจ็บมากสวยเฮ้ยกูมีเน็ตสวย
Therathon 5, the Rondo specialists. It's reminiscent of a big game from them in past times, and now they get themselves another big one here to get things rolling for the Esports World Cup. Joining me to talk about this game, we have Avenger, we have Godspeed, we have Toffees. I appreciate that. Hello, Martin. And now we have Therathon 5 getting themselves some good points as he tries to copy his notes. What are you looking for?
No, it's just he's continuing to drop stuff and they get larger and larger throughout the day. So he started now with a pen, then he's going to be dropping a book. Maybe the microphone will get dropped later. I'm
when he makes a really good point. Mic drop.
Yeah, I love getting yelled at by production for throwing mics around.
All right, well, let's talk about this win, of course, here, Toffees, because this is them looking brilliant coming in against two compound positions that I thought were going to have the linchpin spot, but did not.
You know, I think the key for me, though, on Therathon 5, especially at the end of this game and the way that they've been playing this, is they are Rondo specialists, but more importantly, third-party specialists. They're always choosing that right moment to plug in, and when they took that compound that ultimately sort of led them to victory, it's because Human had gotten 2 knocks on the crash, their teams were limping, and they smell blood, they know how to act on it, in Rondo particularly. So I do think that's where they seem to do well here and why it worked for them.
Agree. Again, their timing on the third parties has been impeccable, and then also when exactly they wanted to push out, right? Because it's one thing to know when you should push out on a team, but if you have a compound safe enough, we've seen teams in this event not be as proactive. That's not really been the case for T5. And so watching them stretch out, watching them go for those kills, deny it as well from Petrichor was really great to see.
Well, the points coming in, 23 for Theralon 5. Brilliant stuff by them. The Expendables, 17 kills. We'll talk about them in a second because we can take a little bit of a deeper dive on them. But Petrichor Road, Martin, continues with 14 points. They're coming into play for today.
Yeah, it's huge, massive start for them to kind of get a little bit of things going for them. But I gotta say this, even Expendables makes mistakes, right? You're two guys trying to clear what Freaks was. You gotta play together to make sure you're going for the win here. They're spreading out. They're taking, one each around. They should be going hand in hand, clear the compound together. They would have been 3 or 4 guys alive taking on Petrichor Road at that point and could potentially take on Theralon 5 later on.
I also think Petrichor Road, I think they played this very well. I think they could have actually won this game because when Theralon went in for that cleanup, Petrichor was pushing towards the middle of the circle. And I think they could have just kept that push going and maybe even played the 4th party as T5 was sort of finishing up the fight. They chose to play a little more passive, which I can't judge, right? That's a A-B situation. They came in, they took the middle of the circle, they tried to play placement instead. But I do think I would have liked to see Petrichor be a little more aggressive. They've been kind of passive for me in this tournament so far.
Sure. Let's take a look at those kills across 9 matches then, now that we've got Group A looking pretty spectacular overall, and Tanvu and Cloris will take the top spot. Toffee and Flame are still up here despite not being in the lobby. That's impressive.
Saw yesterday 14 kills on both of the guys after just 6 games is crazy, right? But massive game for both Cloris and Tanvu here. It's going to put them up there. They still got some to play, and with the amount of kills that they're getting, 17, that's just insane.
The thing that also strikes me is how much more dangerous is the Expendables going to be now, because they had their big game. They've caught up. They're now leading the leaderboard. What teams are they going to target? Because essentially now, being pre-qualified, they can just make a mess for anyone.
Well, this is how we started out just before this game here, Toffees. We were saying, okay, where are the Expendables right now? They're our PGC champions, bit wishy-washy for our PGSs. After that game, that's a statement. As Godspeed says, it's almost qualifying them in.
That's the biggest problem with the Expendables is when they get to a point where they no longer have something to lose and they can kind of play whatever system they want. That's when they become crazy, right? Because they'll go into these fights and the mentality changes. They're not saving utility to get a little deeper or survive Circle 7. They're blowing everything they have. Some of those fights you saw, they were panzering, they were grenading. They're dumping their utility to get those 4, and they're willing to do that now.
I would say this, though. What I liked about them is they stay 4 guys strong right there, but they go out and they poke at teams. Go out and get a few kills here and there, and they're like, okay, we got a kill here, we got 2 kills here, go back to the compound, stay safe. We still have the circle. Make sure they stay alive for as long as possible, 4 guys strong, but still getting that amount of kills. It's just crazy.
And similar to our previous Rondo that we actually watched out yesterday here, Godspeed, that's kind of what you were drawing on the Toyo frustration, right? If they were in that compound, you'd have probably expected them to sit there, wait, maybe not flex out as much. Is that kind of way?
It's not even what we expect. It's just what we've seen from them so far in this event, right?
Fair.
Which again, I say this event, generally they do flex out. They do like to be more proactive, but whether it's because they know they only have to get 16th, maybe that's why they're playing more passive. I mean, we saw it in the interview, but for me, it's, you want to practice how you play even going into the finals. You don't want to just sit there, and with an IGL like Delwyn, he's going to make sure that his players are going out and getting the kills that are available.
And here is Toyo, of course, still hoping for them to try and get a few more points on the board to try and shore their defenses up, because I think if you're in their shoes here, Toffees, now, with only 3 games remaining, you certainly do not want it to just be left up to the gods tomorrow.
No, you don't want to be sitting in your hotel room, gathered around the computer as a group, holding hands and praying that last game doesn't play out the way that you think it will, right? You don't, and that's not where you want to find yourself. They are kind of the opposite, right? Their countrymen Rock, after 2 games, were still somehow holding the top of the leaderboard
until this game,
right? And they're not even here for the first 2 games. Whereas Toyo, who's about to finish up their run, is thinking, man, I hope our points hold up. And I guess that's the danger of just trying to be top 16.
Is the overall leaderboards, as you just mentioned, Rock is knocked off their perch. It's the Expendables, our current PGC champions, that take number 1 here, Martin.
Yeah, it took 3 more games to knock Rock off the top. I mean, it talks to how good of a set of games they had yesterday, right? But we also got to focus what's going to be on the bottom here. Full Sense, 29 points, and Burium, 30 points. So just 3 games to go here, guys. That's a little bit scary for these.
For sure. Let's talk about some of those teams in the danger zone. Na'Vi is a great opportunity to talk about here, Godspeed, considering they came in today with, what, 40 points?
40 or 41, something like that. So they've only garnered 4 points, which is not great. Now, you can look at the flip side and say, like, well, only Liquid, they've only gotten 6 points. But this is Liquid's first day of play. This is Na'Vi's second day of play, which means, as you stated, with 3 games left, if they don't have at least one big game or some consistency, maybe picking up 7-8 points a game, they are looking, even that might not be enough. They're in trouble.
Also, if you're saying, well, I mean, a Liquid only got, like, that's comparing bottom to bottom, right? Like, we can accept that Liquid is terrible, right? I don't know what's going on with them.
It's not good.
So that's what I'm saying. Is like the comparative is like
it's also their first day of play,
right? But again, like my point is, this is just unacceptable numbers for both of these.
Agreed.
4 or 6 after 3 games is brutal. Now that said, Liquid, that was an interesting in that last game on Rondo. They sent for a very valuable dip. I think they did it just a fraction of a second too early.
It was too soon.
They ended up getting super crashed by 2 other teams. In fact, I think Na'Vi was about to crash them and pivoted to a new spot and was able to get away with it because there were so many teams jumping in on top of Liquid. So again, I'm not super mad about Liquid's play just yet. It seems like they're just making the decisions with a couple of seconds or minutes off here and there, and it's costing them big time.
Yeah, it's 9 points total so far for Na'Vi, which is still not good in 3 games, right? Liquid's got 6, but still, like, we're talking about this 60 to 65 point cutoff. Like, if you want to be safe, we're talking about 70. Na'Vi apparently 35 points yesterday. Na'Vi, they got to replicate that, and so far 9 points. You're gonna need 26 more points today in the next 3 games to be in there.
So we were a little off in that where we were with Na'Vi, but so at least they've got a bit more than we were kind of expecting here, Toffees, but it ain't much more.
And it's not enough for what their narrative needs to be, right? This is a team that was rebuilt from scratch. Allrain sort of got the reins to build something. They came in, they were very confident after their first event. We're calling them the young guns, maybe the future of PUBG. And then all of a sudden, the fall just starts. And I don't know if it's because the rest of the league figured them out, because of maybe the fatigue of playing at this level becomes too difficult, but they're just not the Na'Vi that I'm used to seeing.
Well, since I'm expecting a longer segment, because we've had a few of those throughout the day, let's dive deeper into this. And I want to ask you this, Avenger, really, and we can get Godspeed's thoughts on it afterwards. What are the knock-on effects like in a game like PUBG? I consider PUBG a strategy game more than a shooting game. And then Na'Vi comes to internationals, they challenge 17 for hot drops. That means you don't necessarily get into finals and get as much experience as you should against lobbies like this. And then you lose Diffx, you bring in Extens. We know Extens is great, but not as much LAN experience compared to some of the other boys now. So do these knock-on effects have these situations where you're just like, okay, well, maybe we're not going to be able to rise to what could be the future of PUBG? What do you think?
It also comes down to kind of what the meta shift is towards, right? It's being very, very center-heavy right now, but also there are some really, really good teams that are fighting on the edge that is kind of replicating or that is playing the same style that Na'Vi is, right? And if you're continuing to run into that, and especially for a while, I feel like it's been since last Esports World Cup last year, is the third-party timing and the fourth-party timing of a lot of teams.
100%.
They are getting so much better at timing that and kind of getting in with the fight, third party, and getting out again. Like getting in and kind of poking and damaging the teams that are fighting. They are like all the top teams in the world. They are really realizing this is an extremely powerful tool to do while we stay 4 guys strong.
Well, this is a good point, and something you were talking about, Godspeed, off camera as well, is that Na'Vi, great edge team, but there's a lot of very strong edge teams here that could easily scupper your plans.
And Martin just said it as well. The problem is they're contesting with teams who potentially have not only better timing, but are just more confident. And then to Steve's point, when you have a team that is inexperienced when they come onto LAN, they're not going to be able to bounce back as well as like a Liquid or, you know, a Freaks or one of these teams that have so much more actual experience to be able to do so.
Right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to kind of wrap things up here. We're going to head over to the stage. Of course, we've got BB team on the Battlegrounds, but we've got our own BB team in Bella and Banks.
I like that.
That's right, it's BB team on the stage. It's Barney and Bella here to give you guys the highlights of the day. Well, it's groups A and C here at the venue, and boy, did Group C come prepared. Barney, take us through map 1.
Okay, map number 1, we had a really impressive show out from Toyo. Not only did they get back back-to-back chicken dinners from map 6 yesterday into map 1 today. We also had an incredible show out from Virtus.pro. What a great way to start their journey here with 14 kills. That's a great way to start your group stage.
The Bears were just going off. And speaking of back-to-back, we also had game start when coming in top 4 back-to-back games. They were really collecting their placement points. But of course, coming in hot on their first day, Twisted Minds took that chicken on map 2, 17 points with 7 kills. And then what happened on Rondo?
Well, map number 3, we had a showdown between Theraton 5, Petrichor Road, and of course, the Expendables. Theraton 5 ended up taking the chicken dinner, but what was most notable was 17 kills coming out of the Expendables. We've seen them do it before, and I believe that is the highest kill count that we've had so far in the group stage. So it's still all to play for, but remember, for everyone at home, Group A only has 3 maps remaining in this competition. So if they're going to go out with a bang, now is the time to do it, Bella.
And where are we off to next, Barney?
It's time to Tago.
They just stood up there. Great intro to this upcoming match. Thank you so much, BB Team 2.0, Banks and Bella, taking us through what has happened through the day thus far in great fashion. Poro joining me here. I'm Toby, and we're in for a great latter stage of the day, and as they were saying perfectly so, Group A. Well, these are the last 3 games for you to show what you got, because tomorrow you'll be sat back watching, hoping that you have claimed enough points to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in that position, do they? I mean, it's tough enough to sit around and watch whenever you got enough points, but if you're struggling right around that cut line, and who knows, really, even where that cut line's going to be. I mean, we were looking at it, thinking about 60 might be the play, maybe 70, but now we're starting to see some of these teams starting to farm a little bit and getting a lot more points, where you saw, over half the lobby got less than 3 in that one game there. So that's going to make things a little bit more interesting.
Definitely will. We're seeing the flyover here of Tago, and goes to show with the music being hype as well that we are about to hop into game for match number 4 of the day here, second day of group stage at EWC, and here we are on to Tago we go. And I'm gonna come to you straight away here.
Oh, okay.
Who do you have your eyes on for this match? New viewer out there doesn't really know what's going on here. Who's one team to follow in this upcoming match?
I would say that you kind of got to keep your eyes on Liquid, right? Like, that's a team that's only had they talked about it during the desk. High expectations, right? A lot of high expectations coming into today, and so far they have just not really been delivering on those expectations. But as we saw last game with Theraton 5, all it takes is one big game, and all of a sudden you're right back where you need to be, and nobody's going to remember how you got to the final. All they care about is that you got there.
And now, was it PGS6 or was it PGC? I don't remember, but I do clearly recall a match with Purdy and the boys ending on the east side here of Tago, where they netted themselves, I believe, a 15 or 16 kill victory. So they have shown in the past that they are very capable of pulling off big number performances on Tago. We'll be to see if they have the opportunity to do so once again here, as all players are on the ground. I'm not seeing any contest for vehicles, and that is the way we like to see it go.
Yeah, that's a good start for sure. You do hear some.
Oh, I say that
gunshots.
now, and now I'm seeing FN and Toyo. Yep, and also, a halfway split circle. Yep, but nope, that's true. FN saying hello to one of the Toyo players, opted to go for a wide split, and they comes with a price.
Yeah, you see the chunky side of this circle is on the north, so I wouldn't be surprised to see most of these teams trying to make their way up there early on, but those that dropped way off down to the south should have plenty of time to loot up, as we TDT and Navi getting a little bit close to each other. But I think it's, Van, and I'm not sure who that is from Navi. I think it might be Hackatory off the up. There it is, and there it is.
The art of talking too soon.
Yeah.
It's,
It is what it is. Well, this happened to Navi earlier on Erangel, and they were still able to collect Ferris's blue chip and get him back on his feet. So not all is lost for Navi just yet.
It's interesting seeing, now we just got the last part of that confrontation with Toyo and FN. I would love to see the whole parachute, not the whole parachuting, but like 5 seconds earlier, simply because was there really no chance for the Toyo player to dip, seeing 4 parachutes that was not his teammates following him? We know there are vehicles around that compound because Evan took one of them and drove off. But I'm surprised to see that that he actually committed to it. It might have been a miscommunication on the team. Some people say, go for it, we'll be there right away to help you out. But in that case, Toyo, despite their 2 wins thus far in top placement, that was not the start that they would have wanted.
Yeah, might have just been something as simple as he thought he had the better drop.
Better drop, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But even a better drop, 1v4, dangerous. But unfortunately for them, Toyo has come over there, has probably picked up a chip, and we'll get him back in the game at some point.
Already got an E-pickup popped.
Yeah.
Lil Ghost from 17 as they are on the south side of the river. That might be a play to go towards the north, but they are still very, very split up. I don't know if they'll actually take it or if it might just be Lil Ghost making his way across the river to secure a spot. Meanwhile, Team Liquid off in Oyoung, they are way, way out of circle, but they are very comfortable with taking their time.
Oh yes, and I mean, just seeing where they're going right now, if you guys, I always say this, I'll say it again, make sure to have the map feed open, because there's a lot of info to be garnered from there, especially here in the early game. I would not be surprised to see them wrap all the way northeast. Maybe Shipyard, that's a bit of a stretch. They'll take the bridge just prior by Yongchon to get over on the northern side of this circle. I'd be very surprised to see Liquid play south side island at the end of this circle shift.
Yeah, coming in about 4 minutes, start looking at those bridges.
Yes.
Start seeing how that might shape up. It looks like VP off in Patlas, maybe looking at the bridge just on the side of Palace as Na'Vi once again getting a little bit close. Duck Juice. Yeah, he's going to spot him out. Fortunately for Na'Vi, he's able to keep on his feet. We'll have to get out of there, but now Extends is in no man's land, and there's just not anybody really near to provide support. Although you can see Hakator, not Hakator, but, good grenade. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Right underneath the vehicle. Extends couldn't get out in time. I thought Duck Juice was going to hold his fire for a bit longer because Cloris wasn't really in position to help. But once he connects those first 2 shots and he's out of the vehicle once more, there's just nothing you can do if you're Na'Vi. And this is one of, again, the case of, I guess, Western teams being caught in the APAC aggression early on. We've seen it time and time again throughout this tournament thus far. It's for the most part been APAC on APAC conflicts, but well, here we go. Na'Vi taking casualties early. 2 players lost of early games engagements.
Well, and they touched on it there in the desk too. Is the Expendables not one of those teams that you want to see getting a little bit of confidence as they got last game with all those kills? They start that snowball rolling, and it is a violent snowball on a very, very inclined hill. I mean, it's still trying to maybe spot out Tom. But there was another fight going off on the other bridge between T1 and 17. I think 17 might have lost. No, T1 actually losing 2 off of that. So Ian and Raining down for T1.
And to finish the note on that fight we just saw between Expendables and Na'Vi, I mean, it goes both ways, right? Because not only did this talk about don't give Expendables too much, but they also said Na'Vi needs to perform. They only have a couple of games left, and this is not the way that you want to start things off with just 3 games left to play, already down to 2 players by the 5-minute mark.
Looks like Type going to be creeping off to the north now. Oh no, Heather's going to go down now as well. So T1, these middle maps not working out too well for them here today.
Did he bolt him out of the vehicle, or was he on that rock? It looks on the map feed like he wasn't. He crawled back inside. I thought for a moment that he was actually in the car leaving. Would have wanted to see a replay for that, because nothing better than bolty shots of people getting out of vehicles, but not quite the case. Heather tried to escape, but Xiaowu wouldn't have it be that way.
Have to keep an eye on Type and see. I don't think he was able to retrieve the blue chips from his fallen teammates, so this might be just him playing as a solo. And it's not great for him that he's off in the northeast, because Twisted Minds has already started making their rotation up from that direction. So has GSW Game Start Win, and Team Liquid not too far behind them. So, as he said, these guys are going to make that long wrap around coming in from the north side.
GameStart Win, a fun team, a interesting roster consisting of, I mean, I like to compare them as to Virtus.pro, not necessarily in playstyle or anything, just the history of the team. I like to think of them alongside the majority of Virtus.pro as players that were left behind by other teams. We have combination here of Tailu, Tianba, and CC players as well, New Happy too, all players Petrichor too, being left behind, found each other. Sort of the same story for Virtus.pro, with how you have Locarux and Nixie joining forces after the Mad Bull split, and then, or pickup I should say, And then Beamy, of course, being dropped by a foot, coming over, and now joined by Corvexi from FaZe as well. So love seeing that just because you're dipped by one team doesn't mean you can't find success elsewhere, and that's exactly what both these teams are doing. Games without win, by the way, right now, the only team sat in that top 8 without a win. So while they haven't been flashy, it's been pretty decent overall, and here we get it. Boom. That's a bolty straight to the dome.
Filthy. Love to see a good bolty, though, in action as we see Khan getting a little bit of aerial view for Buriram. We saw them do this last game, or yesterday, rather, on the same map. So getting that glider in play as early as they can. And they have control over this westernmost bridge inside the circle, the northern side, rather. And still a number of teams on the south side of the river. So maybe taking a little bit longer, taking their time scouting this out, not wanting to commit to making that push just yet.
It's interesting. I mean, I know we're only halfway through, I mean, quite literally the group stages with this match, but in tournaments past, we would have figured out what's going on at this point. No, it's Taego, and it plays a bit different than the likes of Rankle and Miramar, but 4 teams taking casualties this early on in a game of Taego is not something we oftentimes see on a day 2 of even group stage tournaments. So could be the addition of multiple new utilities and whatnot that causes a bit of a spanner, but in this case it's just, I mean, as you see here, very, very, very experienced teams taking casualties in situations where you'd almost always be guaranteed to see them fall alive through the mid game.
Yeah, Twisted Minds has been taking their time, making their way in from that northeastern side, just finding these spots to scout out. And this time it pays off as they spot out 17 in a little bit of a disadvantageous position. They'll lose Lil Ghost for their trouble, but it looks like 7700 might be going for that chip. They have plenty of time to get him back, but where do you go? Palace Revive Station, the Goduk Revive Station. You got some decision making now if you're the IGL.
Definitely, and just as you were talking about before, I mean, kind of expecting to see a north side team Liquid rotation. They wrapped all the way north of Shipyard, and look where they're coming in from. If this one hard shifts north now, you're clapping your hands for Liquid fan. Should it go south though? That's a whole other story. Let's see where the circle takes us, and boom, there you go. Liquid blessed with the, I can't even count it, 10-kilometer rotation from they were the furthest southern team now to become the most northern.
It's honestly the best case scenario for most of these guys, for most of these, not only Team Liquid, but most of these teams, that the circle did shift fully north right off the bat, right off circle 2, so they don't have to play that game of playing around the river. But you can see already all these teams just sending it through those hills just off to the east of Buriram as they make their way through, as the Freaks looking off in their direction. And they're going to be pushing right into GSW, right into Theraton 5, so they need to be careful about their rotation path here.
Definitely, you can see Freaks kind of following their rotation with their scopes and seeing where they're up. They just set up a shot. Mayday, mayday! Khan coming in, dropping straight down. That's one way to park a glider, I suppose. I mean, if this... wait, what?
Two.
Oh, it got him. You know what? That's a loco you don't see often.
You see very often.
A glider run over. I'm not gonna lie, I could not remember that had its own logo. It's that rare.
Okay.
A glider run over logo. That's, well, you know what? There's a first for everything.
Get to see something new every day.
Let's get that one on. In PC Spring this year, we had a ton of urban Go-Dog games, and while they were entertaining, they were also, as with city endings in general, extremely chaotic. So will be interesting to see if that's how far north we're opting to take this game, or if that's not going to be the case. We have, is Petrichor? Yes, Petrichor currently flying. You see them being tracked there as well by the guys from Buriram.
Looks like they're going to drop off to the west, which is good because there's still plenty of real estate for them to play around there, although Freaks will be taking shots over in that direction. So will Theraton 5 and GSW, but maybe they get down into the woods. They'll be safe, and it looks like they will. Okay. Keeping eyes on Godok, as you said, we saw before, 17 lost one early, thought they picked up the blue chip, but now with that shift, they've kind of just taken over a compound. They haven't been able to go to the city to even try to attempt that revive, just because so many teams, as you said, Liquid being one of the biggest ones coming in from the north, kind of cut them off.
And the perfect thing for Liquid is because they come in north and now set themselves up on the south side, they know the entire northern portion of the city is theirs for the taking. No one has been backfilling. They have that info 100%. So should this one go even further north, they can readjust as needed. Where normally in a city, if you're coming in late, you can't just run building to building. You have to play it extremely cautious. But for Liquid, that's a whole other story. Circle circle closing in, still 50 seconds to go, and a couple of teams still to make their mind on what they're going to do. TD team, also known as the Daredevil team, now kind of pathing in toward the Expendables. I wouldn't be too surprised to see some more APAC on APAC action. That's kind of been the name of the game through these group stages thus far.
Oh, this would be so unfortunate for TDT. They just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the spray is starting to come through from Tanvu. As our kill leader will take a few shots over in the direction of TDT, and now these guys are just mixed right in the middle of each other, but June will take them by surprise. Glory goes down. No one now has an angle. Has to pull back down.
June hit some really good shots in the previous games here today as well, so maybe warmed up now, ready for the fights to come. Sayu finding a lot of damage onto Dylan, will get the knocks as well. Tanwu does get one in return though, so even more damage coming through, and unfortunately for both these teams, it goes both ways. June could potentially be rest, but we're in phase 3, so it's going to bleed out that much faster with the blue zone damage being applied as well.
Ooh.
Get out.
I mean, hey, man, the Expendables, they wanted that fight. They took it, and they end up losing 2 for it, Tanvu and Duck Juice. And it looks like they're actually going to stick around a little bit longer and see if they can maybe get an angle. Tanvu has never seen a shot he is afraid of taking.
Now, keep in mind that while this looks ugly for Expendables, you're thinking, World Championship team, why are they doing this? As Ades was saying earlier, all you have to do is get top 16, and they are in the final. So they can actually afford doing this. Who we should be worried for is TD team, or the Daredevil team, because they're the ones that need to stay alive and get more points, as we see T1 once again go out very early here.
Unfortunate for T1, but they still have two maps on Miramar. Try to right the ship. As we see Toyo going to come right just on the other side of Petrichor Road. That revive going to come through for Petrichor Road, though, it looks like. So Toyo is, no, they've got Don on his shoulders. He's going to go down to the grenade from Benya.
Yeah.
So a trade of utility back and forth over the ridgeline, and now Chewy sees. Yeah, okay, this is about to get interesting. We've got mortars coming in as well. It looks like, fortunately, they're landing. Oh, no, the first one landed over towards Toyo, but now they're falling right on the heads of Petrichor.
We're playing 4D PUBG now. All of a sudden, there are more factors to be taken into account, as if having to take a fight with Petrichor wasn't enough. You have a whole lot more to worry about. And great timing for Toyo here. Now, we didn't see it happen on screen, but we saw Petrichor take out the last remaining T1 player in Type. They heard that. They peek over the top, get a first knock to engage. Nan now down with the kill confirmed by Benya. Trying to see if they can get some more of it. And again, I mean, the desk and us have been asking for a little more tenacity, a little more daringness from Toyo. And this time around, they actually, to some extent, managed to shove back Petrichor.
Oh, keep the happy feet going. I'll tell you one thing, these guys are blowing through a lot of utility.
That is true.
Trying to take care of each other. And you can see just in the pockets of Toyo, there's just nothing much left, as they'll try to hop in the porter and reposition. But Ike's left, not going to take that.
Good counter flash.
Lightly, he will take that shot, but not going to find the knock. Toyo just trying to escape at this point.
Yeah, I mean, get those engines running. You're at circle center right now. You know there's going to be way more teams looking this way. Should this next circle go your direction too? Let's wait another 15 seconds for that one to pop. They're going to go back towards the south, and now you can see FN starting to come up this way as well. Starlord, Korean player, had a brief period of play in Japan, opted to go back and play in Korea now, joined by Rex, a player who, I mean, formerly in Gen.G, really incredible individual fragger. We'll see what he can make happen as the circle does send up once more.
There you go. 17 will get their man back. A little ghost arriving as the circle closes. So they'll be back up to 4 strong as Tanvu and Duck Juice try to make their way in. Tanvu, they're absolutely separated, but Duck Juice going for the res on the his fallen teammates in Palace.
Can Tanvu pull a Bloomy on Beamy? Now that would be something, wouldn't it? Because Beamy has absolutely no clue Tanvu is in. Honestly, if you're Beamy and you get knocked like this, you can't really be mad, because you've been doing this against teams for years now, as he does find him with the last bullet in the spray. And again, as I'm saying,
I disagree.
Really
I disagree.
Beamy?
I think you can still be mad.
You taught them how to do this, Beamy. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's this whole your own medicine sort of thing. That's got to be one of those.
There you go. Now, VP is going to be aware that there is a snake in their midst, but do they know about the one off to the east? Because Duck Juice has made his way into the zone after getting the revives off in Palace. And you got Freaks over there looking over in that direction as well. Corexy has the foothold inside the zone for the team, but you can see VP just trying to kind of sort things out here before making their way out.
And again, for the quarter-second calm that we have while Duck Juice is trying to push his way forward. Oh, he can see
wide open.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Exactly. I mean, you know what? Sometimes you got to run through the place that they expect you to be in the least. This time around, the Duck Juice not quite working. But look at the density of teams on the east side of the circle compared to the west. Full Sense has literally, I mean, the entire western portion of the circle under their control. They're not fully in themselves yet, but they're so much happier there than they would be having to brawl their way through the 12 teams fighting on the east.
You see VP hopping in the vehicles, start to make their way in.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they know about how close FN is. As FN is starting to make the south side getting very congested, but the east side is even worse as Buriram, TDT 17, now Twisted Minds has arrived, and everyone stacked on top of each other. Twisted Minds so far the beneficiary, but they do have a knock on the Batulans.
I mean, we always talk about how third parties are valuable, how that's how you want to engage if possible, and this was a powder keg waiting to explode, and Buriram came in with a torch in hand going, hey guys, you want to party? So everyone now looking this way, and instantly, as soon as you see the first knock, 3 kills come to follow. But there's way more layers to this east side brawl. This fight over here is not done yet at all.
And it looks like Tanvu's going to survive long enough that Cloris and Delwyn have made their way back in there. We'll find a spot in the south side of Godok. See if they get spotted. TDT, meanwhile, still circling around like sharks, trying to find if they get these angles, get a lot of work done onto Xiaobei, but not enough to get the knock. New circle will pop, and it's going to go right there on top of Petrichor Road.
Such a hot area to play when you still have the south side of Godok and play up towards the north of the circle, because that entire northern ridge you can't really utilize at all.
Oh, nice.
So you're forced to take these close quarter fights. Lou able to find one, try to mitigate the damage coming their way, but as you can see, there are simply too many opponents around them. Twisted Minds cornered from all sides inside circle, and you still have Soset pushing in from behind, so literally surrounded as we speak.
Absolutely surrounded as Xiaobei trying to dance around. He's got Xiaowu just off to his west, but Lou holding around that deployable cover, waiting for somebody to peek it.
Now there's mortars coming in as well to make matters
worse. Of course there's
worse.
mortars coming in. I'm not even sure who's going to be at this time, but Lou down to 29 HP. We'll spot him out. He gets him nicely pushed, but Xiaowu right there to defend his teammate.
Great counter, but can you go up and get him back up? You know that TD team is going to peek over the ridge, and he hears them already as well. Nice reactive play from TD team. And we talked about how they need something happening, but Xiaowu ain't done just yet. Able to not only get the knock, but the flush as well. Tries to go for the smoke play, but not going to happen. Great reactive play from Yang Yi to throw a nade into that smoke. Knew that would have been his only escape route in that situation.
That TD team taking a lot of damage in that, though.
Yeah.
As they lose a player, and now one is knocked, and you can see Game Start Win already looking over in that direction. So TDT was 4 strong just moments ago in a good position, and now all of a sudden they're floundering a little bit as they try to reset. No, they're going to lose him.
Yep, as the east fights come to a bit of an end, the north side fights will pop off once more. Still some players inside of Godok proper that needs to make their way down towards the south. Flory's the last remaining player from Expendables. Has to make his way on, and Na'Vi still in this game despite losing 2 very early on. Soset continues to play in the blue. Fairest was knocked just now, will die to blue in a second as well, but Cloris, near impossible transition for him. Yeah, no, Rain Dregs is not going to let that happen.
Nice grenade. It was just funny watching Soset. He was making his way in from the northeast, and he just saw all of that. And he was just like, you know what? I'm going to just eat a little bit more blue. Yeah, a little bit farther south, see if I can survive just a little bit longer.
He's chilling. And you know who else is chilling? Starlord, because he's in a BRDM.
I know. I mean,
there's a Panzer.
Haven't talked much about FN because there hadn't really been much to talk about. As Deal will put a Panzer right in the window, and he's going to find Zenith and Starlord. And yeah, there is just nothing Americana and Rex can do about this.
OP things are okay as long as there's a counter, and in this case, the Panzerfaust is the play. Unless if you can get close enough for a C4, of course. But Deal knew exactly what to do against that play, and Starlord caught a little bit by surprise there, I'd imagine.
Deal tried to make the spray, but the blue zone having just the worst possible time. Here's Heaven. Okay, that last shot will come in through for Thanadol. Deal getting the confirms on to Star-Lord and Zenith. Virtus.pro will go down as Corexi will succumb to the blue. The new circle has popped, and it's going to leave the city proper, so Theraton 5, Team Liquid, going to have to get on the move.
There you go, both of them falling. Great shot by Deal. Close range works out for him as he gets himself the double on his fellow countrymen. Now Rex and Americano, remaining 2 players for FN, try to make something happen. Rex 5 kills already, impressive performance, but I think their days might be counted in this match. Americano still not inside circle and has to try and creep up towards where his teammate has just fallen. So it's going to be a tall order for him to get more going here.
Yeah, Full Send trying to exert a lot of control over the southwestern part of this circle. They've sent Thanadol and Belmoth over here to see if they can collect a few more points, while Tigger keeps eyes off to the north, make sure that nobody wraps on them. Human, meanwhile, still dancing around there for Freaks. It has been a slow start for them, but there you go. He will collect that last kill, and that'll give them 4 for the match. And that is 21 points on the day for them. So, yeah, definitely a slow start for a team that we had very high expectations of.
And we talk about flexing out and teams staring to go out and doing things. We're seeing exactly, I mean, DN Freaks, despite being just 2 players, they go out, they make space for themselves. They look for these solos, able to find Soset now as well as we get into the top 6. Great play by them as Ixlef peeks on over, finds one former teammate in Ming, takes him down alongside Xiao Tong, and that's game start, win out in 6th.
Yeah, Petrichor Road starting to get a little bit more active, but Team Liquid starting to do the same as Ixlef will spot out Guman and just pops that boy. Tries to get the flush with the grenade, but they got to be quick about this as, the grenade from Deal going to find him.
Now, how much is it going to take before Liquid opts to fully engage in this? You can see they're still sprinting towards this ridge line, and I think Joey, he's got to be hearing footsteps on this northern side soon. They're trying to get the rest on up for good reason, because Ixlef you want to keep in the game, but those smokes are heat-seeking indicators of exactly where you want to lob those nades, and that's what they're going to do. Deal able to get one more with a nade, but Alo secures an extra, and that's going to be Petrichor down and out in an attempt to get their captain back on his feet.
6 kills, 750 damage for Deal. Saw this. The Freaks starting to show up here a little bit, but they are still in a little bit of trouble as Full Send have collected everybody and starting to sweep around on this southern side. They've got a smoke wall. They're going to try to pull around on the edge, but Guman not going to let it happen. Tigger will go down, and Theraton 5 actually finding angles on this from range. So Full Send getting pressed from both sides here.
Yep, Deal now been found. I love the way that Liquid is pushing this one very, very kind of according to the book. One holds the flank, 3 guys pushes up slowly, each street being checked second by second as Guman now sawn off in hand tries to squeeze through this smoke. See if he can get a kill on the other side, but that nade should have his name written on it. One more just to be sure. Spots him transitioning, but Belmoth able to get him in the end.
Okay, can we get Tigger back on his feet before Team Liquid gets here? No, it does not look like we will, as Belmoth will go down to Sparking, and now Thanadol, the last player left alive for Full Send. That tree, the only thing keeping him alive. Team Liquid doing a good job of sweeping up on the north side, collecting as many points as they can before they eventually have to turn their attention over to Theraton 5.
After the artillery comes the foot soldiers. That is the strategy in play here for Team Liquid. So great use of utility. Even if the nades don't hit, they're doing so much to mitigate audio cues and whatnot, and then they come sprinting from multiple angles, so counterplays are practically impossible. Alo, though, trying to sprint back to safety, gets taken down. Great from Thanadol. Double spray transfer takes Purdy out as well. If there's a chance for T5 to make a play, it's now, but they're so split. They're so far off, but here comes Ranger X and Pathampong.
They had enough of an angle to at least flush out Alo. So Sparking should be able to stick the res on a Purdycur to get him back up to 3. But Pathampong and Ranger X are sprinting down that hill to try to see if they can catch him before they get the full reset on. Here comes the utility, but it's going to fall a little bit short, a little bit left of where the Team Liquid players are.
Such an important...
that one's not.
That's the links in hand as well. Such an important 1v1 just took place up on the northern side between Luke and Rossicet. They were fighting one another, trying to allow their teammates to make plays happen, but now 2 players, both with level 3 gear that has barely been touched, trying to make plays here. They've lost track of Purdy. Can he make something happen? No, I think Ranger might have heard his footsteps.
Yeah, this is brutal. There was a big supply drop that happened on the south side of this zone, and Theraton 5 managed to find it as Purdy will go down. Rossicet it's so close. Luke 12 still has a little bit of utility left. They cannot give this man 3 1v1s. They have to be cautious about how they approach him.
Rochester has just done an incredible job of keeping Luke at bay, not allowing him to help his teammates, but also not falling while doing so. They cannot, as you're saying, give him 3 1v1s now. They know exactly where they have him. They're playing cat and mouse right now, and it's 3 cats against 1 mouse, and it's going to be the boys from Theraton 5 out victorious here on Tago.
I'm telling you, man, Theraton 5 and the middle maps, the Rondos, the Tagos, they seem to find success there more often than most, and that is 2 in a row for them. On they didn't get the win on Rondo, but that I mean, I think they got like 17 kills or something like that. So this is a good come up, a good glow up for Theraton 5 here in the middle of the day.
Definitely, and it looked great as well here in the end of it. They had a perfect understanding of how to play out that end game against a team like Liquid, who are very good at closing out games in the end.
Liquid could have desperately used that win, but that still steps in the right direction for a team that's had a very slow start. Now they got 2 more chances on Miramar to try to take that momentum that they've earned here on Tago and make something of themselves.
Hope to see it happen. Smart plays in the early game, transitions into a lot of points in the late game. And for the rest of the gang, I mean, that was just such a cluster on the southern side of the circle, but so be it. So be it. Every now and again, you can see the VP boys knew there was more to be gained in a game like that. They had a great position, but they tasted a bit of their own medicine, snakes creeping in from behind, and couldn't make more of it, unfortunately.
Sometimes it happens that way. Well, Group A has 2 more chances to collect a few more points for themselves and set themselves up nicely for tomorrow. Or are they going to be sweating watching the games tomorrow and seeing if they're actually going to be able to qualify for this final? You can see the Liquid boys meeting with their coach Extreme, trying to figure out how to set themselves up for Miramar. As everybody, like you can see, there's no more smiles.
Oh no.
There's no more relaxing and stretching drills. Everybody's starting to feel the pressure now.
You know what? Let's go down to the stage where we have an interview ready with the Expendables, boys. Let's hear what they have to say after that game here.
Oh, the Expendables always popping off here on the main stage, and I love it. We've got Clarice here. We're going to ask him a couple of questions because yesterday, Clarice, we have to say, you had a steady performance. It wasn't great, but today, after only 3 maps, you managed to secure the same amount of points you got in the whole day yesterday. So my question is, what changed between yesterday and today? What did you guys work on overnight?
Clarice, ngày hôm qua là mình có một cái khởi đầu khá là ổn định á, nhưng mà mình cũng không có gọi là quá là vượt trội, nhưng mà ngày hôm nay á là mình trong 3 trận thôi là mình đã có thể gỡ lại hết cái số điểm mà ngày hôm qua là mình kill những cái đội khác. Thì điều gì đã thay đổi trong ngày hôm nay?
Em nghĩ là điều thay đổi duy nhất của team em là vòng bo đã giúp bọn em nhiều hơn hôm qua, khi mà hôm qua bọn em gặp vòng bo khó và không có góc để bắn. Còn hôm nay thì bo đã ủng hộ bọn em nhiều hơn thì bọn em giết hết thôi.
I think today the circles very support for us, so that's the reason why that we have a good angle to shoot and also like be able to win in this game today.
Well, you know, one of the questions we're wondering as well is, how do these lobbies feel compared to PGS? Because you guys are the PNC champions. All eyes are on you to perform well at events like this. And are there any teams that you're targeting or looking out for as potential threats?
Cái sân khấu ngày hôm nay so sánh với lại cái PGS á, thì Chloe cảm thấy như thế nào? Bởi vì trước đó mình đã là tân vương vô địch của năm ngoái á, thì mình có đang để mắt tới những cái team đối thủ khác nào không trong cái sân khấu hoặc là cái giải này?
Sân khấu hôm nay thì em thấy đẹp, còn để mắt tới đội tuyển nào thì em để mắt tới đội tuyển Navi vì họ đã cướp khu của bọn em.
To be honest, like this stage is amazing, but for the tournament or this game particularly, I have my eyes on Navy team because they have still our spot.
Oh, I like that. Giving a bit of jab here and there. Clory's got ice in his veins, this guy, the Expendables. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview, Clory. Stay right there. We're going to head over to a quick break and we'll be back with more action for PUBG.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Hi guys, it's Bella here at the Amazon Esports Arena. I'm standing with Riyadh and Tekken 8 has just kicked off. Tell us, what's been going on?
It's been crazy. I mean, the players have been really hyped to get this underway. It's literally just begun. Couldn't have arrived at a better time. Man, 32 of the best players from all over the globe are here, and they've been hot through the qualifiers trying to get a coveted spot in this massive tournament.
Yeah, and I noticed that's Korea versus Korea right now. And hey, tell us, how are the Club Championship predictions going? Who are the favorites to win here?
Interesting, yeah. I mean, of course, it's going to come down to numbers, right, as it always does. Of course, that massive $27 million prize pool, super, super important. I think we've got Freaks, we've got Wolves Esports, we've got Twisted Minds, Vitality. The list goes on and on. Team Falcons are going to want to run it back after what they did last year in the Club Championships, right? So there's a lot on the line. Now, there's so many players here with 32, so there's a lot of teams in the mix. It's hard to say right now because it's literally just kicked off, but I think as the event unfolds, we'll have a better idea about who's looking strong to run it through the Club Championship.
That is exciting. It could go any way. All right, thank you, Ryan.
My pleasure. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the show.
And that's all from Amazon Esports Arena.
มันระเบิดอะทำอะไรไม่ได้ที่ไหนมาหนึ่งใช่ไหมอยู่ทิ้งพี่รอดเจ็บพีเยอะพี่รอให้มารอผมรอมีลิงนะสองกระบอกอะไม่เห็นว่ะพี่มอสรอมันเดินหาพี่นะหลังหินอะหาไม่เจอว่ะกูเดินขวาให้นะเดินบอกว่าเดินนี้วะมันขึ้นหากูได้ป่ะรอกูหลังนั้นมาอยู่พี่ต้นดังเลิกเหรอมาสองตาย
Ah yes, the chicken dinners do move in herds. Oh, we'll get demonetized. We've got ourselves a double win here for Therathon 5 as they're able to take all the wild card maps. Wall to wall, Therathon awesomeness here, Avenger.
Yeah, 43 points in just 4 games here, already surpassing some of the teams that have played 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're just the group stage warriors. We've seen it before, and yeah, I'm excited to see them continue that. That was a crazy win. It kind of felt a little bit liquid at one point, but yeah, Ranger X and the boys said no.
That is very true, though. They tend to be group stage warriors. However, they're building a lot of confidence with the amount of kills that they're getting. They're stretching out. They're being super proactive, even more so than we normally see, which is a very good sign, especially if we head into finals, which I would imagine if they continue this trajectory, they're going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, group stage heroes, Warriors, they always get to that grand final. Historically, when we talk about their PGSs, but again, the question then becomes, when do they break that roof? When do they get into the top 5 in the world, right? We're looking at 7, 11, 14, 18. These are sort of their performances in the last PGSs. EWC, not a great showing. And so this is the situation where this team does look really good. Their third parties are incredible. These willingness to take these fights, but when you're stacked up against the best 16 at these events, those start to fall off just a little bit. That said, I also love the way that Liquid bounced back in that game. They played out of that north spot. They did really well, and it's nice to finally see some points going up on that board.
A very important 12 points, right? Avengers, you take a look at the points coming in from this game as a whole. DM Freaks as well with 11, but Team Liquid, they were languishing in last place overall, so this is a very important moment for them.
Yeah, 6 points before this, putting them on total 18. Also, Full Sense, a team that now only have 2 more games to play. Also putting up 8. That's massive for them here, but still, it's been looking rough for them. They're 37 total. They're tied with Petrichor Road that have only played 4 games.
Yeah, another team I'm kind of worried about now looking at that leaderboard, though, is T1. T1 has had a rather awful day, if we call it how it is.
I mean, call T1 awful day. Na'Vi totally on the struggle bus. They only picked up 2 more points in that game. They don't have games to play tomorrow. They need to make some moves, and they're not in a spot where they're going to be comfortable waiting right now. I do think when you talk about that end game, to kind of sort of wrap that up with sort of T5 versus Liquid, they're 2 different stories. T5, while we say is group stage heroes, Liquid I think is not a group stage hero. They never really have been. They thrive in final groups, in my opinion. So I think that this is one of those things where if you're a Liquid fan and you see finally a game where you put up 12, if they can do that a few more times and just eke into the final, they'll still be okay.
All right, well, let's take a look at what Therathon 5 was able to do throughout these games as well. Obviously, plenty of kills coming in from that previous game as well as we move on to Tego Avengers. So, an ode to Therathon 5.
Yeah, it's 43 points total in 4 games. That's just, you know, and a win average plus a kill here and there. Like, it's good. It's huge for them. 2 wins. They have 22 kills on top of that. Like, it's the consistency that we want to see from them. They've done it before, you know, in terms of what we've seen from them on a group stage. But as you said, Steve, I agree. Like, they thrive in this kind of chaos or more unstable that the group stage are. Once we get to the finals, like, it's very predictable. We're gonna see very more like the kind of smash mouth style from teams. Third party is still gonna be a thing here, and also how the circle worked out for them when they kind of got a hold on the northern side. Then everyone started fighting on the south. It was like, oh, let's go loot these crates. Nobody's fighting for them. Let's just get everything.
I mean, I think it's a symptom of the region. In the same way that we see sort of EMEA and the Americas do a little better in the finals because they tend to scrim, train, qualify on a more set system of play. When you get to APAC and you get to some of these SEA teams, I think they're just used to living in chaos all of the time. So it works really well in the group stages, but when you work with those formulaic teams up against you, it can be a little trickier.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the overalls then and get the lay of land before we go on to the Dusty Dunes, because we've only got 2 more Miramars, especially for Group A. And the Expendables is in number 1, 17 up to that 2nd place. Rock falling a little bit. Again, they're not playing today, so they're completely happy anyway. As you were mentioning with T1, 63 points here, Godspeed. It seems like they're going to be able to shore things up.
You would think so. I mean, they do have 2 more games. If they drop donuts, though, I mean, and they've been dropping donuts today, then I still... Again, do you really want to be the team that's on 63 points?
This is the big one, though. Burium in Full Sense here, like the teams that are currently, you know, with 2 games to go. Na'Vi 2, 46, Full Sense, 37 with 2 games to go. It's and Burium, you know, with 31 points with 2 games to go. That is not looking good.
No. Yeah, exactly. I think if you're sitting at that 60 mark, T1 needs to have at least 1 big game here to get up to that north of 65 to even feel reasonable. Because right now the way they're sitting is, yes, they are better than 3 or 4 teams from their dedicated lobby, but that means you're now counting on 2 or 3 other teams from each lobby also kind of not turning up. And that's the one thing you don't want, especially if you're a team as quality built for something as T1, to have to depend on others failing. And that's what's letting me down, is that T1's not a team that I expect to depend on failure. They should just create success.
For those 3 teams, though, that are kind of in the danger zone with only 2 games remaining now with these 2 Miramars, we kind of need, Godspeed, what Mr. Martin and Toff talk about as the Tycon turn-on from some of those teams, surely.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Miramar, I feel like Na'Vi actually played well on Miramar, so this is a big opportunity for them to once again come back. They have, again, just 2 more maps to do it, and it's, can they right the mistakes that they've been making today overall? Because they've had control over the edge, but as Martin was saying earlier,
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for Miramar here. The Dusty Dunes on the way. 2 more games for Group A to try and solidify themselves a spot in the groups overall.
Miramar is on the cards. 2 games left for Group A, as so perfectly stated by the desk. Yet another great breakdown of what we're about to see happen here. And Paul, well, I came over to you for teams to look at coming into this takeover game just then. Now I want to go teams we have to look at, of course. Desk broke down a few of them. Are there any in particular that you feel like I should be on for these 2 games to come?
I mean, you have to keep your eyes on the teams that are on the bubble, right? Buriram, Full Sense, even Na'Vi, really, at this point. These are teams that, in Full Sense and Na'Vi in particular, a lot of expectations placed on them, and we definitely may not have expected them to go for the win for the tournament, but definitely expected them to be in the grand final.
So let me rephrase my question, because I asked you just exactly what the desk just explained, and that was kind of weird of me. Instead, I will ask you. Oh,
man, I had it.
No, you did well. I want to ask you instead, though.
Oh, good.
Have you seen enough from Full Sense, just to pick them for now, that you believe they're capable of making it happen with 2 Miramar games to go?
Not really.
No?
Unfortunately, not really. I mean, it is 20 points in day 1. They've only gotten somewhat more than 8 points. I don't know. We haven't had a full updated leaderboard just yet for me online, but
it's not been pretty.
It's just not been good. Yeah. It's not been good, and this is a team that they've been around forever. Like obviously, not under the Full Sense banner.
True.
They're previously known as Day Trade. But that's a team that has the pedigree. Like, that's a team that we expect to see in the grand final.
Exactly. And a team who, I mean, obviously there was massive roster changes in Thailand whenever Norrøns were no longer a thing on the former Day Trade roster. There's been so many things going on in Thailand over the last year that I think Day Trade finally started to get things going. We were talking about how Belmont could now kind of be unleashed and not play under Norrøns any longer. They could figure things out amongst one another. Now they get a new banner to represent as well, and then not being able to perform in one of their first tournaments with the new team is not what you want to see, but hopefully somehow, with just 2 games left to work with, these Thai players can make it happen. They're currently down on the southern side, just south of Las Leones, where TD Team and VP seem somewhat entangled.
Yeah, fortunately for both of those teams, it's a big old city. And
that is true.
They should have plenty of time to loot up by themselves. And and just like that, start going all the way to the northwest. So TDT kind of in the driver's seat as far as Los Leones is concerned. They can kind of leave whenever they want. You start looking at all the teams towards the south. A lot of options here about how you want to rotate in. Whether you want to do the long to the south, coming from the southwest side, or if you want to go all the way to the north, coming from the northeast. It's a lot of options.
Nixie saw them land here. He's jumping around in the open, shooting for bait? Question mark. I mean, I'm wondering, is he trying to pull them his way and set up some sort of trap? Because his entire team is on the far southern side. So, I mean, you don't shoot like this knowing there's another team around you if it's not because you're trying to draw their attention.
Yeah, maybe Peacock, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not sure, because I thought normally you would do that to have them come after you, and then you have a guy holding the crossfire.
It's working. You got Huang is creepy walking just to make sure he hears any footsteps that may be approaching. And meanwhile, Nixie is just making his way. He did that just so he could get across that street for free.
Exactly.
And it worked.
Maybe he's just trying to, bait enough attention that that allows for him to escape, and able to do just that. Circle, as we saw before, is up towards the far northwest, and plenty we can call it pretty obvious rotations come to mind as we look at this map. Probably you have the far southern rotation through Val del Mar, you have the up and over in La Cobraria. Are there any other in particular that you would think, I mean, for example, take a look at Pero, far out on the eastern side, not taking into account, of course, E-pickups. How would they go about their play?
I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea what you just asked me.
How Petrichor is going to rotate. How is Petrichor going to rotate into this next circle?
Petrichor? Oh, okay.
Without an E-pickup.
Without an E-pickup.
Because that's the easy answer.
I think you take the long north route, right?
Yes,
I think you come in from that Oasis, La Cobraria kind of spot. But the where it starts getting a little bit more complicated is if this circle does kind of favor towards the southwest and it turns into one of those El Pozo field type beats. That's when it gets a little bit concerning. I mean, look, again, we're keeping eyes on a couple of teams in particular here. Navi, they've got center circle, essentially. They've got kind of their option as to what they want to play around towards whether they want to play in the hills just to the north of El Pozo. Obviously a pretty good a good shout.
Yeah.
And, you got Ferris on the high ground here. We'll be able to scout a lot about what's going on to the south. So if they do want to make moves, they can kind of have a good idea of what's laid out in front of them. So hopefully for Navi, they can kind of find a way to make things work this time around and get that ball rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, they are in, so to say, home turf territory. They normally get better performances on Miramar, so hope for them with this first circle having come their way that they can make something happen with it, as we are seeing the big migration towards the north. We haven't seen Petrico in particular make their rotation just yet, but both Freaks, Liquid, and Birram are starting their northern reps. A team that sat here ready and waiting, though, is T5. They looted in and around this area, and while I thought they might opt to go further center, they've actually opted to stick around in this split.
This is bad news for Team Liquid, obviously. So far, that last game kind of got Liquid going in the right direction, but still, it's only 18 points on the day. And 2 more games left to play. I think they would love to be able to get 30 plus, but yeah, Alo just in the wrong place there, as Rossided will get that one for free.
I feel like once the first shot is fired, once, I believe it was Purdy sat on the other hill, realizes, wait, there's players down here. You say buildings, don't go near any of them. They could be anywhere. Liquid, an unfortunate loss in the early game there. I don't think Alo had any idea that they were going to be around. Yeah, Birram trying to make plays happen as well, but Freaks stopping mid-rotation, saying we're probably not going to be the only ones trying to make this play happen. Let's set up a trap, because again, these trap plays, unless if you get really unlucky and someone just beams you out of a car, or beams you out, I should say, while driving past you, they are the easiest kills you're going to come by in a competitive game of PUBG. If you're 4 guys just waiting for a car to come down the road, it doesn't really get a whole lot simpler than that. So if you can accumulate enough of these points over a 12-game series, that can be the difference maker in whether you make it to the finals or not.
Keep an eye on Birram. I'm curious to see if they get an opportunity to go for that blue chip, get their man back, and get up to full strength.
They did.
It looks like Freaks kind of left them to their own devices here. The Expendables, meanwhile, coming in from that south side, running into a GSW 2-2 split, but it looks like they might get a little bit closer to T1. Ian already set up to maybe get an angle, but looks like TE will avoid most of that for now.
Seems like Floki's under fire as well, having been knocked further north of here, obviously, so won't be tracked on the feet as of right now, as Expendables try to run the gauntlet through the El Pozo fields up towards you. Imagine El Pozo City, but FN are sat here ready and waiting. You'd have to imagine at least they're going to hear the vehicles coming in. Raining, first one to fall. T1 has been in trouble all day long, and this is once again not a good start for them.
It is not. I feel like they're safe. I want to say they're safe, but you know, you never know how these things are going to work out. Nope. Fluky does get flushed out.
Yep.
So Therton 5 will be playing with 3 unless they're able to retrieve their man's blue chip. The Expendables, meanwhile, sending it right into the jaws of FN. Americano is kind of by himself. You see Star-Lord and Rex already trying to reposition to give their teammates some support here.
Exactly. They know there's more players around Americano. In the meantime, trying to get back towards his teammates. But how do you get out of this building when the entirety, or let's say the remainder of Expendables is on your ground floor? Do you throw a smoke? Do you jump out? How do you time this to get to safety? You can see Rex and Star-Lord, though, both running over now, trying to assist their teammate.
Looks like he did take out Delwyn. So he did that going for him. And Toyo actually in a pretty decent spot right here to kind of keep track of everything that's going on in the city. And he just needs to be careful that he doesn't over-peak and overstay his welcome and get caught, because that is a very easy knock into instant flush type situation that he finds himself in.
Exactly, and should this next circle go south, you can be pretty sure there's an E-pickup coming up on the mountain right above you if you're Emmy, so being on a bit of an island of his own is only gonna be a great place to be for so long once. I mean, we're already starting to see this circle shift in, but once the next circle pops, for sure you want to be grouping up with your teammates.
A lot of room on that northern side of this zone as Petrichor Road is finding to their joy. Therton 5 down to a 3-man. They are just off to their west, and DN Freaks taking up a lot of space between Lacobe and Crater Fields. So if this thing hard shifts to the north, Freaks are going to be laughing but that still remains to be seen. VP making their way in on the southwest. They're just hugging the wall on the edge of the playable area, trying to make their way past Toyo.
Exactly, Virtus.pro, same out here far west. Where do they stop though? I mean, how far north are they going to be willing to go? Obviously, they're coming in, I'd say even a bit earlier than what they normally would. You want to hit that circle or be on the western edge of it right as the new circle pops, so you get that immediate reaction play on where the next circle is going to go. But I think for now, VP is going to be satisfied with sitting here down towards the crossroads, maybe looking to go further north for rotations once the next circle pops.
Good news if you're a T1 fan, it looks like they were able to get Raining back.
Yeah.
So they'll be back up to full strength. And Raining looks like he is going to be able to rejoin his team. TDT, meanwhile, just now making their way past Chumacera. Doesn't look like they're going to go too terribly deep in here. They'll wait and see what the next circle reveals, as they do have full send off to their west, but a pretty good mountain in between them, so they should be safe.
Exactly. 10 seconds to go, or make it 6 for this next circle. So, we're taking a look at the map here. Very few teams on the northern side of this circle compared to the south. Center is hard to rotate through, and there you have it. So much difficult terrain you have to maneuver through in this circle. And circle center, well, that's a field, so no one's going to be playing that for a while. El Pozo, not exactly optimal, but phase 2 city commit, some teams are going to have to try and make that play, Paul.
I think there's going to be a number of teams that try to make that play, especially the ones coming in from the north side. You see it more often nowadays, especially with these Pozo field circles, that teams are not adverse to just sending it 4 men into the city and playing their way through that. We'll see how that plays out here as Freaks, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi, Team Liquid already looking like they're skirting their just buying extends. Gonna find the wheel for Sparking, and he's gonna find the head of Sparking as well. Team Liquid lose another one.
Yep, Na'Vi trying to set up, and they do so successfully, knowing that this was going to be a funnel of teams trying to come through. And honestly, if they wait around here for a bit longer, T5 might be the next ones to make the same run happen. But, I mean, even with the loss of Sparking, at least they make it to the city. And should circles continues to go this way, there might be placement points and kills to boot for Purdy and Luke, who now find themselves alone on the east side of Pozo.
The Buriram, they were doing that wrap around to the north side, but now that the circle has gone to Pozo, they've changed their minds. We're going to come back down to the south, try to avoid Petrichor Road after they took out Riz.
I mean, in the last game, we had Liquid being the first south team. By phase 2, they were the furthest north. Now we have Petrichor being the furthest east team, and just like that, they're the furthest west. Last game, that got Liquid into a top 2 situation. I don't think as of right now it's going to be that blessed for Petrichor, but if we get enough western shifts, they might be fine as they're coming in just on the southern side of Alcantara.
Looks like T5 found themselves an E pickup, so this might be them as a 3-man. Taking that E pickup and maybe finding some high ground in El Pozo itself. Other than that, I don't know where you would go at this point, this late. See Ike's left leading the way. A lot of room on that western side to play around.
Exactly. I mean, this is a perfect overview with the map and the in-game as well to see exactly how the lay of the land is. Battle Pong now, I mean, alongside the rest of T5, they can only be going Pozo. Pozo or Mountain. Yeah. Mountain, playable, but so many players are already in that area that the odds of you getting to land there is slim to none. And if you wanted to make that play, might want to wait a circle or at least another 30 seconds so that you get there once you know the circle's going to go in that direction. But only other team still yet to make their way on in is Buriram here coming in the south.
Still a lot of shots getting traded.
Yeah.
In El Pozo.
It's tire pops.
Oh yeah. See, Americano has taken a knock, and just off in the distance you can see that bright orange Theraton 5 starting to find their way in.
Yeah.
As
get inside.
Go ahead and take the rooftop location. Well, they get everybody in there. That's fine. Now they do have Liquid just underneath them, I believe.
I mean, if someone can get a Panzerfaust rocket through that small window up on that roof, that's a quad kill waiting to happen. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. At least the Expendables are now aware of exactly where all these T5 players are located. But let's see this next circle pop. Are we going to go city proper, or does it swing towards the south that we've seen so many times before? It is gonna go towards the west, and this is interesting because now we have circle, center on playable terrain, which makes that phase 4 prediction very hard to calculate.
Yeah, this is tough. This is definitely tough. I feel like most of the time you either see it
It should shift northeast, but I mean, there's going to be unplayable in that too, so it's practically uncallable. Issue for everyone out inside the circle right now is, where the hell do you go?
Honestly, I'm just going to watch where Batulins takes Twisted Minds, because that's going to tell us everything we need to know. Well, a number of teams running right past each other right now. There's on 5 with that high ground. We'll take a spray down onto Purdy Curdy. We'll find him. Patapong will secure the kill, as Example trying to get a few more shots into Na'Vi in passing. But now they've got to turn their attention towards Team Liquid. It is just brutal in the fields already.
We're talking last resort locations, the furthest back page on the playbook being utilized right now. We're only in phase 3 as the pull-up comes through. So said MG3 in hand, finds the first one, goes for the second one as well, as he peppers down Twisted Minds. Just Perfectix left alive, and I don't even know for how long he's going to stay on his feet.
Well, never mind.
There you go, he's down.
I changed my mind. Maybe don't look at where Batulins decides to go, because that did not work out very well for them at all. Na'Vi in perfect position with the perfect weapon for the situation that presented itself right there. That MG just absolutely decimating Twisted Minds. Well, Na'Vi still has Fairest. Get that high ground off to the north, and Hackatory still kind of pinned down under here, while Theraton 5 still holds on to their high ground spot.
I mean, if you're Na'Vi and Team Liquid right now, you're kind of saying thank your Expendables, because they were the ones suppressing Theraton 5 up on that roof when they first started taking shots towards the rotations coming through below them. So able to keep them up on that roof at least for a little while longer, as we see this next circle starting to close in. I think immediate chaos has been dealt with, as the only teams that really need to group up now is Na'Vi set, and a pretty awkward 2-1-1 with Fairest up on the mountain, 2 players down on the southern side, and Hackatory still on the silos.
Yeah, everybody mostly inside the zone, as you mentioned. 17 just hugging the southern part of this circle. Fairest has now left his high ground. We'll try to take They'll try to circumvent rather Theraton 5.
Brave rotation.
Deep into the fields. And fortunately for him, GSW not really looking over in that direction. He's going to go and rejoin Sosit and Extends, and it's a pretty clean rotation, all things considered.
And it's a great timing on his part. Of course, he had the higher ground Fairest that is looking down towards GameStart Win in that compound. When he sees great, their compound is outside circle now. They have to move too, because they were looking up his way, taking shots at him initially, but now they have to make a move themselves. They can't be focusing on me with T1 next door. Circle does swing towards the northeast, and now it's the teams down on the southwest side having to make plays. But of course, with most teams expecting this circle, the vast majority kind of played for phase 4 as soon as they even saw phase 3 pop.
Yeah, T1 in kind of a weird spot right there. They sent 3 to see if they could maybe catch GSW slipping, but they didn't want full commit, because especially now that that circle is popped, Heather has that compound on the southernmost side. They are just expecting to get pushed at some point here, as GSW just trying to find any port to call home, and the hay bales will keep them alive just a little bit. Rosseted, though, he will still find that angle.
I'm worried for GSW. It's all about bye-bye my tires, bye-bye my van. It's not a whole lot you can do. Hopefully circles come your way, because making a run in the open through those fields ain't gonna be pretty. In the meantime, full sense, they're gonna send a full send up towards that northwestern side. Play it safe for now. Wait for the circle to make its thing happen, but they're being tracked by TD team, who is in a great position to force them going further north, and that's exactly what they want to do. Avoid that conflict, because maybe then, if Full Sense goes into Petrichor, goes into Freaks, that's a third-party opportunity for them to engage on.
Here you go, another gatekeeping opportunity for T1. Keeping eyes to the south. Raining will have to pull back down, and I don't know if they know how close Xiaobei is. He's within utility range. That grenade going to find some damage, but doesn't find the knock just yet. That second one will go just off to the left, as T1 is just going to go ahead and retreat back to the hard cover of their compound, while 17 will do the same, essentially retreats back towards the south side of this, and we'll try to find a different way to approach this zone.
In the meantime, towards the western side of the circle, Freaks and Petrichor are actually having a straight-up 4v4. Petrichor tried to collapse on the split Freaks, but they immediately responded to it. And once again, in a rare case, it's Ixlef falling first. That's kind of been the Petrichor issue all day. He is such a powerhouse of a player when given a flank from his teammates, but he gets taken out before those fights even happen. So Petrichor in trouble, thought they had DN Freaks in trouble, but nope, that was the other way around.
Now they lost Chewy as well, so Petrichor down to just Nan as 17 try to come in from the dead south, and they run into Toyo. They do manage to get the knock onto Emmy and might be able to get Lil Ghost back up, and you can see T1 is looking over in this direction as well. They have angles. Emmy should be able to get back on his feet as they do have that hard cover to play with. And Theraton 5, they actually get Fluky back, so they're going to be 4 strong once again playing from El Pozo.
Up in that northern side, if they get the circle that direction again, it's going to be the best E-pickup they've ever executed early on as they get up on that roof. But yeah, I mean, down towards the south, 17 Gaming, they would be all right had there just been one side shooting at them. But right now, they can't suppress at all. T1 is shooting from the comfort of this wall. As you can see, you have TD Team on the other side. There's no safe angle for 17 to play. They're waiting next circle, and oh my wow, it's shifting north once again, Poro.
Off of that second circle pop, you never would have predicted that this would still be an El Pozo circle, but that's what we're playing with, and Theraton 5 going to be the big beneficiaries. Expendables in full send. Actually going to be in a pretty good spot here, as well as 17 just refusing to go down. They are fighting just through everything. TDT, they take one knock, and immediately 17 going to try to capitalize on that.
You're only going to be giving so many chances to make a play, and I shouldn't say they can't make a play. I say they shouldn't be able to make a play, but they're making opportunities where they weren't on. Thing is, TD Team knew exactly what was about to happen. They instantly shut down the 3-man push, and now it's just Xiao Wu left alive on the hillside down below.
What a
great response. Yeah, amazing.
Great response from TDT there, as 17 was going to try to capitalize on their knock, but they were ready for it, and now 17 down to just Xiao Wu, as TDT will get June back on his feet, and they'll get in the vehicles, try to find a way into this zone, but Virtus.pro has been sitting here ready and waiting. So TDT, they have got their work cut out for them.
There's making space and there's taking space, and that's what we're seeing happening right now. TD Team trying to push further forward, figuring out which team can we dislodge, which team can we force into not just like a couple of dips, but into one small position. Shots being fired from across the map here. Nixie finding a knock on Emmy.
Look at it, Xiao Wu. He was kind of playing behind him, and yeah, he's going to find Wong F as they try to make the run. He will go down in the end, but he's going to take 2, and now TDT, after getting that full reset, they are down to just 2 as Virtus.pro looking over in that direction as well. T1 still fighting their way through Toyo, and it looks like both sides have taken their knocks, but somehow Petrichor Road, they're still alive with 2, despite being down to just 1 player moments ago.
They're living by the fact that no one can fight them around each other right now, because they did what they had to. They got on the inside of the shenanigan out on the edge, and now those teams are going to have to fight one another, as we're seeing right here. T1 trying to take the fight to Toyo. They need to suppress, but every time you peek up and over, the teams that are sat in the comfort of the buildings inside southern El Pozo get free shots at you. Toyo, though, on the good side of this one, trying to take this fight to T1. Oh, well-placed Nate Benya here could be big.
A little bit undercooked maybe, and it's going to fall. Yeah, it's hard to hit those on those hills. And will go down to Capitan.
Just raining
now, dancing around. He's going to spot Capitan, but not before Benya puts one right in the dome. And that is it for T1. Freaks, meanwhile, they came up behind Virtus.pro and took advantage. They will take care of them. Looks like they should be able to get their knockman back up.
And you're really wishing he wasn't shooting blanks there, because a big knock on Human would have been potentially what could have made the rotation, but I stand corrected. Thank you, Pena, for shutting me up, as they do find the knock in the end of a deal gone down once again, and there should be no way they commit to the rest. I say that, but Heaven is still on him.
I mean, that might be a little bit more annoying for Freaks more than anything. I mean, Toyo's just so far away, they can't really capitalize on that knock, and they'll just continue playing around their ridge line here. They do have a path in to the next circle if they choose to take it, but meanwhile now finally El Pozo, all our teams that were playing in buildings, they're going to have to start making moves here. They're top 5. They've just been farming from those high ground positions, and they're going to finally have to make their way in. FN, they've still got 4 up. They hold the only compound really still inside the zone, as the Expendables and Full Send will have to find their way.
A great overview here. You can see just in front of Toyo what they're working with. They don't just have to walk through the valley. They have to come downhill into it first. Such a great opportunity for DN Freaks to get points here. all you can do if you're Toyo is expend literally all you usually have available to try and make that play happen. Freaks back to 4 on their feet. There should be no way for Toyo to get inside this circle. I mean, outside of maybe staying alive by the amount of smokes they have, but as you can see, they barely have any available.
And they also still have to worry about the shots from long range from their top 5 as they get another knock there on the Benya. Freaks had a little bit of a slow start today, but they have found their footing. 7 kills now, and looking to add a few more as they have complete control over that southwestern side. Full Send, though, are trying to wrap their way down in this direction after leaving El Pozo, as the Expendables still just kind of square off with Theraton 5.
I was going to say, you have to imagine they stay roadside. No way they're going to commit to driving up that hill, but I like the wrap. I like the split out here with Full Sense. Get yourself an inch towards the next circle as Tanvu now tries to fend off against Theraton 5. If they can claim the east side of this city and the next circle coming north, that could be huge. 0 kills thus far for Expendables, who are the first team to contest inside El Pozo proper, as Tanvu is trying to dodge and weave and get back to safety. That safety is temporary, though, as we now go back towards the south, where Freaks are, I mean, again, kind of as expected, starting to dismantle Toyo.
Yeah, Capitan was able to separate a little bit from the rest of the squad, but really it's just hiding in a little ridge line with a protection of a Bronco. That's about all he's got to work with. And lest we forget, Na'Vi, we were saying that they needed to have a big response here in these final 2 games to really secure their spot in the grand final. Well, they've got 6 kills so far. They've got 3 alive, and they have got a good spot in this zone. They can hold on to it.
And again, a lot of their points coming in the early game where they didn't have a whole lot to risk themselves. Got a couple of points off of rotating players through the early game, found a few through the mid here as we now see Expendables try to make something happen. All of this failed. Full Sense push. Good thing for FN on this hold is they haven't taken any casualties thus far, so they're actually ready for this.
This is tower defense at its finest here from FN as they hold off their Full Send. They're now holding off the Expendables. Tanvu, the last one left alive, might be able...
Ooh, nice flash.
Nice flash, they're not going to waste any time. They want to make sure they clean him out. So 6 kills now for FN, as you can see them continuing their climb up the leaderboard.
Exactly. Instantly, we go over to Theraton 5, who with the fights happening towards the east, know they have to make plays now themselves. Issue is, Soset is still active and kicking with the MG3 in hand. Double blue so nail up around the corner. He has teammates to hold out, but they need to look the other way as well. For now, it's Soset on a solo mission if he opts to wrap around this rock.
I love this from Soset, though. This is bulldog behavior, coming in and forcing Theraton 5 to move around, to put themselves into bad positions. And
there you have it.
But that's the bad thing. Salute finds the angle. He's going to find Soset. Extends goes down as well, and just like that, snap of your fingers, Na'Vi is once again back there. But look at Hakatori.
Yeah.
He's going to find 2 of them at least.
Making that Dragon of Sing, but has to do more than just that. And this is exactly what we were just saying. You have to, if you're Na'Vi, commit your players to looking south, but the curve on the hill is so steep that they couldn't see over the top. The silhouettes on top were outside of their vision, so all they saw for free was Soset's back turned, and just like that, Na'Vi is torn apart. And for Theraton 5, honestly, best thing they could do here was just what they did. Just extend, just survive for long enough that that their split position gets punished, and now you can make the full play only looking inward.
It's really good play by Nan there.
Yes.
Down as a solo, but they knew that Na'Vi was down to just 1 as well. So he made that aggressive push, but Fluky will spot him out, and that'll secure Theraton 5's path into the zone. But Patampong will get spotted out by Salute. Deal will find Ranger X, and now Fluky, once again, the last player up. But look at the flank from Rex. Gets him from behind. Star-Lord and Rex immediately turn the tables.
They made the wrap out early on, and I love what I'm seeing. The timing couldn't be any better. You have all the Freaks with their backs turned. Paperthing called it earlier as well. Freaks tend to give up open angles behind them. It has cost them before, and it cost them here dearly against their countrymen as well. Rex was one, in my opinion, the players that really made Toshi the powerhouse that he is today, and now we get to see him unfold as well. As Star-Lord finds 1 more, just 1 left alive from Freaks in the blink of an eye.
Just a nasty flank angle from Star-Lord, playing from the north side in the city as the push comes through. Deal will go down. And
what a
FN now up to 10 kills. While this was happening, though, Fluky able to get Patampong back on his feet, so it is going to be a 4v2 but Star-Lord still has that nasty angle from the north side as the death ball continues to wrap around from the south.
You'd have to imagine this is going to be a win in the books for FN, but having said that, we've seen some wild things happen for T5 today already, so Pong, Floki, now they know where you are as well. Play the numbers, guys, my men. You are in a great position to bring this game home.
Marathon 5's flipping the switch here on day number 2 as they 8 kills, 57 points overall. But it might be asking just a little bit too much for this two-man squad. Take down FN as Star-Lord once again will make that Dragunov do work, and they know exactly where Pong is. Let's see if they can get the point for him.
And this is one of those amazing wins where you got it here, 12-kill victory for the boys. Jeez, World Championship coach here standing behind them instantly there with the high fives. A win that you didn't see coming with the amount of points that it gets them here. They were sat tight in El Poso for the longest of time, but most importantly for them, they maintain buffer space throughout. No one ever collapsed upon them, and when they did in the end, they were there. They were in position, ready to take them head on. Two teams fight towards them, same time they deal with them, and then a great push out of Poso to win it.
Well, we've got one game remaining, but some of the teams that we were saying, like, they need to start finding their footing here, especially teams like Na'Vi. Finding a little bit more success there. In the end, they do go down, but not before collecting a nice little stack of kills for themselves, and they put themselves in a nice situation going with one more game to play. Definitely. They still need a nice little stack to be sure of themselves, but this is great for FN. They kind of had a slow start today, all things considered, but one big game, that's all you need to kind of put yourself right back into the conversation.
Rare smile on the face of Style on a global stage. He's had trouble the last couple of times. He's managed to make it this far, but this time around, that was FN's game to bring home, and I love to see them enjoy. Of course, on the counter side of that, there are frustrated players that know what they need to get done in the game to come. Just one more left in the day, but for now, let's hop to a break before we come back for game number 6.
Hi guys, I'm standing with DM Freaks. Salute, you guys came in to EWC 2025 as one of the top performing teams, but first day for you, the first 2 maps didn't really go your way. We lost you before your teammates could catch up. Can we ask what happened there? 이제 EWC에서 가장 기대되는 팀 중 하나 DM Freaks로 이렇게 등장했는데 첫날 첫 2맵이 마음대로 좀 안 풀렸어요. 살루트 선수를 일찍 보내고 팀원들이 이렇게 좀 수습에 나섰었는데요. 무슨 일이 있었던 건가요?
일단 뭐 사실 첫 2맵에서 저희가 막 실수를 하거나 저희가 못해서 막 그랬다기보다 그냥 첫날의 첫 판이라 뭔가 예전 대회 감각을 살짝 잊은 듯한 그런 느낌이었어가지고 나머지 이제 뭐 경기력이 안 좋다가 그런 점은 없는 것 같아요.
It actually wasn't anything that we did wrong. I don't think it was the mistakes that we had because we didn't really feel like it, but it was just that we haven't really played a big LAN in a while, so it just takes a little bit of time for us to wake up. Right, speaking of which, I wanted to ask you, were there any other factors contributing to the way it rolled out, or is it just bad timing, snowballing? 안 그래도 여쭤보고 싶었던 게 좀 다른 요인이 있었는지 뭐 피곤하다던가 그런 건지 아니면 그냥 운이 계속 손발이 안 맞았던 건지 궁금했거든요.
사실 첫 맵 말고는 사실 두 번째, 세 번째 배치는 나쁘지 않은 준수한 점수를 먹었다고 생각을 하고 나머지 이제 4라운드 때도 준수하게 먹었다고 생각을 해서 저희가 경기력이 안 좋거나 컨디션이 안 좋은 점은 없는 것 같습니다.
I mean, like, except for the first map, 2, 3, 4, it actually went pretty mildly. I don't think it was anything that we ate or us just being tired. I think it was just us not waking up yet. So, hey, speaking of waking up, Salute, are you going to wake up for the rest of the day or are we going to see that tomorrow? 오늘 살루트 보여줄 건가요? 아니면 내일까지 잠깐 좀 봉인해둘까요?
사실 일단 뭐 그룹 스테이지이기 때문에 그랜드 파이널을 위한 힘을 숨기기라고 생각을 하면 좋을 것 같고 이제 그랜드 파이널도 남았고 이제 예선을 좀 쉽게 통과를 해서 좋은 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Hey, well, it's the group stages only, so we're gonna, keep Salute Grand Finals version locked in, and we will qualify. So we'll do our best. All right, thank you, Salute. Best of luck to DM Freaks. Fighting!
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 올라가는 거 봐줄게. 태우소 필. 확인했어. 올라가는 거 봐줄게.
얘네가 나와야 돼.
형 2번 차 뒤에. 확인했어. 올라가는 거 봐줄 테니까 살리면서 해봐. 피키하지 마 세게. 내가 얌전하게.
기다려. 얘네 폭 없는 거 같아.
얘 3번 가드를 뒤하나. 기절이야. 세우소야. 야 세게 그냥. 내가 그냥 세게.
생각해.
점이 뛰어봐. 나 대놓고 간다 그냥. 불자 갔어.
아 죽는다.
불자 가자. 나이스. 잘했다.
서클 주는구나. 애때했구나.
That's right, Evan Pyeongchon here is here to play. They are the only team from South Korea being able to put up numbers alongside T1, alongside Gen.G. DM Freaks need to do the catch-up. Crazy stuff happening here at the Esports World Cup, Martin.
It's actually just the best performing region right now.
Correct.
The worst team right now in Korea coming here to Esports World Cup is Freaks, 45 points. It's actually insane how well they've been able to do. Gen.G obviously surprising us. They're sitting on 54 after their just 6 games played here. But both FN Pocheon and DN Freaks, 45 points both right now with 1 game to go. That's quite impressive. Also T1, sure. They had a bad day today, but still they're going to be having enough points to be safe inside the 60s.
Yeah, they should be able to qualify, especially off that. We talked about the cutoff being 65. They're already there. They still have another game. It would be highly unlikely if we didn't see T1 also qualify off of it.
As we watch the replay, I do want to point out a shocking amount of Dragunov kills in this game. It seemed like that was the MVP for a lot of these teams in that wide open space south of the city. Very tough end game for a couple of our teams. I thought Na'Vi might have a little bit of a bigger moment. Freaks not able to sort of hold their ground as the pushes came in. And again, my heart went out to Liquid to see them again just sort of shedding people as they continued to move down this circle, and that's kind of been their problem.
I think the most unfortunate thing is that had they stayed with the way that circle shifted back, they actually would have been okay.
Fair. I mean, it's tough to get in the groove here when you've missed out on some lands. But let's take a look at the points coming in from this one. South Korea, absolute donking this lobby. We've got 21 points for FM Honchon. We've got themselves DN Freaks with 18 points. Therathon 5 again. You know what, Martin? Little Therathon 5 just doing the do, getting themselves 2 wins, getting themselves 14 points. What a day for them. What?
57 points total so far in 5 games. That's quite impressive.
Crazy.
They might break rocks from yesterday. That'll be crazy to see. But then again, that's what you get when you have 2 wins. You got confidence. You just full sending it.
I mean, absolutely. Their ability to sort of close out these games, even at the end there was a moment where I'm chuckling and saying, well, maybe they could beat them in a 2v3 because they have, in the last 2 games, put up some really great closer moments. Their position was impossible, I think, to win that one. But again, the fact that they were going into it confident, they were still looking for those kills, they were still trying to get their flushes. Therathon 5 seems like they're feeling very comfortable.
You see performances like this and you think to yourself, why aren't they at literally every land? Do you know what I mean?
I was just about to say this is some of the best PUBG we've actually seen them play, and Rosteted obviously is leading them to victory so well. More importantly, like you said, they've been able to close out fights just so decisively, right? And that's not something that we see. I mean, they tend to be a little more scrappy, but they're just running teams over right now.
I mean, I think the answer to why we maybe not see them as much as we'd like to is because I think getting qualified out of their region is incredibly difficult.
That's fair.
It is a brutal region, and as you've seen, like, they're best when they get to these end games. They sort of survive with 3 or 4 alive, and I think that is, again, a little harder to do in some of those APAC qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm excited for them. Honestly, like, they're looking like one of the stronger teams coming out of the region right now. And again, as you said, how difficult it is, them coming in here dominating this group stage. I just hope that they can kind of evolve into what's going to be needed to be done in the finals, because it's going to change. The meta's going to change. You're not going to be able to just go out and dunk. They landed on the top building in Poso, right? And just started shooting everyone and still got down to being 3 alive in kind of a little bit of a lower spot outside of it, right? And still just shooting at everyone, getting the kills, because everyone is still feeling the pressure. Once you get into the finals, everyone's going to be starting on equal footing. Everyone's going to be playing from the first game on.
You're like, I hope they keep evolving. And I'm like, that's true. But honestly, if APAC in South America keeps evolving the way that they have, we're just never going to see, traditional Western teams in there again. Because
crazy.
These guys have really changed the way the PUBG's played.
All right, here's the overalls at the moment. You can see Therapon 5 has moved up to 6th place already. As long as they don't absolutely flub it tomorrow, they're going to be going through into what's going on. What's up?
There it's on 5th. That's what they're going to be ending on. No, they're going to take over.
All right,
Togo.
Stop. This is. I'm shutting this down before it continues.
I was just about to get up. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Godspeed was going to walk off set. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well. There are definitely some teams in the danger zone, Toffees, going into our last game.
Yeah, I think that's the real issue as we go into here and we see that last grouping. I think for me, one of the teams that we've kind of kept our eyes on throughout the day that is maybe where that cutoff vibe is going to be is Na'Vi again. Hakatori did put some points up in that last one, but again, they're not grinding out as quickly as they need to. And again, there's a bunch of teams down here on the bottom that are shocking to me in some ways. Virtus.pro, who started so freaking strong, all of a sudden just drops the ball. You pointed out in the green room, literally the same point total as Liquid almost, and we talked them up so much at the beginning.
I think we could almost write Full Sense and Buriram off here, Godspeed.
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point, Full Send, Buriram, love you guys, but it's just not looking like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, 38 and 32 points there. Like that's just not happening. We're potentially could see one of them going into 17th today.
Unless
no,
don't you dare.
Oh, it's T5.
They killed 33 people.
It's T5's day today and Korea's day today. So just calm down here. It's gonna be fine.
I'm calm. I'm good.
I do think one of the issues that our teams for tomorrow are going to run into is at the end of today, when we've only got really 2 teams that have sort of been knocked out. That's not that many. That means that there's a lot of spots for shuffle tomorrow that will be stressful for our teams coming in, particularly considering the fact that the wheels come off tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of crazy things going on.
Do you recall how many points Na'Vi has currently?
55.
55.
Yikes. Yes.
So they are not safe.
One game to go with 55, safe. Right? They're not safe. They need, a 10-point game here to feel anywhere close to safe. But as I said to you guys in our green room here, I think it's going to be closer than ever with the amount of teams that are, kind of scrapping, getting into that 60s. And also, I don't see Rock going out and replicating what they did. I don't see them going into 120 points, right? So we're going to see a lot of teams that's going to be having one bad day, one good day. Tomorrow, it's going to be real rough. Sure, it's going to be 2 teams maybe from Group A that's going to be going out, right? But that means we're going to see 3 and 3 from the other groups that's going to be knocked out tomorrow.
It's going to be very difficult. And I think you throw into that this new mix-up of, teams can now effectively hot drop to try to find extra points because of the blue chip revive. And so that does mean that there's this whole extra pot of points being put in, teams with an impetus to be aggressive. Tomorrow is going to be chaotic. So if you're a team like Na'Vi who's sitting there sort of watching from a distance, or worse, a team in the lobby fighting for those last couple of points, it's going to be tough.
Well, as mentioned, Na'Vi obviously did do something in this game. Very importantly here, Godspeed. Do you think that they can kind of shuffle things forwards with 1 game remaining?
As long as they break 60, I think they'll feel slightly safer. But the issue is they're still not necessarily safe, right, on that cutoff. Unless they have a big game, they get 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 points. I think going into tomorrow with less than 60 is going to be very unnerving.
GameStart winners also on 55, right? They also needed a game like that.
True.
That could be the 2 teams that are fighting for that 16th place point, right? So that's the team you kind of want to be like, okay, can we third party a fight like that? Could we get those 2, 3, 4 points from wiping a team that we're directly competing with? That'd be huge.
And put them a little bit below you, so when that cutoff comes by tomorrow, you're not as stressed. Interesting strategy, but again, the risk of making that move early is going to be incredible.
It has to be close.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because obviously we had a few eyes on Na'Vi right here, Martin, considering how they come in, how Extends may end up playing for that roster. Obviously, you being an expert when it comes to PEC, how have you seen him play throughout this for this LAN?
I mean, it's been years where he's actually been able to play really well, but there's a lot of pressure from him coming in. It's his first LAN with the lineup, right? And I don't like. I had to talk to him. Like the nerves could be something that could be huge for Na'Vi, right? But the 3-man core for the rest of the team, that should just be enough alone from that to get them into the finals. Like they've been there so many times. The IGL is still the same. Extens is able to make like supplement in terms of the shot calling when they see something ahead of him. He's very experienced, albeit it's been his first line of this lineup.
It is. I mean, the issue is right now it's just Hackatory. Every time that we look at them putting points up on the board, he's doing it by himself. I think various calls are fine, but at the end of the day, he needs a second person to take that pressure off him to make sure that when he is forcing those peaks, when he's going for those kills, there is a backup. There's a secondary breach, and it's not there at the moment.
Well, let's check in with our Saudi National Bank head-to-head of the day. At the beginning of the day, we looked at T1 going up against DN Freaks. Nice. Technically, T1 has played more games, yes. However, looking at what DN Freaks has done so far, Godspeed, it's not too bad at all, considering South Korea is looking strong.
Yeah, South Korea overall has been looking strong. Again, T1 in a good position right now. And Freaks, with the trajectory that they're going on today, I'm sure even after they go back, regardless of whether they do well in this last game or not, I think going into tomorrow and being able to look at what happened today and what they can correct, I think Freaks are going to be fine.
Let me blow your mind. Second worst team today, T1, 16 points in 5 games.
Wow.
Oh, that was a mic drop moment. I thought he was supposed to be the one dropping things.
It was rough. That said, I do think they have the one more game on a map that they're a little bit better on, so there's a chance to turn things around and catch it here. But for me, what I liked most about that interview when we talked about Freaks, T1, this whole region, he said, I want to play his final salute. And that was interesting to me because they brought up this idea that maybe we weren't doing it initially. And they turned it on finally and have gotten to it a little bit earlier. I think the same thing goes for T1. A roster that was sort of put together. They've been shuffling and find a right synergy between them. You can tell that there's these moments where they're just not, I don't know, communicating on the fights the way that exactly. The click's not quite there. But they still seem like they're good enough that potential will eventually catch on.
I mean, when you have 49 points on day one, right? You're up there in the top 5. Like, oh, it's fine. We just need a decent day. You're like, you should not be shifting your strategy. You shouldn't be changing anything. Just do the same. Fight the teams that you're able to fight. 16 points, sure, might be fine here. I would like to see them get 2 or 3 more points here before things end for them. 65 is not where we want to be at to feel safe.
The problem is, though, is how many times do we see teams have a great first day and then they at the end of it, they end up playing not to lose. That comes back to bite teams almost every single event. And so that's pretty much what happened to T1 here. And then for the teams that are going into tomorrow with 6 more games, I hope that that's not going to be the case. Because, again, we're bringing back B, so it's going to be BC.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the Dusty Dunes once again. Miramar is on the cards to round out the day. Will we continue to see some big dominance coming out from the big names throughout the day? Let's finish it off.
Let's finish it off. Indeed. Thank you so much, boys. Great breakdowns. Once again, setting the stage for what we are about to see here, Poro.
Absolutely, and I think the boys hit the nail on the head. I think it might be too little, too late for Full Sense and Buriram, but there is still a battle to be seen with Na'Vi. Game start win, and you know what? I'm going to even throw in Toyo in there. I think if you're Na'Vi, you go in there with one simple goal. Let's try to finish ahead of Toyo. It's There's 7 points ahead.
Yeah.
And if we can get ahead of them, then that's one more team, or 2 teams rather, that can kind of put ourselves between there and the cut line.
Definitely 62 plus would be a great place to be, but in order for that to happen, they have to step up here as we go over to Miramar for the final time on day 2, for the final time for Group A, to try and make something happen, to try and secure themselves a spot in the top 16 and make it through to the EWC Grand Finals.
And the last chance for some of our Group B teams kind of get themselves, or Group C teams rather, get themselves in a better position with 1 day remaining. I know we've already kind of beat to death that Team Liquid having a kind of a rough day, but they aren't the only ones.
Definitely.
So I'm trying to see who else is in B that we haven't really touched on that having a rough go of things, but Liquid was one that we were kind of looking at as being a potential contender to win the whole thing, right?
Yeah, some teams are having their overall poor performances kind of hidden by one good game. And yes, I mean, when you look at the points total a team is able to garner on a day of PUBG, if, let's say, 20 of your 40 points comes from one game, or maybe even more than 20 if you're double-digit kills and a win, Sure, overall, if you just look at the leaderboard, you're all right. But if you had, let's say, 4 or 5 games with under 5 points, you're not satisfied. I mean, you're not fighting for the one game pop-off and then everything else being nothing to write home about. You want to have a consistent performance. But I will say, with how much chaos we've seen through the early game thus far, it's been very hard for almost any team to avoid some of these early game shenanigans, because they're taking place all over the map.
I'll go ahead and say Twisted Minds.
Yeah, great example.
Twisted and Virtus, 26 and 27 points respectively. That's not a good day for those teams.
Nope.
And they will definitely be kicking themselves, and they've put themselves in a little bit more of a difficult position going into tomorrow, unless, of course, they can find some success here in the final game of the day. We see Game Start win. They are in that same boat with Navi. They would love to be able to get themselves a little bit more separated, a little bit more distance from that cut line.
Exactly, Twisted. I mean, they had, 15 of those 26 points off of just the Erangel win that they had themselves. Yeah. So great again. I mean, a perfect example. What we were just talking about. We'll see if they can make something happen here. Of course, last game, I mean, phase 1 didn't exactly implicate that we were going to end just on the edge of El Pozo, but that's where the game wanted us to go, and a lot of teams fell trying to get there. This time around, it's going to go more center towards the north. Water treatment in play. The intersection of Doom down in the northeastern side of Hacienda has taken many lives along the years of PUBG with it as well.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. And honestly, those water treatment fields.
Oh yeah,
those are just some of the most brutal spots to play in and around the late game here on Miramar. I've seen so many teams that manage to keep 4 alive playing from the south, but once it goes to those fields, there's just nowhere to go. So we'll keep an eye on how these circles play out. Team Liquid very close to the middle here. T1, despite having a very rough day, fortunately for them, yesterday's work may prove to be enough, as they are sitting in 3rd overall with 65.
And I don't want to call Paperthin a guy that curses teams, but he brought up earlier, because I was
but here I go.
But here I go. I was sat with him earlier today when he met up with Sonic, and they, just for a brief moment, mentioned PGS5, and Sonic looked at him like, we don't talk about PGS5. We fell short by a single point. Don't mention that one again. My boys, while I like to think 65 is golden, if the desk math is right, and we might be higher because, of course, now we can revive players and that adds more points available in kills in a game. If somehow T1 were to fall 1 point out of contention again, Sonic's going to come over to Paperthin and go, bro, why did you do me like that?
Look, I'm all about this let's play in Paperthin for everything.
Yeah, sure.
Why not? Especially for the Korean team, whom he loves so much. Well, 17, 69 points overall so far. I think they're fine. As far as this,
you would have to. You would
assume. Like, it just seems like there's nobody, and that's the thing. There's so much parity now. Nobody's really just running away with
exactly. There are enough underperformers right now that the 65 should. I'm not going to say will.
There's no point sponges.
Be all right. We'll see, of course, at the end of tomorrow how that's all going to play out. For now, we are making our way through this tricky field that T1 is trying to master. And so far, I mean, despite a couple of flips, they all still 4 wheels on the ground and making their way north. I like this pathing from them. Don't go through Picado. Don't just take the straight line towards the north. There's way too much to lose, potentially, if you end up here with a 0-point game. So play it smart, do the wide wrap, at least to the most extent towards that eastern side. Play it safe and do what you're good at.
Yeah, stop down, scout ahead,
exactly.
Take your time, there's no rush.
Exactly.
See if they continue the path that they're on. They may,
I would think they're playing
get close to TDT, but it looks like they're going to cut. Yeah, they're going to cut north again, so looks like they'll avoid TDT for the time being. Meanwhile, Game Start win. Just passing El Pozo, continuing their wrap towards the north.
But I think that's also, I mean, just stay on C1 for a second. I think that's also why they're rotating this early, because they know there's multiple teams in and around Los Leones, and they want to beat them on their initial rotation. They don't want to be held back, kind of sitting in a traffic jam behind all these teams, either fighting in front of them or doing all that stuff. They want to sit edge side circle, potentially in and around Mina's graveyard split. That looked forward, but also have a guy looking back with a high ground advantage where you can go, if anyone's coming from behind, we should be good. Having said that, it is currently a bit of a race between the Daredevil team, TDT, and T1. They are side by side down towards the south.
could offer, depending on their loot situation, could offer an opportunity.
They're out of the vehicles now too.
Yeah, it could offer if you're being opportunistic for T1, maybe go for a little campy camp, but it looks like TDT is going to be the ones taking the shots into the back. As we're watching VP,
VP are chilling. They have plenty of space.
They're passing by Impala. They got a free route right into Minas Generalis.
There's 3 guys shooting in type, and they're 2 in that vehicle. I would love to see how that's going to pan out.
Looks like they got away.
Exactly. They just exactly get over the ridge line. I think someone might, I mean, we didn't see it, but I think he might have flipped a vehicle. They had to get 2 over in that car because they stopped for those 5-10 seconds. That allowed for TD team to catch up to them. But luckily for T1, they get to live with the scare. And now, not only do they beat TD team to Minas, they're also sat here ready for Virtus.pro should they opt to come this way. But as we can see on the map, as I encourage all of you to have the map stream open, BP is not all about going into Minas proper. They want to go east around to look further towards the north.
Toyo. One of basically our farthest from the zone right now. We saw T1 and VP make their way into the south. TDT not too far behind them, and Toyo, Full Send, and Petrichor Road going to be the only ones that are not already inside the zone. Na'Vi, meanwhile, have control over a large swath of territory on the north side, and they're going to spot out Game Start Win from range, start taking a few shots.
Toyo, one of only 2 teams thus far in the tournament with 2 chicken dinners as well.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make more of it here in their final game of the group stage. As you said, they're far, far away from the circle. In the meantime, Virtus.pro, they're pushing further north. They wrapped around Minas, and in doing so, run straight into DN Freaks. And, well, Freaks, they weren't grouped at the time of arrival for Virtus.pro, so the orange polar bears make a swift deal of dismantling at least one of their players, and a big loss, because that's Salute. That's not a player you want to be missing early on if you're Freaks.
It's also a nice little come up for Virtus.pro.
Definitely.
One of the teams that we mentioned a little bit slow to start here on their first day of play. Heather getting a little close there to 17, but fortunately able to pull back away in that speedy little coupe as T1 trying to find a place to sit around and wait. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Salute. Just pulling right up into no man's land.
Again, underlines the importance of early rotation, because it makes good sense for DN Freaks to try and get more control. They're currently split down on the road side. They wanted to have one up on the hill to get a better overview of what's happening down below, so that if they were to group up, they have one that can kind of help connect their pathing. But because VP comes faster north from that Los Leones split, they're sat here way earlier than what Freaks expected there to be contest from the southern side. Great play by VP to get here so fast.
Yeah. Good play by VP, and maybe a little bit of a misplay there by Freaks trying to...
I don't know if you can fault them, though, because normally opposing teams wouldn't be here so fast.
Well, I mean, you say
fast. You should be careful.
It's
There's
8
no doubt.
minutes in, right? Like, they were already in kind of a 2-2 split.
It was greedy. I will agree. It was greedy.
Maybe making the decision to go for that high ground spot just a little bit too late.
Also, because when you're coming from where you were, there's no way to scout it. There's no way to be safe on your approach, and he went up solo. Not just a solo, but it's Salute. It's Salute that went up solo, so clearly thought they were safe, but
far be it for me to claim that Salute made a mistake. I would never.
You would never.
I would never. Well, Toyo
someone on the team told him to go against his own will.
Exactly. Well, Toyo eating a little bit of blue zone. Petrichor Road doing the same as we wait and see where Circle 2 decides to take us. It looks like most everybody favoring towards the center.
You have a diagonal
chasm. Look at that. That's going to be good news for basically everybody.
Yeah.
As just a few teams have to reposition just a little bit around water treatment.
I was going to say, you have a diagonal running northwest to southeast where almost all players are lined up on, just with what's playable and what's available in and around the valley point here. But now, with the circle shifting somewhat center, and as you're saying, Paul, the vast majority of players being in already, now it's about grouping up some of those four-way splits, make it a 2-2 instead, maybe even collapse all 4 players onto one building, and pray to the PUBG gods that you have found the one there the circle will come to.
And you can see T1 getting everybody into that compound, and immediately, as soon as they started getting, they just started shooting their guns, letting everybody know, hey, this is occupied. Do not crash this. If you do, you're going to have to face us.
Same thing here.
Virtus.pro still holding on to the top. TDT is going to hear those shots, and you can see Huang just off to the side. That is low ground But he's going to hear those bullets and know that they have to make their move off to the north.
I was going to say thank you, TD team, for getting back in those vehicles, because I feel like you have too much to lose in trying to dislodge VP in this position. They have 2 players already on the northern side of the valley. It's far edge. There's too much to lose in trying to... I mean, I get they want to stay up there, most importantly, to make sure no one is wrapping in behind them, because they are going to play edge on that northeastern side. But for now, they're wide split. They're running into FN, and unknown to them, they have Petrichor coming in on their eastern side. So TD team, you got to group up fast and kind of collect the intel you've been able to gather over the last 30 seconds, because you're soon to realize that you're on a very, very crowded side of the circle.
I'm not sure what the heat maps kind of tend to tell us about where these circles tend to go, but anecdotally, it feels like we see it go south.
There are certainly some magnet compounds in these circles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, let's see where DN Freaks go here. They're going to run into the south side of a very wide Expendables split. Delwyn all by himself. Tanvu was coming over in this direction, and he's going to get there. He's not pulling off. He's coming in here and getting involved.
I was going to say, Tanvu, you better come to be picking up Delwyn, but they seem like they're going to stick around. Their 2 teammates have a position from where they can apply suppressive fire, but if this fight takes place on the inside of this compound or on the eastern side, they won't be able to do a whole lot to help them out. Tanvu's now been caught out here on the other side as well. Throw a nade, get away from here. I know you're Tanvu. I know you have a Gross on hand, the level 3 gear, but there's no I mean, again, they're in first place. Theoretically, they have nothing to lose, and if they can limit the chances of Freaks to make finals, it's worth. But right now, they shouldn't know that it's Freaks, and now they know.
And speaking of nothing to lose, they called down the other 2, so
they're collapsing.
Full 4-on-4 fighting this, and they would love to be able to take care of the Freaks.
VP coming in as well.
Already gone out. VP, they took their time scouting out their next move, and their next move brought them just south of this fight here. But Buriram on the other side of the road may put a pause on things here. Human will go down to the Molotov.
Unsure if intentional or not, but it worked out perfectly. Chloe's lobbing a molly on the upstairs of that backside building, but it hit just over the staircase, so it took part of the downstairs as well. Gets the flush on one, gets one more player down to low HP, so it can't do a lot. And for now, Heaven is going to be sat here all on his own, staring at a nade, but able to live through it.
Oh, here comes the push, and Heaven will go down. Man, this is not the Expendables team that you want to see in your lobby. They are bursting with confidence.
But this is the expendable teams that won PGC last year. Their coordination, their execution on this play, yes, it's a nade, not a flash, but there's no way for him to get the timing right on when they're going to swing the corner. One goes foul, one goes close. Great execution. You don't get to see many teams go in 1v4 DN Freaks, or 3 I should say, because Salute fell earlier, but that was still an incredible performance by the Expendables.
New circle does pop, and it is going to favor over by water treatment. We see a couple of E pickups in the air. Petrichor Road going to be one. It looks like TD team will be the other. FS are kind of involved over here on this western edge with Game Start Win kind of crashing around in their compound. I'm not sure if Full Send knows about this and what has already been a pretty rough week so far for Full Send. Does not look like it's getting any easier right now.
One Full Send player down already. Now they're starting to learn that they're pretty much sprinting towards a Wasp's Nest that they should not be in. Floki able to find one more. That's Starlord falling down. As Petrichor tries to make landfall. Beamy won't make that easy for them though. Twisted Minds joining forces, as well as the European teams are doing what they can to take out Petrichor Road before they hit the ground.
What either a well-timed or a poorly timed
they got absolutely wrecked,
depending on who you're rooting for. But T1 continue to make their way down as you see TDT in the skies above. T1 just going to regroup here a little bit on the south side. They've got the flare.
Where are they planning on going? Are they praying for outside circle PRDM that can keep them alive here?
Sure. Well, never mind. They had Ian in. Okay, they had Ian in the car, so they will get that res back up. So they'll remain 4 strong, playing from the south here. But it was definitely a close call with the Expendables as the center of this zone. Goodness gracious! Look at all the Skittles.
Yeah.
As Looks like 17 going to be able to get Lil Ghost back as well.
That's a blue zone commitment if I've seen one from 7-7. They have what we like to call the magnet compound inside circle. Xiaowu and Xiaobei holding that as a two-man right now because 7-7 is in San Martin trying to get their last teammate back on his feet. So a brave commit for 7-7 to leave the boys in prior real estate here on the southwest side.
We got another APAC battle going on here on the southeast. One knock for the Expendables as Buriram trying to find a path into this next zone. They've got two heading off to the north. Looks like Khan and Ruse will be joining them shortly, just on the backside of FN, who are wrapping around on the north. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, look at the split that they have all on the north, just taking up so much real estate.
And this is what they like to do. This is how Na'Vi has played the game for so long. Give them space and they will take as much as they can possibly get. They have effectively, I mean, they had half the previous circle to themselves, and they didn't come by that easily. They just dared to peek over the next ridge, peek over the next hillside, and they have so good communication amongst one another that they're able to maintain these splits for long. Now they've all called the track that FN is coming their way, and look at how they're collapsing up on that northern side to deny them any sort of entry. As we look back towards T1 here on the southern side, they got themselves their tank. You can see Hither is slowly making his way through the fields, but where do you go if you're T1 from here?
Yeah, this is rough. You got Team Liquid in front of you. You got Toyo in front of you. Purdy Curdy was the first one sent out from Liquid to try to find a foothold, but he gets taken down. So the rest of the team still in the compound waiting and trying to see if they can maybe figure out where everybody else is going to go before they have to make their move. Toyo, meanwhile, they're just going to send it right into that southwestern side of the water treatment plant. And that is tenuous at best.
An ugly rotation, but somehow actually works out for them because the teams around them have to take into account that there could be opponents nearby as well. Emmy, though, trying to stretch it a bit too far, will be caught in transition as Stanadol is able to find him, and now is when the nades are going to come in. Twisted are so good at maintaining buffer space. They don't want to have opponents lying right next to it. It's simply too dangerous. So look at how they're flexing out to try and take him out.
They're doing everything they can, but the utility is just not falling where it needs to. They take out the vehicles, but don't take out any of the players. And so Toyo's able to stay alive for right now, as we see coach from Liquid.
Doesn't seem too excited right now.
Nerve-wracking times right now as Liquid is still trying to find a foothold on the south side.
I mean, they got a quarter of a wall, maybe a couple of centimeters inside circle, but they know full well that T1 is going to come over the hill with a tank in just a moment, and you better be ready to obliterate that thing as it comes right over. EN is going to make a run for it. How do we accelerate uphill in BRDMs? Let's see. Go out and push the back of it. There we go. Downhill, though, that's another story. What's going to happen here? 4 guys, 1 BRDM. What's going to happen as Team Liquid starts shooting?
Oh, who's got the Panzer? Somebody's got to have one. Well, T1 not going to wait around too long to find out.
So far, so good.
The grenades that Twisted Minds couldn't find, 17 was able to, and Toyo will be taken care of as T1, well, they find a way to get their tank inside.
You know what? Sometimes it just works like that. Go straight up the road, hope for the best, because the opposing teams around you have other things to deal with than a tank strafing by. As multiple fights pop off again, this is out in the open. This is Na'Vi doing a lot of damage from that north side, trying to contain these teams that want to challenge them for the high ground. In the meantime, towards the south, all these teams that couldn't make it to water treatment, but had to run through the fields, are starting to really feel the hurt.
Okay, new zone about to pop.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. Sparking landing the double grenade, and now 7700, the last player left alive for 17, and he goes down as well. And 17 is out. We'll see if GameStart win and continue to make that push and run into Team Liquid. Meanwhile, the circle does pop and is going to go just off to the east of water treatment. Na'Vi still have a ton of real estate to play around, and they would feel even better if they could get rid of Buriram.
That's the thing, right? Because they have that real estate for now, but look at the circle. I love the fact that we have it in the bottom right here as well. You can see Na'Vi full yellow control towards the north, but they too will have to make their way inside this next circle, and once they do, it's not going to be as easy to maintain buffer space as it is right now. So the more you can do of damage now, before this circle starts closing in, which is any moment now, the better off you're going to be as Glorious. Once again, I feel like he's got to be the one at this point with the most mortar damage in this tournament thus far.
I mean, he has been making him work right now for him. We'll see if Team Liquid can find a way to get in. Yeah, and there's Buriram still engaged with Na'Vi. They've got a path inside the zone. It's pretty easy. but they would, again, like to clear themselves.
Exactly.
I mean, they're in the same situation as Na'Vi, right? Like, they would love to be able to kind of have this claimed and not have to worry.
Exactly. See him, game start win, making the run on forward. It's just the two of them. Ming and CC are alone in this engagement. They have two players behind him. The timing is off, but the util is not. Ming able to get one. CC with the follow-up. Peek over, and Ming with the double. This lot just takes out Team Liquid. A 24-point day one for Liquid. Not something for them to be satisfied with.
No, definitely forgettable, but shake it off and move on to the next one. That was just always going to be a rough utility battle there.
Yes.
As Game Start Win was right on the edge of that hill. Those are incredibly hard grenades to hit, even for a team that's as skilled with that offensive utility as Team Liquid is. As GSW, they're going to continue their push around on this south side.
I love it.
They're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. I think realizing the situation that they were in, they needed more points. They needed to get more secure with this being their last game.
Exactly. I love the way that they're playing this one right now as well. They know all these other teams are also close to one another. So if you can come in from behind and shoot the teams in the back that are looking forward, you might get something going. 5 kills already yet to take a casualty. Xiao Tong does get taken down here, but he's behind the shack, so could potentially be restable. Issue is the remaining 3 teammates are in another vehicle, so he's on his own as Expendables are now running in from the south as well.
And TDT going to put a pause on their push as, yeah, they're not going to come through on Duck Juice, so that's good news for Virtus.pro. And actually good news for GameStar Win as well, as they find the angle, steal the points away, and that's 6 kills now for them. Virtus.pro trying to hold the line. What? But what a spray from Bell. Who was that won that
That's
fight?
AZ.
That Ming is AZ. Yeah, there you go. Beamy now. Beamy now the last player left alive for Virtus.pro, and he is already down to half HP.
A rare 1v1 lost by Nixie there, but AC shut him down, and just like that, VP down to Beamy. And in the meantime, up on the northern side, Na'Vi, I mean, they're effectively fighting Game Start Win for that potential bottom spot in the finals, and they're not liking to see that Game Start Win is starting to rack up this many points. No casualties on their end either, as they should be able to get their last player up. And now, as we were talking about before, they're forced to make their move on in now. They have been able to get a knock onto Buriram, and they've been able to maintain a distance to them for a while, so they should be all right. Their mission, though, does not come with a lot of kills, just the 2 that we've seen thus far.
Telling you, Na'Vi and Buriram have been fighting their own personal war over here.
Yeah.
The whole rest of the game has kind of passed them by, and now it's all down to Ruse as Na'Vi collect their 4th kill. Ruse has been spotted out by Theraton 5, though, so he is going to have to get on the move once again. It's the spray onto Sosit, but not going to find the knock.
And you can't really fault Buriram for the way they've been playing this. All they've wanted, as they do fall here, all they wanted was to force Na'Vi off the high ground, force them towards the west, take a fight there, and then they could make their way on in. But Na'Vi just did not waver. They didn't give them any space at all, despite how hard they committed to try and deal with them. So great play on Na'Vi to stand their ground and maintain the high ground position.
Credit where credit is due. Game Start Win and Na'Vi both in a back against the wall type situation going into these final games, and they have been producing in a big way.
Oh, that would have been a triple.
Ming now the last player left alive, and TDT trying to make the push. He's got to dance around. He's down to half HP. Can he get another one? He's going to spot out Van, but Van will get the kill, and Game Start Win will have to watch tomorrow's games while sitting on 64 points.
Yet again, level 3 gear reigns supreme. There was a 3 HP survival on him there. As Heather tries to squeeze the tank through the fence line. Not going to happen. Has a nice little angle. I think Lou might have seen him, though. That's an insane catch. If he did notice him, tries to peek around the corner. Not able to get him. Nade, cooked, primed, lopped on over. Lou might be caught, take damage, but no. Able to get away in time.
I think if you're Na'Vi, Game Start Win, Na'Vi are really just still 4 up. All they want to do really is finish ahead of Game Start Win, finish ahead of Toyo. So mission half accomplished right now. And 1 more point will do it, and they are set up nicely, playing from that northwestern side as they add a few more kills to their pouch. Theraton 5 gets eliminated.
Great job by Na'Vi to maintain this northern side control. This game has played into their favor. Look at their ammo count. Every single shot they've fired this game has been at a distance. 6 bullets for Soset, running double 5.56. We saw, I believe, Hagatori being down to a single mag as well. They need to start sprinting forward just to get crates and ammo, because they'll be throwing pans anytime soon.
Exactly. That scrap with Buriram was done at range. They, as you said, never
He's
really
no
got
ammo.
an
He's out of
opportunity.
bullets.
Got nothing. Yeah, they just never had an opportunity to go for that res, and now TDT is looking in this direction as well. It's down to just June and Van. So they still have an opportunity here, but look at the send from Hakatori.
Definitely.
As Full Sense does get eliminated by Twisted Minds, who are also having a big game here at a time when they most needed to.
Exactly. Redemption game from them for sure. Yes, 38 is fine, but a lot of those points came off of a single game, and that is not the Twisted we're wanting to see. While they've been somewhat quiet, eyes haven't been on them. They were the first team in water treatment, and they've been able to maintain this position, clear it out completely, and are now coming 4-man strong into the late game as Hakatori continues to do damage. Had to go down to his teammate to find some bullets, but he has 2 remaining.
He's got 2
bullets, and there you go. That's 1 extra mag for you to work with.
He had 2, but the grenade, he did have a grenade, and he found the grenade onto June. And now Van will get eliminated by Twisted Minds. And so let it be known that the death of Europe has been greatly exaggerated. It is down to Twisted Minds and Na'Vi for our final win of the day.
If Twisted knew that there's about 80 ammo split between 4 players right now, they would be grouping up as 4 and running 4. But there you go. The most important care package for SoSet ever has just been found. Extens was down to under 60 spare as well. These guys have been shooting all game long. 4 alive, 12 kills. We look through the stats coming into this game. The 3-man of Na'Vi has been playing well through this so far. Extens have been lackluster in his performance. Of course, latest addition to the team. It's going to take some time to get used to him, but I feel like this game itself, since they get to play Na'Vi-style PUBG, has got to add that extra level of comfort for 4 Extens that coming into the finals, assuming they'll make them there with 73 points, they'll be looking like a whole different team.
Look, we say it all the time. Nobody remembers. As long as you make the grand final, nobody remembers what you had to do to get there.
Exactly.
And right now, Na'Vi, when the pressure was on, they are delivering in a big, big way, just as they have always been expected to, and they have this high ground to work with. Twisted Minds, meanwhile,
waiting 5 seconds.
They're basically waiting and hoping.
Uphill, downhill, uphill, downhill. Well, center hill is what we're going, but more up than down.
A little bit more than We'll see what they can do here. Look at Batulin's an example, just kind of working around on that north side. They'll spot out Fairest, but this is going to be really tough for Twisted.
It's going to be
have
slow.
To imagine. I mean, this is. Na'Vi just has so much room to work around.
And think back now to how much util Twisted Minds used on trying to take out Toyo earlier in this game that didn't really work, because as you were saying, 17 got the vast majority of those kills, right? I mean, they might not have a whole lot to make this play happen. Of course, can they get to the bottom of the hill? It's very hard for Na'Vi to peek down and look at them without exposing themselves completely. But you know what's dangerous? A Lynx. You know what's even more dangerous?
What's that?
A Lynx in the hands of Example. So we'll see if he can somehow make that happen. Should Na'Vi opt to over-engage. But as you can see here, they're playing it so far back on this hill. They're actually saying, you know what, Twisted? Come up close. This is what we want. We don't want to peek over and have players get knocked because of it.
There's some scary hours, with the Example, with the Lynx. But you can see SoSed on that edge of the blue, just making sure that nobody tries to do any cheeky wraps. Got the emergency cover getting called in.
Oh, it rolls downhill.
Rolling immediately downhill.
It's a landslide. Watch out. The rocks are falling down the hill. Imagine if they just kept tumbling and found Batulins down at the end. They would have been unlucky. Wait, is this actually Na'Vi throwing them downhill?
Na'Vi.
Trying to roll them down to get kills with it? That would be hilarious.
Oh, my goodness. We're
playing Donkey Kong
I know. They're having to duck the barrels here, but so far they've been able to do just that. But it looks like Twisted, the plan has been set. They are going to try to group up as 4 and wrap around from this northern side. The grenades will come out, but Extends and Fairest already on the move.
Flash, 2 nades followed by yet another flash. It's so well coordinated. You can see Example still trying to hold the southern side. Once SoSet and Hakatori realize they are fully committed on the northern side, they have to sweep. They have to swing around the western side and deny Twisted this push up. But good thing for Na'Vi is they still have util available. All their fighting has been at a distance, so they still have nades. But here they come, 3 guys peeking over. Lou still on the low ground.
That deployable cover could come in huge, but Fairest will go down to Perfectix. Nice spray from him, and the utility will return from Na'Vi to try to put a pause on this Twisted Minds push, and they will take that into even more deployable covers coming down. But Navi doing a good job of slowing down the push here from Twisted.
And again, there's no random nades being lobbed on over here from the side of Twisted Minds. They are some of the best in the game when it comes to utility usage. It's great smokes to try and corner off. Now nades to follow where the shots were being fired. Hagatori forced to bend off, forced to run back for a little bit as Twisted again. 3 guys on the top. Loose still containing the southwest side, but Soset is still to cross. They're expecting there to only be 3 here. Soset is fully believing that they're coming around their side, but once again, more deployable cover. What's happening here?
I'm telling you, man, this is I'm going to go back and watch this on replay. This is just a masterclass in utility usage and management from both of these teams, and they are just preventing the push. But extends, going for the flank, but doesn't hit the spray. Will eventually get Batu.
They're all 1 HP.
Example now is starting to pop off from the north side.
Soset down to blue. It's just 1 player left alive. 3v1 just like that. Again, they isolate them with the smokes. They don't dare to push through. And here they have them in the end, able to net themselves their second win of the day. Twisted Minds, are they back? I'm not sure, but 2 wins on their first day of EWC is scary if you're anyone else looking to win this tournament.
That is one of the sweatiest end games you will ever see. That was difficult from both sides, but at the end of the day, Twisted Minds with a huge win for themselves. That's going to kind of reset the day, essentially. But in the end, you know what? Navi doesn't get the win. Doesn't really matter. The work they needed to do, they did. And they got exactly what they needed to out of that one.
I love games like this, where you have the 2 teams fight for the final, overall for the win, come into the end game in such different fashions. Navi was all about DMR, long-range containment. Twisted Minds had people in their face from phase 2 up in that water treatment area. Constant close quarter fights. And there you have, and as you can see, these guys just won 2 out of 6 games, and they're not smiling. They know there's more to be done in a day of PUBG, because they had their chances to make more things happen, but they're not satisfied with it, not yet, and I understand why. Navi on this other side, as you say, a smile, a breath of relief for sure. They can be satisfied with that last game, but there's more for them to be done in the finals as well.
Go back to the drawing board and watch the games tomorrow and start setting yourself up for the grand finals. Hopefully, I don't know if there's any way that some points won't get you through.
Oh, they
got to be through, right? But yeah, as you said, still a lot of stuff to fix, a lot of things to tighten up, getting ready for that big grand final.
Have AC there from game start win. They're one of the teams on the cusp. Them and Toyo would be the 2 teams tomorrow. Exactly. Them and Toyo tomorrow are going to be the 2 teams to look at to see if that's going to be enough. This lower 60s, if the math is right, they've talking on the desk about the 65-point margin being the cutoff. If that's the case, both those 2 teams should fall short. So it's going to be close, of course, tomorrow to see exactly how things pan out and which 16 teams will be making it through to the finals.
2 wins for Toyo, and it still might not be enough, man. That is some brutal stuff. Well, they've got a lot to think about, and we've got a lot to think about as well, because there's 1 more day of play left. We get to see Group C once again, or Group B rather once again, as I mean, it is going to be a fight to the finish. You have to imagine that cut line is going to be so close, especially considering, again, nobody has really taken control of this thing. So that cut line is going to be so tight.
Exactly. You know what? We're going to hop down to the stage now, where Barney is ready for an interview with Ranger X from Third on 5. So down to you, Barney, to close out the day.
That's right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. 6 maps completed today, and one of the most dominant teams here, possibly the most dominant team, Theraton 5. I am joined, of course, by Ranger X. I want to talk to you a little bit about today. Maps 3 and 4, back-to-back chicken dinners. Map 5, 3rd place. Extremely good. But you know what? I want to hear from you, your perspective. How did today go?
ก็ในวันนี้นะฮะก็จบไปแล้วนะครับกับ6เกมนะครับอยากจะสอบถามเลยครับว่ากับเกมที่3และ4ที่เราได้ที่1เนี่ยที่เราได้ไก่นะครับและในเกมที่5ที่เราจบที่อันดับ3นะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับผลงานวันนี้ครับแล้วก็รูปเกมทั้งหมดภายในวันนี้ครับก็วันนี้โอเคมากครับเล่นแบบว่าละเอียดครับผม Yeah, we think that we made it quite a great performance and on par to what we have been like practicing all along that we have been prepared like for this entire year. So like hope you guys are gonna look forward for us.
Nice. Now yesterday, let's talk about it. Yesterday, you sat on the sidelines, you watched, and I'm guessing you observed, and you were trying to, gather strategies and stuff. Tell us how you utilized yesterday's time while you weren't on stage.
ก็พูดถึงเมื่อวานกันบ้างนะครับเมื่อวานเนี่ยทีมของเราเนี่ยฮะไม่ได้มีการลงมาเล่นลงมาแข่งนะครับวันนี้เป็นวันแรกเลยอยากจะสอบถามว่าที่เราได้มาดูเกมเมื่อวานเนี่ยฮะก่อนมาแข่งวันนี้เนี่ยมันทำให้เราแบบว่าได้มีข้อได้เปรียบอะไรมากขึ้นเพิ่มไหมฮะ
ก็เราแค่รู้สึกว่าเมื่อไหร่เราจะได้แข่งสักทีครับเราอยากยิง
Actually there's nothing like we didn't gain any advantage from yesterday match at all so the only thing that we keep getting in mind is that when it's going to be our time to come down to get to play on the stage and like eliminate everyone.
I like that. Okay, the aggressive mentality as well, of course. Now tomorrow, Group B are back in the mix. You're going to be on stage with them. Are there any teams that you're kind of looking at that as potential threats going into tomorrow?
ก็พรุ่งนี้นะฮะเราก็จะได้ลงแข่งอีก1วันนะครับผมคิดว่าในกลุ่มที่เราต้องเจอในวันพรุ่งนี้นะฮะมีทีมไหนที่คิดว่าเราจะต้องระวังเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
มีแค่ทีมใกล้ๆเรานะครับแต่ว่าเราก็ทำให้เต็มที่เหมือนวันนี้ครับ
Yeah, actually it's going to be the team that come from the same like continent, same zone from us, like from the APAC. But we're going to try our best and hoping you guys going to keep cheering us and supporting us till the end of this journey.
Of course, we are enjoying everything you're doing and we're going to support you and encourage you and cheer for you as well. Thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. Congratulations on such an impressive day. And of course, tomorrow we're going to have to see what happens. But for now, we're going to talk about what happened today over at the studio.
That's right, Barney, because the last game of the day was classic EMEA non-stop action, which was kind of a stalemate for quite a while. But then they got into a fight at the very end, and that was great. A 4v4 here. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, Avenger, Toffees, Godspeed joining me to talk about the EMEA powerhouses. Rah, Toffees.
Okay, deployable cover was awesome in that. It made that whole hill fight significantly more interesting. But awesome walk-away power for Na'Vi to get all of those points in that game and get themselves secured. And Twisted Minds for really turning up, which, we shouldn't be surprised by. They've got the pedigree to do it.
We are always developing new strategies. Now, throwing deployable cover downhill to make it roll upon our enemies. I mean, how sick would that have been if he had two knocks to win the game? Like, that would have been amazing. I love that.
The one thing I want to say, too, though, is like we talk about all the time where these teams get position and sometimes they don't do everything they should with it. Na'Vi, I mean, going into the endgame fight, they had 6 kills. I don't think a single one of them came from just a team fight. They were stealing so many kills, getting so many knocks from distance, and that was impressive to see. Even going into that last fight, it was, that was a perfect game for Na'Vi.
Very well done. Let's take a look at the match ranking coming in. It's 21 points for Twisted Minds. A huge finish to the day for them. This was so important for Na'Vi, though, Toffees, to get these points on the board. 18 go their way. It has basically saved their group stage.
I think it's big points for Na'Vi, huge for them, but also game start win because they got that 9. It puts them 2 points ahead of Toyo, which means if that cutoff is 62-63, Toyo drops and GSW doesn't.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts, right? 64, 62, 60 points. Like, there's so many teams around that 60-point mark. As I said earlier, like, I think our the cutoff fight, usually it's a few teams that are fighting around there, but it's going to be 4, 5, 6 teams in the 60s that's going to be fighting all the way to the end here. But yeah, it's great to see Na'Vi pop up and get them on a point they got.
It was a big swing game, right? The point that you pointed out. They were at a place where they were not high enough to guarantee advance. They had to have a big game. Was it blessed by the fact that it wasn't really the circle, it was the fact that nobody went north, Godspeed, and they just got to sort of enjoy space, time, and the ability to support each other?
Yeah, it was a combination of no one going north, but again, them flexing out. At one point, they had sent Hakutori all the way out to the east. I mean, they had complete dominance over the circle, and on the flip side of that, looking at Twisted Minds, they fought through that water treatment team after team, and they looked flawless doing it as well.
Much happier faces on the faces of Twisted Minds at the end of that one, because let's be real, that first win that they got, they were like, it wasn't really that big a deal, but this one really meant a lot. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, though, to get the lay of the land, setting us up for tomorrow. 74 points for the Expendables, our PGS champions at number 1. Na'Vi jumps into second after 12 games here, Avenger. So, as we said before, really saving their bacon.
Yeah, the big focus here, though, is GameStart win on 64 and Toyo on 62. This could be teams that could be taking over tomorrow here. Like, Thirds on 5 on 60, very impressed with them. Rock, they're going to easily come into. Rock could potentially come in and take first first tomorrow in their first couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Gen.G also looking great. Full sense. This is a team I'm very worried about. I think they're out. 46 out.
I think the fact that Toyo also got no points in that last game, I think really opens the door for our groups tomorrow, because that means there are 4 teams from the group that is not playing tomorrow that are essentially eliminated.
And they had opportunities to get those points, right? It's playing not to lose that we were worried about that unfortunately did bite them again. They could still be in a 63, but you know, as Martin was saying, I think for full sense, for Buram, like, you know, the journey ends here.
No, definitely. It's tough. It is tough. We can take a look at the Gadia top players of the day and continue to talk about everything that has gone down, because one thing that really does stand out to me here, Toffees, is the fact that Toyo, with 2 wins, is in the danger zone. That's tough.
I mean, it is a symptom of what they said. We're just playing for 16. We thought we got our 2 chicken dinners. You could tell that they were playing passive, sending to middle, trying to hold positions, not taking fights, and that is the danger of that defensive style of play. Whether it's traditional sports, whether it's PUBG, whether it's any other esport, when you shore it up and you play defensive, it almost always comes back to get you.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing it here. I mean, TDT as well, they had some good fights today. We see them kind of holding up DNF, but I will say FN and Freaks both end the day with 45 points. Very good day for both of those teams.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. South Korea definitely showing that they are potentially back in this group stage here eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the best performing region so far here. Obviously, still have a day to play tomorrow, but yeah, they're looking extremely good. Virtus.pro 35 as well. Pretty impressed with TDT, getting 1 more point than Virtus.pro on 36. That's going to be good. Again, AGAL, All Gamers Global, only on 30 points. They're going to have a big day tomorrow to get into that mid-60s where our potential cutoff is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a shocking amount of good teams sitting at that 30 mark, and that's really going to be the test tomorrow. There's not a lot of space for there's too many teams who need 35 plus days. That's the problem. Any one team, right? 35, it's doable, but the fact there's like 7 of them that should be higher is going to be really, really frustrating for the teams tomorrow.
All right, well, of course, whilst this is all going on, lots of stuff going on here at the Esports World Cup, we can head over to Bella, who's with Puckett for a Club Championship update.
Hi guys, I'm at the SNB Esports Arena here to get some updates from Puckett. Well, I heard that some teams made it to the playoffs, some teams were eliminated. Tell us all the tea here.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy in the TFT Arena. We have seen all of the big dogs, 4 of the top 5 clubs out. What's really fun, though, is Virtus.pro, who no one thought would even make it out of groups, is one of those teams making it to our top 8 playoff bracket. They stay alive for VP with a chance to earn even more points.
Well, so the only contenders for the club championships, it's only VP now.
That would be kind of my thought if you're looking at the big 5. VP is still in it, but another contender is T1. Now, T1 just tied 12th place. They could continue to score 800 more points if they make it all the way and win the finals here in TFT. That would skyrocket them into the top 6.
I mean, like the race, we don't know what's going to happen. All right, a lot of excitement here at the SMB Esports Arena. Thank you, Puckett.
Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you very much, Bella. Thank you very much, Puckett, as well. Good old Puckett, still around after hundreds of years.
Love me some Puckett.
Whoa, casual straight.
All right, but predictions for MVP of the day. I'm going to go with Toffees first.
Fluky.
Ooh, I don't mind that. You?
I'm going to go with a little Tanvu.
Tanvu.
Give me some calories in there.
Ooh, all right.
He doesn't even care.
I don't know why I'm doing this. All right, let's get the Estonian MVP of the day and see who it's going to be as I wiggle my little feet around. Ooh, wow. Tanvu. Lovely stuff. Well, kills coming in for him, Godspeed. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, he played lights out today. I mean, the Expendables played lights out today overall, especially they had that huge game where they were able to garner a lot of kills. And Tanvu was the tip of the spear quite often for his team in the Expendables.
Honorable shout out for Rex that actually has 1 more kill than Tanvu, but didn't get close to the rest of the performance there. So that's pretty huge. Hakatari also 11, Claris 10, tied with Rossiter Jr. on 10 as well.
Nice. Big for Akatori to be up there.
Yeah,
I think it was the points that Navi needed to
that
put
last
together.
game was big.
But it all comes down, I mean, Expendables, defending PGC champions. We've been wanting to see things out of them. PGS 100%. Felt disappointing.
Yeah.
This has not been disappointing, right? This is one of those situations where you can maybe come to EWC and say, there have been naysayers who said that this one-off by Expendables was a bit of a fluke, that PGC was kind of a wild experience. Coming here and making these statements, I think it put a lot of haters to rest.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. You guys at home can keep up with everything that's going going on here at the Esports World Cup by going and checking out the app. Just scan the QR code right down and then you can potentially get yourself, you'll just get yourself the app, and then you can keep up with all the games that are going on. That does it here for day number 2 of the group stage. Thank you, Avenger. Thank you, Godspeed. Thank you, Toffees. You've been lovely gentlemen as always. Thank you to Kalaris because he's cool as well, I guess.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Thanks, James.
I appreciate that. All right, we're done here. We're heading over to Barney, who's with Tanvu, our MVP. Woo!
MVP stands for Most Valuable Player. Welcome back to the Gidea Esports Arena. I've got Tanvu here from the Expendables. Tanvu, an outstanding performance today. Congratulations. For you, obviously, you put out performances like this like it's every day. So, I just wanted to ask, from your perspective, do you feel like you had a particularly good day, or was this another day at the office?
Tân Vũ chúc mừng bạn với lại cái màn đấu vừa rồi ha, rất là xuất sắc. Thì dựa trên cái cá nhân quan điểm của bạn thì bạn cảm thấy là ngày hôm nay mình đã hoàn thành rất là tốt hay là chỉ là một ngày bình thường thôi?
Theo em thấy là đây là một ngày bình thường, tại vì bọn em chỉ bắn được đúng một game thôi, còn mấy game kia thì cũng là bình bình thôi ạ. Em cần phải bắn chắc chiêu hơn nữa để đạt được nhiều điểm hơn, để vào chung kết bắn cháy hơn.
I think like today, to me, it's just like a normal day at the office, to be honest, because like we need to do better because only today is the one game that we do so well compared to like last game that we had. We need to kind of like keep it up more to the final game. Yes.
I think that's a fair assessment. Also, you wouldn't really be acquiring an MVP award, I would say, if you didn't have the players to back you up as well. So why not give some props to your teammates? How did your team perform today? I know that you said it wasn't quite what you would have hoped, but you've got such an amazing roster behind you as well, right?
Có thể là đối với mình thì ngày hôm nay mình đã perform khá là ok thì nhưng mà cũng sẽ không thể nào thiếu được cái đồng đội của mình để mà có thể hỗ trợ, thì mình cảm thấy là ngày hôm nay đồng đội của mình đã bắn ok không?
Đồng đội hôm nay của em đạt được phong độ tốt nên là tụi em giành được cái vé được vào chung kết. Mong là anh em giữ được phong độ cao hơn nữa để giành được chiếc cúp vô địch lần này.
Yes, my teammates has done a very good job today, and however, in my opinion, we need to keep it up and keep it stable in order to kind of like get the championship in the grand final.
Well, let's quickly talk about tomorrow then, because yes, that's your next opportunity to get into the grand final. I think Group B are going to be coming back into it. I believe you're going to be sitting on the sidelines, in fact. Are you going to be watching anyone? Clearly you've done enough. You're going to be in the grand final. Are you going to be watching for any teams to see if they're kind of putting up good performances that could then challenge you in the finals?
Bởi vì ngày hôm nay mình đã chơi rất là ok rồi, thì ngày mai là mình sẽ chỉ ngồi để mà mình xem tất cả những cái team còn lại đấu và mình có chiêu không, hay là mình sẽ kiểu như là nghĩ là mình sẽ có một cái kế hoạch nào đó để mà mình vào chung kết.
Thì ngày mai tụi em sẽ tập luyện và ngồi xem lại giải đấu để nghiên cứu đối thủ, để bắt bài đối thủ trong chung kết.
Well, actually tomorrow I think like our team will try harder to do the practice, and we need to prepare more and more in the grand final. Of course, we're gonna redo the or re-see the match in order to analyze our opponents so that we can do better in the grand final.
Okay, well thank you so much Tanvu for joining me here in this interview. Congratulations on a really strong day, and also congratulations for being the MVP. Right there, that ends the group stage day 2. Tomorrow's our final day. We're gonna have Group B back in the mix, and we will then find our 16 finalists going into Friday. It's going to be spicy. I cannot wait. We're also going to be crushing some keys, and that's going to be fun. So you're going to have to make sure that you stick around to watch that. Tanvu's signing us off, so I'm going to sign us off as well. See you tomorrow.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully, or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? With or without your end, oh, you try to make me say, now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm finding a way. With or without my sins, oh, you try to make me say, now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way. Now I looking for handouts. I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments. I cut out the politics, no. It's on my competence. I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak.